As we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Uncut Underground. I'm your host this evening, Ty City. And if you could be so gracious enough to hit the like button. Also, Super Chat is available as well as Cash App, which is pinned at the top of the chat box. As we proceed. What up, Razik? What up, Deuce? As we proceed. Oh, we got a double up on the phone. Can't have that. Django, what's up? Hey, Ty, what's up, man? Yo, everybody relax, man. Drew, what up? Yeah. Y'all thought I was going to skip this one? What up? Tonight, we're going to talk about, black conservatives. And also, Trump finally spoke on the tariffs. And also, Howard Lutnick looking crazy today. We're going to talk about all of it as we proceed. All right. He said, I'm about to go get me a beer. You finna go, man. I got work tomorrow. But that garage beer that I had yesterday, that was my first time drinking it. I liked it. It was just really light, I don't really like light beers like that, but it was good. Somebody said that's the Kels Twins brand. I didn't know that. I know nothing about it. I like the branding of it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try the garage beer. I'm gonna get the regular one next time. I'm gonna try the regular one next time. I just wanted to try the lime just to I don't know. I like trying different infusions, If you know, man. Yeah, don't be conservative with the like button. All right. In line with tonight's theme of black conservatives, I'm wearing a Jackie Robinson, commemorative, a Jackie Robinson fitted hat tonight because I guess the old black conservatives is not, the old black conservatives is not respected like that, man. Everybody relax as we proceed. Where do we begin? K-Day said legendary stream last night. Yeah. I know y'all know the tariff, the tariff, the tariff Terradome. I know y'all like the tariff cage matches. I know y'all like the tariff cage match. Y'all in the chat room trolling already. Y'all wildin'. Everybody relax. Shadow, what up, man? Jaquan, what up, man? He said, I didn't get into IPA beers until I moved here to Houston. Yeah, they brewing down there. They brewing down there. Randolph, what up? Easy, what's up? He said, this summer gonna be lit. Yo, the futures is already saying Black Monday. Now let me say this, right? Man, there is so much inflation in the stock market that these quote unquote crashes, I don't want to say they don't matter. I'm just saying that it's going consistently, it will. But what I'm saying is these corrections are huge, but they don't even, we done pump so much capital into these markets that it's so much fluff in these markets I mean, we talking about companies that haven't delivered a fucking product being valued at through the roof. Through the roof. We talking about valuations on hopes and wishes. We talking about AI companies that never delivered, holding just value because people just put money there, you know? And this shit, it gotta happen though. It was supposed to happen, but we always pump money into it. We always pump money into it. You know, we always pump. The answer was always print, you know. But people think that, you see how Webster just said, we still higher than Biden's stock market. Conservatives are sticking their foot in their mouth with that talking point too. We're gonna get to that later. But we have so much money pumped into the markets. And we talking about since the 08 crash, we talking about COVID. I'm talking about we never avoided the true collapse. You know, we never avoided the real deal Holyfield. We never avoided it. Well, we did avoid it, but we avoided it by blowing the balloon up even more. You know, so this go all the way back to damn near Barack Obama. That's how far we got. That's how far we got to go. All right, we got to go. We got to take the markets damn near all the way back. We talking about from all the companies that took bailouts. We talking about all the quantitative easing that came through. All that stuff got to come out of the market. Say, can the banks take profits? God damn, nah, all that stuff got to come out. Child of God said 13K. I know people, people they think this the crash. It's not. That's why, you know, Trump and the people who got real money, they saying, you know, hey, just sit tight. You know. Now the crazy part is people like Anton Daniels, I see, Saint and Sinner talking about, I'm going shopping. I was like, bro, it's too early to go shopping. Hey, it is way too early to go shopping. These motherfuckers, hey, this is a deal. If you know, you know. It's like, bruh, I would not send people that this ain't it. I love say, man, this is not it, man. I think about this, right? Yeah, people talk about, man, this is going to rebound by next week. Those people quiet, you know, quiet. A lot of people, they're like, man, I'm going in right now. This the time to buy. You know, it's like, nah. This ain't the time to buy. You know, you definitely want to, at least that's what's tripping me out, man. I'm seeing a lot of people who are in the financial spaces, who do financial content, and they, you know, I don't know, it's almost like they should know better. They should know better, you know. You know, ride that razor blade, slide to the bottom, shout out to Lutnick. But I forgot to talk about Bitcoin in the last live stream, so I'll do that now. All right. Actually, I'll talk about crypto right now. Crypto went down as soon as Trump started talking on that plane. We're gonna get to that here in a little bit. All right. We're gonna get to that here in a little bit. But when it comes to Bitcoin, all right, I've always told people about Bitcoin and how Bitcoin is not what it was intended to do. In fact, right now, with everything that's going on, Bitcoin should be going to millions of dollars right now. All the money should be coming out of the markets. You know, the 5 trillion that came out of the stock market, it didn't go into Bitcoin. All right. That theory is dying. Listen, I'm just being honest. I like crypto. Y'all know I'm heavy in digital assets. I understand where this thing is going. A highly regulated, highly controlled, 2-tier slavery slavery financial system. But yeah, Hulk, you know, I've been telling people about for years. And you know, when I came into crypto, it was Bitcoin, and Bitcoin was this freedom to transact peer to peer. And man, I got a whole story about what woke me up to Bitcoin, but that's a whole nother live stream, right? So anyways, they started to become pro-government, pro-government, pro-regulations, you know, pro-centralization with Bitcoin. And you've seen people, you know, oh, this is so good. You know, America is going to have a Bitcoin reserve. America is going to have a Bitcoin reserve. Now, what's going to happen, and I want racing flags. When this happens, I want racing flags. All right. I want the racing flags. All right. When it comes to Bitcoin and America having a Bitcoin reserve, when these other countries decide what they're going to do business in, how they're going to conduct trade or whatever, it's not going to be an American first policy. All right. It is not going to be an American first policy. In fact, they're going to make sure that whatever America is in is not going to be included. If they bring up or they come up with some new shit, all right, it's not going to be Bitcoin. All right. Yeah. I'm sorry to tell everybody. The American, the U.S. government involvement with Bitcoin, while America, tariffs the hell out of everybody, it's not going to be the preferred method of global transactions. All right. Sorry. 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 You get what you pay. You get what you ask for. You know. So I'm just putting that out there. Now the other thing is the crypto market, and this is another another example of fiat government systems running crypto, because you have the traditional stock markets they have Bitcoin ETFs on them. And the first thing that happens is you get what they call Bitcoin outflows. And you got Bitcoin futures, which is derivatives of Bitcoin, right? That's traded against the actual Bitcoin. So what happens is, in order for these hedge funds and all of these capital companies that are in Bitcoin, they have to sell the actual Bitcoin to cover the stocks and shit. So you're gonna see what's her name? Oh, I'm tripping. I'm drawing a blank right now, man. I'm tripping, man. Who are the two big Bitcoin plays right now on stock market? I'm tripping, man. Kathy Woods. You're gonna see Kathy Woods. Who is the other guy? Who's the other guy? It's Kathy Woods, Michael Saylor. You're gonna have Kathy Woods and Michael Saylor. They're gonna start dumping Bitcoin on the market. They're gonna start dumping Bitcoin on the market because they're gonna have to cover. Yeah, MicroStrategy. You know, they're gonna have to cover. They're gonna start dumping Bitcoin. All right, at a loss. At a loss. That's the crazy part about this. At a loss. They was buying at over 100,000. They was buying at over 100,000. Yes, Michael Saylor crashed some stuff in the .com boat. You know what? Easy. I'm gonna give y'all the live stream y'all want tonight. Tonight, hit the like button. Y'all gonna get the live stream y'all want tonight. All right. Cause we gotta talk about Michael Lutnick, not Michael Lutnick, I'm tripping. Howard Lutnick, all right, the guy that's orchestrating all this stuff. You know, everybody died in his company in 9/11 in the building in the tower. And for some reason he was late. All right, he did then. This man stopped their checks the next day to not pay nobody. Man, hey, y'all want to talk about Howard Lutnick? We're gonna talk about how tonight we're gonna have that live stream tonight, man. Yes, he's a wearer of a smaller hat. We're gonna have that live stream tonight. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're gonna talk about that tonight. We're gonna talk about Howard Lutnick. Hey, he called it flat tire. Yeah, no, it ain't no 10-4. This is facts. This is fact. Yeah. Cantor Fitzgerald. Yeah. All his employees went down in the tower, and we're gonna talk about that tonight. You know, we're gonna talk about that tonight. It's a lot of failures. It's a lot of people who, you know, and Michael Saylor lost a lot of money. Kathy Woods lost a shitload of money. They have horrible track records. They do, and you know, they they got horrible track records, man. You know, Complex said Larry Silverstein gave him a heads up. Yeah, the insurance payouts, he didn't pay the people like that. That's wild, man. That's how you know they bought that bread, man. That's how you know they bought that cake, man. When they wake up in the morning, be like, "Who? Oh my God, do I still have to pay him? do I still have to pay him? So does this mean I don't have to pay him?" You know, so that's let me get out of there. Let me get out of there, man. Yeah. Hey, shout out to Reality. Yeah, Mighty Healthy, man. They don't know about that shit. They don't know about the Apple. They don't know about that shit, man. They don't know. Hey, Reality, they don't know, man. Hey, I fuck with Reality, man. Hey, you know what? That's my dog, man. Yeah. That's my dog, man. A few of us don't know. A few of us, you know, we come from that era that streetwear shit, you know. I got a whole lot of Mighty Healthy. I stopped wearing it because even this hoodie old as hell. That's a whole nother live stream. I might do a streetwear live stream I might start a streetwear. I might start a streetwear channel. Actually, I was thinking about that too. Just to go through a whole lot of my vintage streetwear and shit. Yeah, Mighty Healthy New York was like, yeah. Everybody relax. Shout out to Untitled. He said for the gold, man. I appreciate that. Somebody said Mighty Healthy mayonnaise. Yeah, I'm an old head. I like the good shit, man. Before I'll talk about you had to be outside, man. You had to be outside, man. And you had to be in the know, man. 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 You know. we see you niggas crash out for Supreme after we was buying that shit for like 10 years. Imagine being 10 years ahead of everybody when Supreme took off. Nigga, I sold my whole Supreme collection to somebody in Europe. As soon as I seen Kim Kardashian with Supreme on, nigga, I sold the whole shit, dog. I got a bunch of Stussy, I got a bunch of 10 Deep, I got a bunch of Mighty Hell, I got a bunch of when I seen Supreme, man, come on, man. The Raekwon collaboration they did, I had all that OG shit, man. I just sold it all, man. I was like, man, y'all just doing crazy shit now. Yeah, Diamond Supply. I'd be a Diamond Supply. Yeah, all that shit, man. The hundreds, Huff. I wear some of that shit on here. But man, listen, man. I see Supreme. I see Kim Kardashian in it was like a Supreme shirt. I said, yeah, it's over with. It's over with. After that, that's when everybody was they start having they start going Supreme crazy. You know, they start going Supreme crazy. Then they start collaborating with high-end fashion designers and shit. It just fell off. It's like, man, that ain't even streetwear no more. You know what I'm saying? Like Supreme Louis Vuitton, Supreme Gucci, shit like that. I was like, man, that ain't even streetwear, man. Yeah, Project Dragon, you already know, Complex. That is thing, man. Come on, man. They just torched it, man. They torched it, dog. I knew somebody who was on the Supreme skate team. I'm talking about these. You gotta understand, Supreme like used to wear it get dirty. Like all this shit is like it's supposed to be dirty. It ain't supposed to be, man. They start coming out with all kind of goofball shit, you know. Yep, Brixton. Yep, Brixton Manufacturing. But yeah, man, I still fuck with streetwear. I think that all of that stuff is timeless. It's classic. I'm going to be able to wear it. I can pass it down to my son. He ain't going to be looking goofy 20, 30 years later. We got big balloon pants coming back. This shit going too. It's just too goofy. It just got too goofy, man. Yeah, everybody hit the like button. The big shoes and all the rest of it, man. I don't know what the fuck going on outside, man. Yeah. He said the Bape. Yeah, Bape. Bape, Evisu. Red Monkey. Red Monkey. All that shit, man. Yep. Dirty Ghetto Kids. DGK. Yep. All that shit, man. Black Scale. Absolutely. I got all that shit. That shit classic, man. But and see, this is where I'm an old nigga, bro, because I tell the young kids, you are gonna regret this. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna look at pictures later on and be like, I cannot believe I was wearing that shit. I could go back and show everything. I never strayed away from the staples, dog. I never went away from the classic shit. I never did goofy shit. I never did the wilding out stuff. My shit always been very classic, streamlined. I was never doing too much. These big pants with reflection tape on them. Like, what the hell y'all doing, man? Nope. Vision say, anybody wear a Bugle Boy? Me. 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 Man, I ain't even gonna tell, man. I'll tell y'all something, man. I wasn't even allowed to participate in like the trend stuff that was happening at the time, man. Like, cause again, when I moved with my granddaddy around the time when I was like about 7 or 8. I moved in with my granddaddy. And my granddad, he an old man, dog. Like, he grew up where kids wore boots. You know what I'm saying? He grew up before sneakers and shit. My granddaddy did not understand none of that stuff. Like I had to get like my uncles or my daddy or somebody to like get me some sneakers, because my granddaddy was so old fashioned, man. I wasn't allowed to wear like baggy pants and stuff like that. I wasn't allowed to do that shit, man. And I used to get my school clothes. And my granddaddy, he had a J.C. Penney card. That's what he bought my school clothes with. And then by the time he paid it all off, it'd be time for me to go back to school again. And I was reduced to J.C. Penney, man. I remember one time. What was it? Oh yeah, one time I went to J.C. Penney. Man, I had to have fucking Arizona clothes, bro. Oh my God, man. I love my granddaddy. He was doing what he could do, but that's just not it, man. Like, You know, that was just not it, man. Like by the time I got to middle school, I had to have a talk with my granddaddy, man. Hey, I had to have a talk with my granddaddy by the time by the time I went to by the time I hit middle school, that's when I was like, all right, look, listen, we gotta have a talk. We gotta have a talk, man. Man. Hey, we gotta have a talk, man. You know, hey, man. This shit ain't gonna cut it no more. This shit ain't gonna cut it no more. Yeah, man, I had to have a conversation with my granddaddy, man. You know, he said Arizona and South Pole, man. Yeah, man. No. And you know what my granddaddy said? I think a couple of years later, he said, my granddaddy told me, he said, all right, if you want to buy your school clothes, you got to go with me to the summer and you got to work in the watermelon fields. And I had to work in a watermelon packing house and I saved all my money. And then like when school started, I was so happy to buy my own clothes, man. I was so happy to buy my own clothes. But he made sure if I wanted to wear what the fuck I wanted to wear, I was gonna pay for it. He made sure, he said, man, hey, listen, if you want to buy, you can buy whatever you want. You can buy whatever you want. But you gotta have to work. And ever since then, I made sure, man, I was put together, man. He said watermelon fields better than tobacco fields. Nah, I was in Cordell, Georgia. My granddaddy, he used to haul watermelons. So while he was hauling the watermelon, this was back in the day where you could have kids working, man. You know, I ain't no snitch, but you know, they paid us cash. You know, at the end of the day, we all got paid cash, me and my brother. But anyways, yeah, hard work. We're gonna get into that too about conservatives. Conservatives be on that hard work. We need a labor force type shit, you know? Yeah, man, rest in peace to my granddaddy, man. I still can't nobody tell me what I can't buy and shit, you know, and when my son make his own money, he can buy whatever the fuck he want to, you know? But, moving right along, man. Moving right along. But yeah. So, when it comes to streetwear, that's another reason why I keep all my clothes, man. I remember, you know, I gave away a whole lot of my clothes. I kept most of my hoodies, my t-shirts. I got a few old ones, but when it comes to my clothes, I got stuff that's old that I spent good money on. And I ain't giving that shit to nobody. That shit get passed down. You know, brands that don't went out of business, that's not around no more, iconic streetwear shit that's just, I'm glad I did keep a lot of my stuff. Somebody said dressing like Thomas Sowell. Yeah. But all right, everybody relax, man. He said all the kids in the South was worked by their grandparents. Yeah, man. Shit felt good, man. Buy your own shit. Ever since then, man, I was like, shit. The thing is, man, I got to give it to my granddaddy because I hated school. I told y'all how much I hated school, but I seen the benefit of working early. So I was so eager to work. I was like, fuck school. Like, I was like, I could go. I already knew what people was making. I was like, man, when I quit school, I went straight to trade school. I went straight to a dealership. When I came back, was the year I should have graduated, but I was already in the workforce. I was already making flag time at a dealership, killing it at the time. I was already set to go get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, my granddaddy put that. My granddaddy did that. Once I seen I could buy my own shit, man, that's how it's supposed to be, though. So it's supposed to be like that. Like, what can I buy if I had my granddaddy money? What can I buy if I had, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got to get outside and go get it, man. Got to go get it, man. And that's why I don't let old niggas who got less life experience tell me I should be listening to it. And that's why I don't respect all old niggas. I've been off the porch for a long time. Everybody relax. Let's get to this tariff shit, man. All right. So where do we begin? Because today the markets wasn't going crazy. But as soon as Howard Lutnick opened his mouth, as soon as Trump opened his mouth, that's when the futures went crazy. That's when Bitcoin went over the edge. I think Bitcoin finna have a death cross on one of the moving averages that's, it ain't gonna be pretty. 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 Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me see. Do we start with Howard Lutnick? Let's start with Howard Lutnick. But here's the best thing. Let's look at the where we at. I gotta open a new window. Oh man. Hit the like button. Let me go to my history real quick. There we go. I might try to reach out to this guy, see if he could come over here, because the black conservatives, they on some shit. So shout out to a black conservative. Was it this black conservative perspectives? He's on the colored side of the conservatives. They quiet about Sowell. We're gonna get to that. But I want y'all to peep the title. And, this is some MAGA shit. CBS anchor fumes in anger over Trump's refusing to fold to foreign countries in tariff trade. So first of all, Trump is not folding to the foreign countries. All right. Trump is not folding. The foreign countries didn't put anything out there to be folded to. The second thing is fumes and anger. This is all emotional based. This is all emotional based rhetoric. All right. The same thing they say that the left do. It's all about triggered and they're mad and all of so it's not. They don't even care if it's right or wrong. It's like, let's go see. They're mad. But they don't understand that. The trolling era is over with. The trolling era is definitely, it's over with. I ain't gonna lie. Like the MAGA trolling era is over with, And I think people are really starting to have more of the actual back and forth now, because the trolling went so far to where people don't even care no more. We got Nazi salutes. We got chainsaws. We got all, the trolling shit is just too far. So now, you're not really doing nothing with the trolling shit. Like rage baiting and shit is that them days over with, But it's funny. I want to play this because I was listening to this, and there's no way around these arguments. Howard Lutnick had a back and forth today. And I'm going to play this. Everybody relax.
That President Trump is doing right now, right? That is kind of what it sounds like, because Margaret Brennan is clearly going to show during this interview that she is very, very, very upset with Wall Street taking it on the chin with these tariffs. And again, she is fuming, clearly really mad.
She's mad. She's angry, guys. She's upset. She's mad. She's really, really mad, guys. Just so you know, she's mad. And it's just, this don't work no more. It don't work no more. Like if somebody put facts out there and there's nothing to, no rebuttal. You said the volume low. Give me 1 second. Let me see what's going on. Hold on. There's plenty of volume on here. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. I think I know what time it is. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hang tight. Mic check. Let me know if this is better. Let me see. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Is it still low? Let me see.
Taking it on the chin with these tariffs. And again, she is fuming, clearly really mad.
Did that bring the sound up a little bit? Is that better? Said the mic is good. The video. Why's the video? Oh, man, why's the video still low? All right, hold on. Let me see. Oh, that's so bogus. That's so bogus. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we cooking with grease now. Shout out to the gang, man. We back. 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 Here we go. There we go. There we go. There we go.
That she is losing a lot of money. Take a look.
Did you expect this level of shock in the financial?
Can y'all hear can y'all hear can y'all hear Becky now? Can y'all hear Becky? How Becky coming through? Hey, how Becky coming through? Becky coming through nice and clear now or what? Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. Here we go.
Markets?
Let me get back to the question.
Street taking it on the chin with these tariffs. And again, she is fuming, clearly really mad that she is losing a lot of money. Take a look.
Did you expect this level of shock in the financial markets?
Well, you've got to realize this is a national security issue. I mean, we don't make medicine in this country anymore. We don't make ships. We don't have enough steel and aluminum to fight a battle, right? All our semiconductors are made overseas. So every button we press when we try to start our car or even use our microwave, these are all semiconductors. They're all made elsewhere. We've got to start to protect ourselves, and we've got to stop having all the countries of the world ripping us off. We have a $1.2 trillion trade deficit, and the rest of the world has a surplus with us. They're earning our money. They're taking our money.
Right.
And Donald Trump has seen this, and he's going to stop it. So it is going to be a big change. Of course, it's going to be a big change. But the rest of the world has been ripping us off for all these many years. Donald Trump has seen it. He's spoken about it.
I understand
and he's just
that.
not going to take it anymore. And that's his model.
And that was abundantly clear.
Now, that's just, the deficit rhetoric. Like, we're being ripped off.
During the presidential campaign.
Yeah, fuming. This is fuming mad. This is triggered. This is fuming mad.
How much the president truly believes in tariffs and putting him at the center of his economic policy. But you saw absolute panic in the global markets. Did you expect that, or were you surprised?
No, I think the point is you need to reset the power of the United States of America and reset it against all our allies and our enemies alike. The idea that all the countries of the world can run trade surpluses with America and buy our things with us. Remember, $1.2 trillion. In 1980, we were a net investor, meaning we owned more of the rest of the world than they owned of us.
Yeah, it's a different world. It's a different market.
Now they own $18 trillion of us net. So that means the rest of the world, every year when we run a $1.2 trillion deficit, the rest of the world buys $1.2 trillion of America, and it goes up and up and up. And eventually we're not going to own America, and we are going to be.
Do you understand how silly this is? When Trump come in and be like, we got $1 trillion worth of investments coming from the UAE. We got $40 billion coming in from this country. We got $40 billion in this country. And then you have the Secretary of Commerce saying, if we continue what we're doing, we won't own America. Do you understand how silly this is? Do you know how silly this is to be like, we already got all these foreign companies coming in here to invest in our infrastructure. Only for Howard Lutnick to say, if we keep going down this path, we won't own America. It's like, bro, this
owned by the rest of the world. Imagine if we had a war and we can't build a ship, we can't fly a plane, we can't build our own planes, we don't have our own semiconductors. This is what the president is here to fix for America. It's in his hands, and he wants to fix America. This is his chance to fix America, and we need him to fix it for our children and our grandchildren.
Okay, but for businesses to do what you're doing, because what I hear you laying out there is a plan to reindustrialize the United States and to bring companies back to America.
Yes.
For a CEO to choose to invest.
Well said.
But for a CEO to make those decisions, you know this, they need certainty. They need to know if it costs them more to stay overseas or if it costs them more to move here.
Oh, man. Hey, where Easy at, man? There you go, Easy. There you go, Easy. There you go, Easy. Hey, this is my argument. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know.
So can you give them clarity so that they don't just cut jobs because they're dealing with the cost of these tariffs? Can you tell them how long they're staying in place?
No, he can't do that because that weakens the negotiation, right? And that is the most frustrating part about these interviews from the media, because they're not approaching it from a neutral standpoint.
No, they're not approaching it from a neutral standpoint. All right.
They're approaching it from the standpoint of this uncertainty is causing the stock market to drop.
Yes. Uncertainty causes the stock market to drop. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. Yes. When certain people say certain things, the market starts to front run. The market starts to predict. The market starts to, that's the truth. It's not the bias. That's what I'm saying. Like, yes, bro, what are we talking about? Anyways, moving right along, man. The mental gymnastics that people have to do to go around basic economic principles is insane.
AKA the richest of Americans are losing the most money right now. Okay. And apparently she's a part of.
And now Republicans are against rich people now.
The richest of Americans who are losing money, because that is the only explanation for why this seems so personal to her, right? The way she's speaking to Howard Lutnick is disrespectful, and it seems personal. Right?
It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. She asked. This is not going to work. Hey, listen. Let me tell y'all, right? Easy said he got a point. Tariffs won't work if you simply say it's going to stop this day. Right. But here's the thing, right, is that Trump has turned them on and turned them off. All right. Trump has put month out. Trump is doing exactly what you said. And this is the frustrating part with the MAGA hats, is that like they don't even have a memory. Like, this was just last month. He was like, okay, the tariffs are off. Okay, we're talking. All right, so we're going to turn the tariffs off. We got an agreement. Now we don't have an agreement. You know what I'm saying? Yes, the tariffs won't work. Easy. You're right. You're right. You are right. All right, you're right. All right, he got a point. Yeah, no, he don't got a point. The only way he can have a point is if Trump actually stood on these fucking tariffs. All right. Nah, she's not being disrespectful at all, man. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is not going to work. All right. This is not going to work. The same way the left can't use, LGBT part, that it's not going to work. The same way the shame is not going to work. Pretending that somebody's being disrespectful by talking with straight, you know what I'm saying, points and it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Like you can put whatever you want on the title, whatever you want, it's not going to work. All right. It's not going to work.
Right. Her anger and her rage over the stock market losing a few percentage points, which again, in the grand scheme of things, if you look at a long-term chart of the S&P 500, okay, you're talking about.
And this is another foot that the MAGA heads are putting. This is another foot that the MAGA red hats are putting in their mouth, right? Yeah, she's rage. That shit don't work no more, right? Now look. Hey, now look, I've been seeing this, right? Now, if you pull up the last 5 years, whose economy is that? Whose economy is that? The last 5 years. You can don't be ashamed. You can put in the chat. We could be honest here. We could be honest here. All right. We can be honest, put it in the chat. This the information. This is what they saying right now. This is what they putting out right now. This is their talking point right now. It's okay. Just go ahead and put it in the chat. Hey, listen, put it in the chat. The last 5 years, if we're gonna go off the last 5 years and talk about that being progress, well, let's give the credit to, whose economy was that? Somebody said the big guy. Hey man, listen, this just, this right here is real popular even on X. People like, everybody's freaking out. Just zoom out. They do that with crypto too. Zoom out. Zoom out. And then it'll be like, okay, well, whose economy? Whose economy was this? Ruh-oh. That you gotta loosen up that red. You gotta loosen up that MAGA cap, man. You gotta loosen up that MAGA cap. You gotta loosen up that MAGA cap, man. Gotta loosen up the. We got American man here. He. Hey, listen. Nobody. Listen. The man, and this is what I'm saying, man. Like, if you present this in a way where you show people that this is a controlled demolition, and this has long been predicted that the whole system got to be taken down and redone, right? It's the gaslighting while doing it. It's the, oh no, this is fixing shit. It's like, nah. I understand that we're having the sheep conversation. All right. We're having the sheep conversation, but we want to talk about this. We're gonna have the. I'm gonna give y'all the live stream y'all want tonight, but not right now. Fuck that. Not right now. All right. Not right now. As we proceed, we zoom out. All right. We can't be doing bad. Look at this. Just zoom out. Let's go.
Somebody that is close to retirement or retiring, if you've been in the market for the last 5 years and you've been in the S&P 500, you're still up over 80%.
Yeah.
And if you've been invested for the last 20 years, since 2000, you're up over 500%.
Yeah. Don't even count inflation. Don't even count. And the thing is, man, this whole movement is not a healthy movement. This is bailouts. This is infrastructure packages. This is stimulus packages. This is quantitative easing. Like, this is not a healthy curve. And this, again, this is the reset that we got to go back to. We got to go all the way back. See that green line? See that green line? Somebody said, yeah, intervention on steroids. Yeah, man. Yeah, we got to take profit one day, but you know, it is what it is, man.
In terms of just nominal dollars, right? In real returns, you're up over 250%.
How old were you in the year 2000, right? So if it's like, if you was in the S&P 500 25 years ago, you'll be all right. if you was in the S&P 500 2.5 decades ago, you'll be all right. Yeah, we is with the banks with the tanks. You already know what time it is. Banks with the motherfucking tanks. If you would have invested 25 years ago, you'll be okay. Well, yeah, if you wasn't in second grade, if you wasn't fucking around with Pokemon cards, you'll be all right now. If you wasn't fucking spending your money on tech decks, you'll be all right. That Game Boy Color is worth $20,000 now. You didn't put it in the right market. You didn't put it in the right market. All right? It's your fault. It's your fault. Okay? This is your fault. All right? You have nobody to blame but yourself. Yeah. It is what it is, man. Everybody relax, man. These arguments, man, I fuck with it, man. I fuck with it, man.
Adjusted for inflation, right? So, I mean, this percentage point drop right now, again, is not destroying people's retirement, right? Let's be real.
Uh-oh. We got somebody trying to do it. I thought capitalism equals racism. I don't understand why black people aren't celebrating seeing the racist capitalists being injured. I'm genuinely asking. Capitalism doesn't have anything to do with racism. Why do you think capitalism and racism are correlated together? White people literally move jobs away from white people to make more money. White people literally come out and say, we rather have Indians, while pushing America first. White people literally abandon white people to make money. What we talking about? You must be new over here. You gotta be new. It must be the title. We must got a black conservative. I'm not a liberal. Surprise, surprise. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a leftist. No, I think this a black person, but he's used to talking to black people from a victimhood narrative where it's like, I thought money was, you know. I know. That's what I'm saying. That's nonsense, as widely said amongst blacks. So I'm asking a genuine question. Like, so blacks, are you white? Yeah, this is a white man. This is definitely a white man. Are you a foundational white American? Why do you think that blacks, why do you think that blacks, why are you, okay, he is black. Okay. I kind of knew that. I know the talking points. I know the talking points. You said American man named white. I don't know. But when you say blacks, why do you think that blacks are just incapable of understanding capitalism? Is that why you interact with black people you don't know as if they're all the same? That's what I want to know. Like, why would you come here and assume that, like, I would correlate capitalism with racism? That's what I want to know. Is that like a you blacks? You blacks. No, yeah, capitalism trumps racism and nationalism. Capitalism trumps nationalism as well. Capitalism trumps nationalism and racism. Oh, you said I wasn't target. This is a whole different crowd. I don't know if you knew over here, but this is a whole different crowd. You probably used to going into it with Tariq Nasheed types and stuff like that. Like those people are easy to find online, you know. But I'm here to tell you right now that all black people don't believe the same things. All right, I know it's strange, I know it's weird, you know, but you know, black conservatives aren't the only black people who are capable of thinking outside of racism. You know, surprise, 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 surprise. Conservatives don't have the monopoly on black people talking outside of racism. Surprise, surprise. Anyways, yeah, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel as we proceed. 95% voting Democrat speaks the same thing. Let us be honest. You think black people vote for Democrats? Why? Oh man, dang! I can have so much fun with this. I can have so much fun with this, but I got a live stream to do. I'll drop the link later if you want to chop it up. All right, you know, I feel like arguing with the spirit of Rush Limbaugh tonight. Yeah. We go. Let's go. Look at Jago. Jago said, nah, we got to get past it. We got to get past this angry, fuming woman asking questions.
Okay, they're exaggerating. Absolutely exaggerating. Okay. Now, again, it's not destroying people's retirement, right? Let's be real. Okay, they're exaggerating. Absolutely exaggerating. Okay. Also, on top of that, if you're close to retirement, you probably should not have 100% of your portfolio in stocks. Probably not a good idea, right? Maybe you should have, you know, some more bonds, right? Some more fixed income investments, right? Because I mean, hey, that's where the traders are going, right? The traders. And what I mean by the traders, I mean Wall Street, because they're not investors. No, they're speculators, right? The speculators.
Yeah. Speculating on what? On certainty.
Are upset because there's not enough certainty for them. But Main Street,
exactly. There we go. He not told. That's what I'm saying, man. A lot of these people, they know better. It's not certain. He put quote unquote certainty. No, speculators on the market are speculating what is certain. It's not quote unquote certain. All right, certainty. All right, these people playing dumb like a motherfucker, man. But I love it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go, man. Yeah, he seemed more emotional about this than her.
Street is buying, right? Main Street is saying, wait, hold on now. Stocks are on sale. I'm a long-term investor. Ultimately, at the end of the day, in the long term, this is likely going to work out better for this country, okay, to get better trade deals. Let me go ahead and pour some more money in the stock market. Stocks are on sale, and they're probably going to get cheaper, right? We're witnessing deflation happen before our very eyes, okay, in the stock market. So I'm just saying that ultimately, again, the people who are the most upset, the Democrats, okay, the liberal media, the liberal elite, they're mad, okay, because the rich aren't getting richer. And that
now again, I done played Ben Shapiro. I done played all the Republicans who just not on board. That's another thing too, right? And that's why I'm doing this live stream tonight, because Thomas Sowell is damn near going viral for his views on the tariffs. And none of these black conservatives who speak on economics and stuff like this, they like Thomas Sowell's word has been law, bro. You know, Thomas Sowell has been like the law of the land when it comes to black conservatives. All right. And for some reason, like I went looking, nobody is saying that. So we gonna get to that later. We're gonna get to that later. But the fact that they like bypassing Thomas Sowell and a few other people on the right, because like I said, tariffs are largely a liberal idea. All right, taxing the rich for doing big business. All right, that's what this shit been. All right, if we go through history, the only person who implemented tariffs was a Republican who actually is responsible for a crash through the tariffs that he put in place. All right, it is what it is. I'm not, listen, this is the whole, we got to tax them. Carbon credits, that's what tariffs turned into. They just turned it into carbon credits and all the rest. The liberals rebranded tariffs, He said, I like Thomas Sowell. What's his take on the tariffs, though? We're going to get to it. He's been anti-tariffs since the 70s. I found clips of him talking about tariffs all throughout the 80s, even with Ronald Reagan. We going to talk about this shit, man. Look at this. Tariffs incentivize the producers of jobs to build manufacturing in America. in the USA, as opposed to paying for shipping their products into the country. Why don't people get this? All right, so again, man, the logistics does not override it doesn't override the difference in labor. Why don't y'all get this? 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 You have to override labor costs, all right? Otherwise, they're not going to do it. And if it was that simple, if that was the problem, they would do it already. The market would have been chose American manufacturing. Yeah, another tariff cage match. Let's go.
The middle class, that the working man, okay, is getting some relief. Okay, again, who do not benefit from the inflation in the stock market, right? They don't benefit from that. Okay, so they're not being hurt by the deflation in the stock market that's happening right now, but they are benefiting from the fact that because all of these investors have decided to run to government bonds, that yields are declining. And when yields decline, that means that borrowing costs, capital costs for consumers.
Oh, you know what? I believe he did. He came from the financial sector. I don't know his real name. Black Conservative Perspective. This dude came out of the banking sector. He did.
Go down. Okay. You have gas prices also going down. The price of eggs are going down. Energy prices going down. These are things that are going to help out the American people. Okay. When interest rates are lowered for mortgages, that means that more people are going to be willing to sell their homes. Okay. Because they're not going to have to deal with refinancing at a significantly higher interest rate that, again, makes it unattractive to do that. And then you're going to have more buyers able to purchase homes because they can actually borrow money to go and get a home, right, at a reasonable rate.
The problem with that is Jerome Powell and the Fed, they not budging. The stock market going to have to go way down before they do that. So before they start touching the interest rates, they're going to have to go way down. I think I'm going to tell you how this kind of kicked off too, because I remember Trump was like, I'm going to tell them to lower the interest rates. I'm going to tell, as soon as I get elected, I'm going to tell them to lower the interest rates. Yeah, Powell ain't budging. So this is like I'm fucking with it. I love this movie. This movie, the way it's playing out, I love it.
These are things.
Hit the like button.
That are actually going to help get the economy going. Small businesses are going to be able to borrow money at a cheaper rate as well, too. That is the type of victory that President Trump is trying to deliver to Main Street. So Wall Street temporarily has to take a hit, okay? And that is the whole point of the quote-unquote chaos and uncertainty, which is why Howard Lutnick would not be smart to come out here and to tell this anchor what's going to happen for sure, because that goes against the actual plan, right? The chaos is the plan, because out of chaos, deals start to unfold. Okay. But you need the chaos.
So far, we're going to talk about this later, man. Like, trust me, this going to be a long live stream. Fuck.
In order to maintain the leverage in the deal, right? And for whatever reason, again, these people don't understand that they're dealing with somebody, a president that wrote the art of the deal, and it would be unwise to bet against him. So without further ado, let's get into this.
So when three of the president's other economic advisors who are on other networks today say that 50 different countries have been calling the White House to try to talk about the tariffs, what does that mean? Because that makes it sound like there is a negotiation, which is different from saying the tariffs are permanent.
Uh-oh.
Well, what it shows is that all these countries know that they've been ripping us off, and the day has come for that to end. Now, the problem is, it's not just tariffs. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, Vietnam said they'd like to be 0-0. Remember, Vietnam sends us $120 billion worth of goods every year.
Yes,
and
cheap
we send
manufacturing.
them about
Yes. Nike and all of them are in Vietnam. So again, this is not Vietnam. These are American corporations. And so again, it's almost like they frame this incorrectly. You know, it's almost like if they frame this incorrectly to say, yes, this is Vietnam doing this. You know, this is Vietnam doing, but it's like we send them. Meanwhile, again, I showed y'all the exchange rate between the American dollar, the US dollar versus the Vietnamese dong. All right, it's $1. One of our dollars is 24,500 of their dollars. It's like again, it's just, I love it though, because the MAGA hats, they like, yeah, Vietnam's doing us in. It's not Nike. It's not the American companies that went over there to get the cheap labor. It's not them. It's Vietnam, But I love it though, man. I love it though. It's proof that these countries are ripping us off. Yeah. Hit the like button as we proceed, man. Hit the like button as we proceed, man. As soon as a black person doesn't agree with the group think of blacks, he's obviously a conservative. Making that statement proves someone is a Democrat. Bro, you got to be new over here, man. That left right paradigm bullshit. That shit wild, man. That shit wild, man. Yeah, that shit wild, man. Well, I tell you, man. The American public is cooked. I don't agree with the groupthink of blacks. I don't agree with the groupthink of whites. I agree with the groupthink of me. That's what I agree with. All right. Making that statement automatically proves you're a Democrat. It's like, no, I'm not a Democrat. All right. I appreciate you being over here, man. Don't cry too much, man. Don't be crying too much, man. Your boy brought the Democrat Republican shit over here. Lord have mercy. As we proceed.
$12 billion. Wait, we send them 12.
Don't time nobody out. Let me say that. Y'all know how we get down. I know I ain't got to tell y'all, but let them rock. Okay, he said he's not directing it at me. Who in the chat getting on your nerves, man? Don't block them. Let them rock. Let them rock. Let them rock. And whoever else too. It's probably gonna be a whole lot of new people popping up over here. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Yeah, everybody relax. Everybody relax. Let's go.
billion. So it's not the tariffs. It has nothing to do with tariffs. If they went to 0-0, they would go to 200 billion with us. We need to stop the ripoff, and 0-0 is the way.
I
to
know,
make
but we
a
don't have
more
0-0,
of a
sir.
ripoff. We
don't have 0-0 actually, because when we saw the president stand in the
Look,
Rose
that's a fact. That's not funny.
Garden holding up that chart that you helped make, that wasn't actually tariffs. That was actually confusing to investors because it was some kind of other formula.
Yeah, the difference in deficit is not a tariff. And you know, I've been watching the red hats defend this for like 5 days now, you know, and I think this is the first person that brought it to him like, hey man, like, you know, that's not the tariffs, right? Like that's not even the tariffs that y'all brought in front of the American people. It's some made up ass shit y'all did, you know? And yeah, they have to like defend this type of shit.
And the countries themselves seemed kind of random. Like, why are the Heard and McDonald Islands, which don't export to the United States and are quite literally inhabited by penguins, why do they face a 10% tariffs? Did you use AI to generate this?
Damn. And you know what? I got to give Black conservative perspectives. I got to give him props for not trying to defend this shit because hey, I heard some arguments about this. Yo, people was like, people was making arguments like, yeah, but still, it's everybody, you know, across the board. It doesn't matter if nobody lives there or not, you know. It's like, and that is what will happen if you put in the countries of the world, and that's the type of prompt it wouldn't leave out any countries. It will put every country in the data. You know, it would put every country in the data. You have to put a prompt in there like exclude the smaller countries, you know. But this AI would do something. This is like an AI mistake, like a motherfucker, man. I got to give him props. He didn't try to defend this shit.
No. The idea is
why are they on the list?
Left off, because the idea, what happens is if you leave anything off the list, the countries that try to basically arbitrage America go through those countries to us. Any country, like we had tariffs, the president put tariffs on China, right, in 2018. And then what China started doing is they started going through other countries to America.
Right.
They just built through other countries through America. And so the president knows that, he's tired of it, and he's going to fix that. So basically he said, look, I can't let any part of the world be a place where China or other countries can ship through them.
Like again, and that little country is out in the middle of nowhere. So that would be a logistics nightmare to send stuff there and then send stuff to the United States. Like, it still doesn't make any sense. It still don't make any sense. Like I said, like some kind of arbitrage with some kind of weird, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah. Nope.
So he ended those loopholes, these ridiculous loopholes. And now what he's trying to say is, I'm going to fix the trade deficit of the United States of America. It's a national security issue. We need to make medicine. We need to make semiconductors. Yes. We need to make ships. We need to have steel and aluminum. Come on. We need the greatness of America to actually be built in America. And he's tired of getting ripped off by the rest of the world.
Okay.
Facts. It's really that simple. Okay. It's so funny to me because the liberal media frames Trump's tariffs, right, which are based off calculations from the Trump administration.
How did they come up with the tariffs? How did they come up with the tariffs that other countries have on us?
Okay. It's so funny to me because the liberal media frames Trump's tariffs, right, which are based off calculations from the Trump administration.
Oh my God, man. Yo, listen, man. Yo, this movie, it does have a comedy element. You know, it's like, yeah, these are Trump's own tariffs. These aren't the actual tariffs. These aren't the actual tariffs. These are Trump's tariffs. You know, wow.
And people were like, oh, they're not actually reciprocal because they're charging all of these countries more than they actually tariff us. So this is not reciprocal. And it's like, yeah, he's starting from a maximalist position. This is how negotiations work. You don't go into negotiation telling people, hey, I'm willing.
Let me tell y'all something. This is not a maximus. This is not a maximum position. All right. If you put a 35% tariff on a good, right? And again, the labor difference is fucking 4 to 5 times, 4 to 500%. It's just this is not the tariff's going to go up from here. If people don't fold or try to negotiate or say bend the knee or whatever, the tariff's going to have to go up. This is not a maximalist approach. Like 35%, 50%. It sounds high, but man, the labor is so cheap, bro. It's multiples above that shit.
To negotiate, right? I want to come to a deal. No, you come into negotiation saying, these are my terms, this is what I'm doing, kick rocks, right? That's what you do. Okay. And then you let people come to you begging and pleading, hey, please take this off. We know that you're serious. Okay. We will drop all of our trade barriers, which is what you want. Okay. That is the ideal situation. And that's why I'm saying. And
then we won't generate any tariffs to replace the income tax. All right. Then we won't have we're going to have to be running a surplus on tariffs if they want to use the tariffs for what they say they're going to use tariffs for.
This freak out is so premature. Like, it's crazy to me because it's like, in my opinion, there are countries that they're not gonna be able to survive the tariffs that are put on them, right? This is why you do it from a maximalist position, because they don't have room to not negotiate. They have to come to the negotiation table.
Easy. He got your hat on tonight, Easy. He got your Easy. He got your hat on tonight, Easy. Hey, he got your these countries that managed to survive with nothing already are gonna be they're gonna scream uncle before us over here. All right, the egg people, the people who cried over eggs are gonna cry uncle first. We're gonna see.
Or else their countries will be severely damaged, right? Not having access to the U.S. market, right? And the liberals, the left will try to pretend and say, oh, it's just so easy for them to just trade with other countries like China and all these other great countries that are not nearly as big as the United States of America when it comes to market size.
And the market size being that the dollar being the world's reserve currency. All right. The world's reserve currency. Our market size is global based on the way we push dollars into other markets.
Right? That's what these people don't understand. We have the largest market in the world. Okay? Everybody wants US dollars. So if they can't get access to our market, they're not going to make up for it they're just going to sell more to China. Right?
And Europe, again, they already have companies that are banned from doing business in America that are doing just fine. I can't wait. I want to see it. Thomas Sowell said we go down with the ship. Thomas Sowell said we go down with the ship. Thomas Sowell said we go down with the ship. We go. Hey, don't worry. We're going to get to Thomas Sowell. Everybody hit the like button. As we proceed.
Per capita, China can match the United States consumer. They can't. Yeah, they have a large population, but their GDP per capita is only $13,500, which means they're not going to be able to afford.
Which means most of the business going on in China is our business. Which means the most of the money that the reason again, Easy, this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Which means the majority of the money is ours. Those are our industries on their land. I'm telling you, man. Hey, I'm telling you, man. Hey, I'm telling you. That's why I'm trying to explain to you with the GDP shit, man. That's our shit.
Or to pay the same prices that U.S. consumers pay for these foreign products, right? So again, it's not going to be as easy as, well, other countries will just trade with each other and the United States will lose. That's not how it works. If they refuse to negotiate, if they refuse to come to the table, then everybody loses, right? And when you come to the negotiating table and you are willing to just let everybody lose and say, you know what, screw everybody, if nobody wants to capitulate, then that gives you maximum leverage because everybody knows, okay, this dude is actually crazy.
I don't know, man. I actually agree with him on this. I actually agree with him on this, that everybody goes down. Everybody goes down again with the stances that Trump has taken with Europe, with Russia, with China, Africa. I agree that if we can't have it, nobody can have it. The white man way. Oh my bad, not the white man way. The the American way. Hey, if we can't control it all, then damn it, fuck it all. Yeah, the banks with the tanks way. Oh yeah, the banks with the tanks. Hey, yeah. And you know what? We ain't even talked about the World Economic Forum. We ain't even talked about the Bank of International Settlement. We ain't even talked about all these. These people ain't even stepped in yet. I think, hey, easy. I think y'all might be underestimating the banks with the tanks, bro. Hey, y'all might be underestimating the banks with the tanks. Yeah, the International Monetary Fund. Hey, I think. Hey, easy. I think y'all might be. Hey, all right. Hey, we gonna open the panel up tonight. We gonna have that conversation tonight. All right, we might leave a lot of people with the left-right paradigm talk and all the rest of that shit, but we gonna go to the them people. All right, then we gonna see who gonna be at the table bending the knee. All right. We gonna see who's gonna come to the table. Hey, we gonna see if the International Monetary Fund, the World Economic Forum, we gonna see if they bend the knee to Trump's demands. You know what I'm saying? We gonna have that conversation. We gonna go ahead and just have the conversation. All right. Said these tariffs are a world economic directive. Bro, but that's what I'm saying. They have the solution for this shit already. And I promise you, it's not to take down, we gonna talk about that shit. We're gonna talk about that shit. We gonna jump off the deep end. Yeah, we gonna jump off the deep end. All right. We gonna do that tonight. We gonna do that tonight. All right. But for now, we got to go through puppet news, sheep news to see, you know what I'm saying? What, because this is the rhetoric, this is the lingo, this is the language that's being put out. This is the divisive back and forth, red team, blue team talk. But we gonna go off on the deep end. All right. We gonna get to the 5% of the conversation later on. But we gotta, hey, listen, we gonna get into it. Let's get it.
He will just let everybody get destroyed unless he gets his way. They have to fold because everybody doesn't want to be destroyed, right? That's what's going on here. Okay. So that's why, you slap tariffs on everybody, right? And you say, hey, it's reciprocal based off the fact that you have this much of a trade surplus with us. And what we want to eliminate is the trade surplus. And then you use that in order to get down to the position that you actually want is lower tariffs across the board, because lower tariffs across the board is going to help domestic manufacturing.
Now, I want to say this too, because Anton Daniel said something in the last live stream, right? And he said, we made China into a superpower. Now, if we put a zero trade barrier where China is able to do business directly with us and the way we do business with them, you think China is just going to remain stable? You think they won't just catapult to the moon after if they had truly free trade, no barriers? Do you think China is going to be under us, that's the other thing too. Why do they act like they? Man, we gonna get into it. We gonna get into it. We gonna get into that shit, man. Yeah, it's gonna build these other countries up faster.
Right? That's the point. Okay, that's the point. And you also try to reorder trade in a way that is more favorable towards the United States of America, which that's ultimately what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do. So no, the Trump administration can't just come out here and say
anybody who thinks that a country who has a currency that's 1/25,000th of ours is taking advantage of us is crazy. You know, it is what it is. Let me get out of here, but you know, shout out to Black Conservative Perspectives. I might try to get him over here and see if he want to get into the tariff cage match. See if he want to get to the tariff cage match. You know, I'm gonna reach out to him. Where do we want to go? Here we go. We got Tatum. Let me see what's going over here. Where is that? He ain't said nothing recent with the let me see. Hold on. Where was it? Okay. So this is the most recent one. Here we go. This one they lied about the Honda plant. See, that's exactly why I want to play this. Let me see.
Tariffs work.
Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. So see, they don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe it. China taking advantage of us. They cheating us out so bad. They have to watch. China has to like money launder and wash money in the United States because let me get out of there. I'm out of there. Let me get out of there. So this Officer Tatum, man, my favorite black conservative. All right. With a close second is Anton Daniels, but Brandon Tatum is my favorite black conservative. All right. He was the only person who came out and told us about the conservative freak-off parties. All right. He was the only person that came out and said, hey, man, you know, the conservatives and the Republicans, they having orgies. They sleeping with this person, that person. You know, he really let us know how lit the right is. And I gotta, you know, shout out to Officer Tatum, man, because, you know, a lot of them, they wasn't being honest about how, you know, they wasn't being honest, you know, but Officer Tatum came out and said, you know what? Officer Tatum said, man, hey, we might have to revisit that. You know, the conservative freak-offs. But yeah, man, the MAGA freak-offs going crazy. And I appreciate Officer Tatum, man, because, you know, if I'm ever outside and I'm at, you know, I've never been more motivated to go to, you know, a conservative convention and, you know, gallivant around, you know what I'm saying? Like now I'm looking forward to the next, you know, conservative convention over here. He said no blacks allowed at the MAGA freak-offs. Bullshit. 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 Well, MAGA is segregated, right? So you got to go to the black MAGA parties. You know they have them black conservative conventions. That's where you got to go. You got to go to the color side of the Republican Party. It's segregated. You know, yeah, you're right. It's segregated. You got to go to the black conservative one. All right. hey, it is what it is, man. The cost of being a black MAGA, man, it's hey, man, it's a don't be mad with me, man. Hey, don't be upset with me, man. It's a segregated. It is, man. I ain't arguing with y'all niggas about that. Y'all know that shit's segregated. Y'all know that shit's segregated. Type in black conservative. Motherfuckers be happy to, you know. We're black conservatives. We're against identity politics. We're against identity politics. As a black conservative, I'm against identity politics. It's always about identity politics, you know, like, yeah. I'm so glad I don't have to play these stupid ass games and shit. Like, what? As a black conservative, I don't participate in identity politics. Okay, black conservative. But anyways, Brandon Tatum posted this. He said, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just revealed proof that Trump's tariffs are delivering results. You know?
And President Trump is proving that every single day when new companies from around the world are pledging to invest billions of dollars in the United States of America.
So again, we just heard Howard Lutnick, right? Howard Lutnick, the guy who was the only person who survived out of his company, but all his employees died in 9/11. And then he stopped their payments and insurance policies and shit. We just heard him say that, you know, we won't own America. All right. Yeah, separate but equal freak-offs. Yeah. All right. You know, separate but equal freak-off. Yeah, one fourth, 3/4, the 3/4 freak-offs. But so far we got Honda investing, Taiwan invest. This the America first. We got Hyundai investing
in our workforce. Today, we had Hyundai announcing $20 billion in American investment, $5 billion in the great state of Louisiana to build a steel plant. Why?
I think Eli Lilly is an American company.
Because President Trump has implemented a 25% tariff on steel. And he has told companies around the world that America is open for business and you won't face
the Stargate project. I think SoftBank, Oracle just went public, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what's his name, the Open AI guy. That's Elon Musk competitor. I remember when Elon said that they don't have the money. Nobody said nothing. I remember when Elon said, put a one in the chat if you remember. Elon said, man, they ain't even got the money. Sam Altman, there we go. Sam Altman, Elon said, man, they don't even have the money. And Sam Altman had a really good comeback though. I can't remember what it was. He clowned the shit out of Elon, but yeah. Elon said, man, they ain't even got that money. And again, that's what made me start looking at these announcements funny, because announcements aren't deals. Announcements aren't deals. And when you look at these deals, it'll be like over the next 8 years, these are 5 to 8 years. It's like, I agree with some people who be like, man, that's just to like keep you off their ass for tariffs. You know, yeah, hit the like button as we proceed.
Any tariffs. If you bring your production to the United States, you will have low taxes, low energy costs, and you will have the best workforce in the world. You will hire American workers. And so every single one of
the future of manufacturing is automation. The future, and that's another thing, man. It's just like, oh man, we got to talk about something else too, man. We got to talk about something else too, because I didn't save that video, man. Somebody was talking about that China is already ahead of the game with automation and shit. That they already got the factories switching over from automation and shit. I mean, to automation, I'm tripping, you know. It's American robots, not tether robots.
these investments, the
illegal immigrant robots.
American people need to understand this is more money coming into your community. This is your hometown where you grew up that has been shuttered because globalists have sold you out, reviving again. Factories where your neighbors are having good paying jobs, where more money is going back into your pockets.
This is a pipe dream. This is a pipe dream, man. This is a pipe dream. This is a pipe dream, man. I'm sorry. Hey, listen, I it's a pipe dream, man. But I had to post this because I want to. The reason why I'm posting this is because, like, people are, the black conservatives are they just overlooking Thomas Sowell's input on the tariffs. You know, they just overlooking them. You know, so here come Anthony Brian Logan, right? Anthony Brian Logan says one of the big differences between liberals and conservatives is that conservatives understand that the economy can only survive on productivity and not simply consumer spending and debt that liberals love to rack up. Now, again, you know, the left-right paradigm shit, man. You know, the left loves debt, the right loves debt. You know what I'm saying? Like, business credit is huge on both sides. To make, you know, consumer spending a liberal thing is just retarded at best, you know. But the other side of this, that survive off productivity. The economy based on productivity. Now, this is where I question people like, are you even alive? Are you even alive? Like, China's economy is production based. Do you want America to be like China? Vietnam has a production based economy. I don't want America to be Vietnam. All right. All these places that have a production-based economy, I don't want that shit. I don't want to live in a production. I don't want that shit. Sorry, you know. I don't want that shit. You know, Razik said they just can't step outside the left-right paradigm. I don't want that. Look at Easy like, bro, we do want to be like that. I'm good, fam. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? No, thank you. No, thank you. All right. No, thank you. It is what it is, man. But you know, So people don't understand that our number one export is the US dollar. All right. And the fact that we get to spend it the best, we get to use it the best. All right. We get to have the best time with the US dollar, you know, it's just why? 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 Yeah, hit the like button as we proceed. As we proceed. So where do we go? I already covered Anton Daniels. I just put him in a thumbnail because he too has not mentioned Thomas Sowell. A lot of these people, a lot of these conservatives, they love Thomas Sowell. I rock with Thomas Sowell too. I told y'all, like, when people bring up Thomas Sowell, I always bring up, all right, Black Redneck, where he explains, all right, where he explains how, you know, Black hood ghetto culture came from white degenerate culture. All right, he did a whole piece on that. All right, and nobody ever want to talk about that. They always leave that out. They just leave that out, man. They always do. But, you know, other than that, it's like cherry picking, you know, cherry picking this and that. And, you know, Thomas Sowell warned us. Thomas Sowell, everything that when we start talking about today, it always turns into, you know, Thomas Sowell warned us about this. Thomas Sowell told us about this. Thomas Sowell, right? And when it comes to Black people, especially, Thomas Sowell is like, oh man, I got to put Jason Whitlock in there because Jason Whitlock be Thomas Sowell and us to death too, you know. But Thomas Sowell, he predicted this. He told us this. Thomas Sowell, but now nobody is talking about Thomas Sowell in this tariff situation. Like now, is Thomas Sowell's information and viewpoint is not valid right now, or what? You know, Roscoe says Sowell tends to cherry pick data too much for my taste, but he does have taste that I agree with. This ain't the time to give pushback for Thomas Sowell. All right, I seen a few hit pieces on Thomas Sowell. A lot of people got hit pieces on Thomas Sowell, but you know, Thomas Sowell is a respected economist. I know y'all want to take that away from him, but you know, he is, you know, respected. He's a respected economist, a respected Black economist. All right. That's what we're gonna do. All right. It's what it is. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. All right. He said Thomas Sowell pro-Black now. Don't shoot the messenger. All right. Do not shoot the messenger. So I just want to show y'all, okay? It's Fox News. All right. This Fox News. This not liberal. Fox News says legendary. All right. Fox News putting respect on his name, all right? Legendary economist says Trump's tariffs could replay devastating history. Now, again, we talking about tons of views, right? Tons of views, right? In fact, this right here, is this the interview? Yeah, we're gonna dive into it. So this right here, right, was the interview that was done by the Hoover Institution. All right, now the Hoover Institution is one of those how do I say this? It's one of those like the solid. What do we call these groups? Yeah, it's a think tank, but it's like a Turning Point USA. They put these things together, and what happens is these where the core ideas and shit come from. You know, yeah, Grandpa Country Group. Yeah, that's that. I was trying not to go that. You know, so I wasn't trying to nacre it up. You know, I wasn't trying to nacre it up. But yeah, these groups are like highly regarded amongst the old side. Yeah, fundamentalists, conservatism. These are the old guys. Like yesterday when I played Ron Paul, and he was talking about the Constitution and all that shit that the MAGA just don't give a fuck about, right? All right, all of that shit, right? These people, they stand on grandpa business. The country is supposed to be ran this way. We don't care about what anybody says. We have to keep the ideals going of the past. All right. We have to. Okay. And what happens is all this shit got taken over by MAGA, by the way. You know, this is why people trying to cry about the judges, you know, Trump is not using the executive branch properly. It got to coincide with the other branches who have equal power and all the rest of that shit. All that shit over with. All right. They haven't realized it yet. So you get these judges that's coming out, and now they said, you know, oh, this is, you know, a violation of this and a violation of that. And you got to send this person back because this person, he has rights. And, you know, but that all that shit over with. Hang it up. All right. Hang it up. But these people, they hanging on for dear life. You know, they are hanging on for dear life. And this tariff thing is really showing the divide between the conservative Republicans and the MAGA crowd, right? So you had Ted Cruz come out and speak against the tariffs. Then you have you had a few other people, Ron Paul, speak out against all the old school conservatives, the town hall crowd, the people that, you know, those guys are hanging on to these institutions and shit, right? So, Thomas Sowell sat down with the Hoover Institution. And when he sat down with the Hoover Institute, now here's something I didn't know. Let me get over here. So the Hoover Institution, right? Now, again, you know, reforming education, because they want to keep these ideas alive. All right. Revitalizing history. You know, this is all like the conservatism type shit, you know, understanding public opinion, you know, confronting and competing with China. You know, this is they like mission statement and shit. But look who at the top. I didn't know this. I did some research and I found this out, man. Condoleezza Rice is at the head of the Hoover Institute, man. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? It said MAGA and Rhino. Yeah, I'll give you that. MAGA and Rhino. Yeah. Condoleezza Rice is at the top of Grandpa Country Education Institution. Uh-oh. Yeah. Get your weight up. Look at y'all. Ooh, look at y'all. A black woman conservative, all right, who actually went up the ranks. Yeah. OG Condoleezza, man. Yo, chill out, Black Sigma. This ain't that, man. You know, I usually say he going Rice over Owens. Yeah, Condoleezza Rice was not like a shock jock. You know, she really is an old school conservative. She kind of fit in with those guys too. With I believe she who was that? That was why am I tripping? Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm tripping. Let me do this real quick. I'm drawing a blank. Who did she step in and replace, man? I can't remember his name, man. I can't remember his name. Damn it. Anyways, but come on, y'all, help me out, man. She stepped in. She replaced what's his name when he left? And then hold on, let me see. Give me 1 second. Powell, yeah, Powell. There we go. Shout out to AZ. Yeah, Powell, yeah. Powell, Colin Powell, yeah. So now you have, that's when Hillary Clinton came in, which was on some DEI shit. That was the first time in history anybody ever held that position. What's Security Secretary? Wait. What was Hillary Clinton's? Anyway, she was the first person in like American history to hold that position without serving in the military. That show you the power of the Clintons. All right. That show you the power of the Clintons. When we start talking about the Clintons, yeah, Secretary of State. When we start talking about the Clintons, you got to understand, like, you got to understand who the people is, man. But anyways, Condoleezza Rice is over the Hoover Institution right now, so I thought that was interesting. But anyways, going back over here, right? You have Thomas Sowell talking about Trump's tariffs. This was on April 1st. This is the day before Liberation Day. Where we got liberated from cheap goods.
What do you make of the present president of the United States and his tariffs?
It's painful to see what a ruinous decision from back in the 1920s being repeated. Now, insofar as he's using these tariffs to get very strategic things settled, and that he is satisfied with that. But if you set off a worldwide trade war, that has a devastating history. Everybody loses because everybody follows suit.
Uh-oh. We're easy at. We're easy at. We're easy at. Everybody loses, easy. Look. All right, see? Everybody loses. Everybody loses. Well, yeah, easy. Everybody loses. Everybody who dresses, man, he in that stage of life where he probably can't maintain weight, man. Don't put the big suit on him, man. That suit probably older than you. So everybody loses. That is the point. Yeah, I agree. The whole thing got to come down. We're going to have that conversation on the new system, but not right now. I don't want to lose. I don't want to have a 5% conversation with, with the algorithm right now. I don't want to have a 5% conversation, Like he said, he's going to clean it up. Are you going to clean up everybody losing? I want to hear it. I'm going to drop the link here in a little bit,
And all that happens is that you get a great reduction in international trade. The other, it's disturbing in another sense. Franklin D. Roosevelt, when he was president in the 1930s, said that you have to try things, and if they don't work, then you admit it, you abandon that, and you go on to something else, and you try that until you come across something that does work.
Now, again, I don't want to have the 5% conversation, but it's not supposed to work. All right? I only have these conversations because I want to hear people explain how it's supposed to work. I do believe this is a controlled demolition of the global economy so they can bring in the new system, and voila, that's my personal view on all this shit. But, all right, but listen, I just want to hear people explain how it's supposed to work. All right, I believe that it's not supposed to work, and this has been the most devastating play to not work. So why, like, if it was like, okay, what do we do to like fuck shit up, right? That's outside the control of the Federal Reserve. It's outside the control. This is probably this is the genius part of it, is like, this is the only thing that could just tear shit down the fastest. This is the most efficient way to wreck this shit. All right. It's not supposed to fix nothing. All right. It's like people talk about jobs coming back and all the rest of that. That shit is for the sheep. You know, that's for the sheep. All for the American people who believe that, you know, the future of manufacturing is human labor with benefits and retirement plans and all the rest of that shit. Out of your fucking mind. All right. Trust me. I know I get frustrated sometimes because I hear people, you know, in the chat, keep talking, like, oh man, these are actors. It's all planned. I know that shit. But my thing is, who believes in it working, and how do they think it's going to work? All right. And that is the conversation that I want to keep it there. But tonight we're going to have the 5% conversation later.
Now that's not a bad approach if you are operating within a known system of rules.
Mm.
But if you are the one who's making the rules, then all the other people have no idea what you're going to do next. And that is a formula for having people hang on to their money until they figure out what you're going to do. And when a lot of people hang on to their money, you can get results such as you got during the Great Depression of the 1930s. So if this is just a set of short-run ploys for various limited objectives, limited in time, fine, maybe. But if this is going to be the policy for 4 long years, that you're going to try this, you're going to try that, you're going to try something else, a lot of people are going to wait. I think what happened in the stock market recently, when things came down substantially for quite a while, and I note that various people are holding on to their money before they do anything, because they don't know where this is going to lead.
And that's why what's his name, with Berkshire Hathaway, all right, he held his money. And Trump still got that on his Truth Social, Yeah, no dementia. He in good health. Shout out to Mika, man. Appreciate that. Said foot on the neck. Yeah, we rocking. Also, man, I appreciate these cash apps, man. I wasn't even paying attention. I got to put my notifications on something. Shout out to the gang, man. Shout out to Vontae. Shout out to, hold on. Where everybody at? I got to refresh the now. Okay, there we go. Shout out to 24 Birds. Appreciate the cash app. Shout out to Quentin for the cash app. Shout out to Razik for the cash app. Shout out to who else? Anyway, I appreciate the tariffs. I appreciate all the tariffs. Thank you. But I want to do this too. Give me 1 second. Let me do this. Make sure we, everybody relax. Hey, everybody relax. Everybody relax. Look at Razik. I know he laughed. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. All right, let's go. Let's go. Here we go. So, okay, here we go. Oh man, shout out to BG. Man, tomorrow did a live stream on BGS. Said Captain Pedestrian calling productive people pedestrians. I'm definitely gonna watch that tomorrow at work. Yeah, calling people pedestrians when they write, that is kind of crazy. BGS got to chill out with that dumbass shit. Like, I'm glad to see people finally call out some of the dumbass shit going on over there, man. That's calling people pedestrians like, I can't talk to you, too dumb. Like, all right, that don't work. Like, come on, man. That don't work. Yeah, everybody hit the like button. Okay. Here we go.
Trade.
Yeah, so here we go. Another economic titan. All right. You got Milton Friedman here, who is Thomas Sowell's. This is Thomas Sowell's sensei. Somebody called him Thomas Sowell's sensei yesterday. Right? So this is what they was talking about back in the gap.
What is that term taken to mean? It's taken to mean that we export more than we import. But from the point of view of our well-being, that's an unfavorable balance. That means we're sending out more goods and getting fewer in. Each of you in your private household would know better than that. You don't regard it as a favorable balance when you have to send out more goods to get less coming in. It's favorable when you can get more by sending out less.
Uh-oh, hold on. Hey, listen, we gotta walk it. We gotta walk it down. Somebody said that's his overseer, y'all wildin'. His handler. Hey. He said these guys should be rich if they're right. Now look, you won't get you won't get no pushback from me on that. I agree. But that's not the premise that they use whenever they quote these guys any other time with economics. All right. Anytime these guys get quoted with economics, I've never heard them say they were unable to gain any type of wealth, but they are right about their. I never heard that. Nobody ever put the nobody ever put the quotes around them and their ability to gain capital. Nobody. All right. So we're not doing that tonight. All right. Any other time they bring up, Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell, I've never heard them talk about what these people actually had. Were they able to? Because you know me. That's how I am. I won't take it financial advice from people who. Two things, right? I won't take financial advice from people who don't have shit, for one. And I don't take financial advice from people who do have shit, but they take monetary losses to women. All right. I won't listen to them either. I remember I was crazy for saying that about Dame Dash. I was like, this nigga got child support problems. Why the fuck is he giving people financial advice? And then next day, you know, he fucking broke. All right, I knew that a long time ago. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you ever heard me say, don't take financial advice from niggas who don't see. First of all, they don't see women as liabilities, and they lose monetarily to women. Like, I don't listen to these niggas. I don't give a fuck. Even if they got $1 gazillion. Even if they got $1 gazillion, if they lose in child support court or they lose they out. All right. If they had to pay a bitch off, because they did some creep shit, they out. You know, don't listen to them niggas. But anyways, moving right along. That's what. So, all right, Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear a goddamn thing about Thomas Sowell. Why should anybody listen to Thomas Sowell? He don't got no. Thomas Sowell never had to have money in the past. All right. He Elon Musk too. Don't trip. I haven't seen him take no loss to a woman yet. In fact, tomorrow I might do a pre-record on that dude who paid that chick all the money up front. That was not a win. I agree with Coach Greg Adams on that. All right. But yeah. And Elon, well, let me get out of there. All right. You just stay on task. All right. We're going to stay on task. Let's go. Tariffs that saves jobs in the steel industry mean higher steel prices, which in turn means fewer sales of American steel products around the world and losses of far more jobs than they are saved. Easy. What you think about this statement right here? What do you think? What do you think about this right here? Like, saving American steel for the sake of saving American steel and shorting your position on a global market because you take the affordability out of the rest of the world. What do you think about that? We're gonna open up the panel because this is another point that I made too. So
segment 4, trade. Lots of questions about trade, China, the rest of the world. Here's from a Ricochet member who calls herself Midget Faded Rattlesnake. If you read her post, she's highly intelligent and very amusing. I don't know where the name comes from, but here's the question. How much should people really worry about the balance of trade?
Deficit. All right. I just want to keep the language together. The deficits.
Somewhat less than you worry about being struck by lightning.
You shouldn't worry about deficits the same way you shouldn't worry about being struck by lightning. All right. Hey, look, listen, this is what Thomas Sowell said. All right. I want to know why everybody's quiet about Thomas Sowell, man. OG Sowell got to get, how come nobody bringing his opinions and thoughts on this to the forefront? He said you should be concerned about the trade deficits as much as you're worried about being struck by lightning. All right. Which is my point, is that the fact that we can do more trade, all right, it just shows the strength of the dollar is just that much dominant. Our dollar goes way further. Everyone that we should have a trade deficit. And then we get to whip the work overseas and bring back the product, man, and then flip it again. Like, that's I'm trying to fuck it up the trap, man. But again, man, like I said, it's came to an end, man. It came to an end, man. Hey, man, the gang that came in, bust the door down on the trap house, man. We gotta, they done bust the door down on the trap house, man. We got this motherfucker jumping, dog. What Nancy Pelosi said in 96, she said, one Chinese worker is $50 a month. I said, what? What? Come on, man. Come on, man. Man, come on, man. 96. That's when the Jordans had real carbon fiber on the bottom. That's when the 11s had real carbon fiber in the bottom, man. Because the profit margin didn't even matter. You know, yeah, $50 a month what they was paying Chinese workers in 96, man. Whipping the work, man. Whipping the work. They was like, man, what? All these fucking patent leather sneakers and shit like that. Like, yeah, nigga. And then brought it back over here, you know, $125. Yeah, trap booming, trap jumping, moving to work. And then people like, how come how's Michael Jordan a billionaire? How are they able to give out? Nah, it is what it is. Going crazy, going stupid, going crazy. Run that back.
About the balance.
Here we go.
How much should people really worry about the balance of trade?
Somewhat less than you worry about being struck by lightning.
Okay, here's a statistic I heard just the other day. Here's how many cars Korea sells in the United States every year. 500,000. Here's how many cars we sell in Korea every year. 5,000. Why shouldn't we be worried about that imbalance?
I'm not sure why we should. Obviously, if the Americans were Americans forced at gunpoint to buy these cars from Korea?
Uh-oh, supply and demand. Hey, where y'all at, man? I got to ride with Thomas Sowell on this shit, man. I got to ride with Thomas Sowell on this. Don't you think do you think we wouldn't whip the work and sell it to Korea too? Do you think we wouldn't whip the work and sell it to Korea if Korea had junkies around the corner for our shit? Don't you think we would have whipped that shit up, man, and served it to them? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, let's get it, man. Let's get it. That's what I'm talking about, man. Hey, let me find out, man. Let me find out Thomas Sowell a real live hustler, dog. Yeah. Yeah, talk to him.
Clearly not. No. So no problem.
I don't see why third parties should concern themselves about it.
Fuck this, nigga. Fuck this, nigga. If it wasn't a market for fentanyl over here, what you think they'd be having a big time fentanyl business? If Lil Johnny couldn't stop tooting that powder, man, you don't think they would be whipping the work? No, that's the two-way trade right there, man. What are we talking about? What's the trade imbalance on fentanyl? You know? Huh? Yeah. Lil Johnny can't stop tooting that powder, nigga. Yeah, it is what it is. It's demand. Is anybody sticking a gun to ain't nobody sticking a gun to Lil Johnny head telling him to toot that powder? Huh? Look at how he said, my ears, what the fuck? Yeah, look, yeah. And hey, listen, it is what it is. He said we need the patents on fentanyl. Nah, we know. Yeah, the market decides. All right? The market decides. Okay? They like, they like US dollars and we like fentanyl. All right? We like fentanyl. It is what it is, man. You know, it is what it is, man. Yeah.
Okay, you've done it again. You've batted away the question so easily that it leaves me wondering what the argument is on the other side. Why do some people worry about the trade balance then?
Oh, because the argument that they're making is that this is sending American jobs abroad. Now, unfortunately, this argument was made some years ago in 1930. 1,000 economists took out full-page ads across the country saying, do not put up international trade restrictions. It will not increase employment. It will just set off our new round of retaliation. It was one of those wonderful things the media like. It was a bipartisan effort. The Democratic Congress wanted to pass the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, and the Republican president signed it into law. And it was one of the biggest disasters in the history of the country.
Wait a minute. I remember saying that tariffs is a democratic. I remember saying that tariffs are democratic. You know, yeah, people like fit. My bad. The people like to fit. You know, the people do like to fit. But see, now I got to go back. I got to go back and look at this because I'm still hanging on to tariffs are a liberal, anti-free trade, free market policy. I'm hanging on to that shit because, like he said the Democrats put it up, and then the Republican president, signed it. So we gotta. Let me run this back because that might be something I might have to go back and look. Yo, this shit is taking me back to school a little bit.
Retaliation. It was one of those wonderful things of media, like it was a bipartisan effort. The Democratic Congress.
So the Congress who controls the purse, all right? The Congress who controls the purse wrote it up, and then the Republican president signed it. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, we're gonna go back and see if the Democrats put that policy together for the Republican president. We're gonna see if Republicans if the Republicans was fighting against that. Yeah, Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover, the Hoover, I forgot the other, but I'm gonna go back and look into that.
Want to pass the Smoot-Hawley tariffs.
The Smoot-Hawley.
The Republican president signed it into law, and it was one of the biggest disasters in the history.
Let me
of
see.
the country.
Make sure we heard that. Who wrote it up? The what Congress?
It was one of those wonderful things of media, like it was a bipartisan effort. The Democratic Congress wanted to pass the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, and the Republican president signed it into law.
Okay, he said they hold on. Let me see. Sound like he said they wouldn't.
It was one of those wonderful things of media, like it was a bipartisan effort. The Democratic Congress wanted to pass the Smoot-Hawley tariffs.
Oh, they wanted to pass the Smoot-Hawley tariffs.
And the Republican president signed it into law.
Okay, I'll just make it sure.
And it was one of the biggest disasters in the history of the country. At the time, this law, people think that the reason for the high unemployment in the 30s was because of the stock market crash.
Right.
After the stock market crash, unemployment peaked at 9% for 1 month and started downward. It was down to 6.3% before the federal government intervened. It was only after the federal government intervened that the downward movement reversed itself and shot all up over a few years to 25%. So the people who are out there just dying for the government to come in with their solution.
Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Hey, listen, hey, man, that don't sound too conservative. I told you that it don't sound conservative when you want the government to step in. That don't sound too conservative. I'm just saying there's no big daddy government. We got to shrink the government, these oligarchs. You got to get rid of the government this, the government that, Look at this. Here we go. I love it, man. Thank you for coming to the channel, man. The Republicans put up the Civil Rights Bill and the Democrat president signed it. Most Dems were anti-civil rights. Okay, now, what happened to the Democrats who were anti-civil rights? What happened to them? Hey, American man, what happened to the Democrats who were against the Civil Rights Bill? What happened to them? Did they remain Democrats? Yeah, we over here now. Yeah, we over here now. What happened to most Democrats who were against civil rights? What happened? Come on now. Let's have a conversation. I love this. What happened to most Democrats who were against civil rights when civil rights got passed? What happened? I love this. All these old talking points that just people just been just regurgitated. Nobody actually went to go understand like what happened. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Roscoe said most of them stayed Democrats. No, they did not. No, they did not. All right. In fact, I'll tell y'all something. In the documents that just came out from JFK, they showed John F. Kennedy called Joe Biden, what do you call it? He called him a traitor. All right. He called him a traitor. And Mika said they body swapped. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. That's the old, you know, they didn't switch. The parties never switched. They never switched. You know, these parties have been like evolving and moving and switching and flip-flopping for a long time. This is why you have people not understanding that the liberals was pushing tariffs crazily. Like this is I'm standing on it. This is liberal policies. All right. These is policies. He said Biden is a lifelong Democrat. Biden did not switch over. This is why he got called. This is why John F. Kennedy called him a traitor. Yeah, if you don't vote Democrat, you ain't black. The black kids are just as smart as the rich kids. all kind of racist ass shit Joe Biden was saying. You know. But anyways, moving right along. You know. The Dixiecrat Party went back to the Democrat Party. Oh my God. Moving right along. I never met one person that voted for a Dixiecrat. That's not a party. That's not a party. Most Democrats. Let me get out of there. We got to get back. We got to get back to Thomas Sowell. All right. We got to get back to Thomas Sowell. All right. Thomas Sowell preaching the word of straight capitalism. Let's go.
I don't know if they have studied history or not. It was only after the federal government intervened that the downward movement reversed itself and shot all up in a few years to 25%. So the people who are out there just dying for the government to come in with their solution, I don't know if they have studied history or not.
What's the correct way? Here I'm interested in the way to think about the problem.
Fair use. Everybody hit the like button. I don't even know what's going. Hopefully Thomas don't hit me, man. Don't hit me, Tom. I'm on your side this time.
China. There are constant predictions that soon, maybe within a decade or so, the Chinese economy will become as big as ours. So, bigger economy than ours, that sounds in some way something about which we ought to be nervous. On the other hand, there are 14 times as many Chinese as Americans. So when their economy becomes as big as ours, it only means that their per capita GDP will be 1/14 that of ours.
Uh-oh. Easy. Where you at with that GDP shit? Hey, Easy, where you at with that GDP shit, man? Per capita. Hey, Easy, where you at, man? Huh? Even if their economy is the same size as ours, they still have to spread it out over 14 times more people. Hey, what's up, Easy? Well, hey, what's up, Easy? Per capita. Black people make up 13% of the population. They kill 85% of the people. Per capita. Oh, you say you gonna clean it up? Hey, man. Hey, come through, man. Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
So should we be worried about what the
The
growth of
Chinese
China?
should be worried as to why their economy is so far behind that of the United States.
Oh,
All right.
Although I must say their economy is enormously better than it was in the days of Mao,
Right.
and is so as a result of putting in more market, allowing more freedom in the market. Just as in the past couple of years, we're trying to reduce the freedom of the market.
Well, okay, so let me take the United States out of it for a second. At the end of the Cold War, Russia, as we were allowed to call it once again, the Soviet Union ceased to exist. Russia embraced democracy pretty rigorously under Boris Yeltsin. True election to the Duma and so forth, and suffered an economic collapse from which they have never recovered. China embraces the markets to a limited extent, but still a very extensive extent, but refuses to touch democracy, refuses to permit political freedoms, and experiences this period of some 2 decades now of economic growth, unparalleled really for a country of that size anywhere at any point in human history.
capitalism doesn't care.
So what does that tell us about the connection between democracy and economic growth? We Americans like to talk about democratic capitalism as though the two are somehow intertwined. Are they not?
Hit the like button, y'all. Y'all, man, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Y'all, come on, man. Don't disrespect the said, man. Ain't nobody giving old Tommy Tom his just due, man. Ain't nobody giving old Tommy Tom his just due, man. All over the internet, all over social media. Nobody ain't giving old Tommy Tom his just due, man. Yes, send the tariff through the cash out, man. We might have to go to vertical mode, man. This live stream right here. This live stream right here is not happening. All right. Every other warning that, Thomas Sowell put out there has been the law. All right. Thomas Sowell told us if our families aren't like this is where we're going to be in the future. If we don't do this with education, this is going to happen. Now, for some reason, when he put this out there about tariffs, nobody don't want to get out there and regurgitate old Tommy Tom, man. Man, get the likes up. I got to come through for old Tommy Tom, man. I got to come through, man. Yes. Shoot the tariff one time, man. Ain't nobody talking. I would like to see BGS rebuttal to this. I want to see I want to see the rebuttals. I want to see the rebuttals to Thomas Sowell. I want to see him. All right. I want to see him, man. As we proceed, He said he and Dr. Clyde Anderson be cooking. Yep. I did see a video about Clyde Anderson. Who posted that? I forgot who it was, but he was talking about how you could have been isolated from this if you would have had your homegrown economies going on. But that's another thing, Yeah, man, they don't want Thomas Sowell to get his shine on, man. Hit the like button, man. What's going on? American Man said BGS isn't concerned. Listen, man. Hey, man, listen. Hey, listen, man. Hulk said they're gonna blame Keisha for it. Nah. Let's get it. Speak on it, old Tom. Speak on it, Tom. Let's go.
Well, China has proven that they're not inevitably so. There are a lot of things that you have to make an economy work.
Man, where SKC at, man? I know SKC is a devout student of Thomas Sowell, man. What SKC? SKC, man, if you're in the clouds, man, pop out one time, dog. I ain't seen SKC in a minute. I gotta go to his channel. He probably taking a break. Oh, he been hiding? Yeah, I know he rock with Thomas Sowell heavy. I want to see what SKC got to say about this, Oh yeah. Y'all wildin', man.
First of all, you have to allow the market to work. And in Russia, when the new capitalists were simply the old communists who had taken over the industries, you didn't have capitalism in the real sense of the word. You had what some have called crony capitalism. And you had people who disappear off the streets when they, get in the way of what the government wants to do. So it's really
we have that too. That crony capitalism is still on top, especially China. China too. America said SKC ain't been hiding. Where is SK? Well, I haven't seen. Usually, I get his notifications. I haven't seen them. You know. So, somebody said we seeing it with Elon. Yeah, we got crony capitalism, but China got crony capitalism too, man. You know, you make a lot of money in China, man. They might come see you. They might come see you, man.
I think sub-rows of fascism. Fascism being different from socialism in that the private ownership is there, but the government tells people what to do.
And what about?
Uh-oh, that's what we getting. The private, the private citizen owns it, but the government tells you what to do. Hey, let's digest some of this. All right. Let's Thomas Sowell bringing us the information, let's talk about this. Because I said the government shouldn't be able to tell you where you get your products made. The government shouldn't have a say in that. I said that the government should not interfere with your business dealings, especially if it's lawful and legal. All right, I believe that. But now, for some reason, we got, the right is advocating for, the government to set up trade barriers for private businesses to help the this is a slippery slope. This is why I got to give it to him. The only person who could have pulled this off is Trump. Trump is the only person that I think could pull this off. Trump, I don't see no. We're gonna have the 5% talk later when I drop the link, because I don't think nobody else would accept this if under any other conditions. Nobody would accept this. People making excuses for, government to get involved with free trade and shit. Like, nah. Let me get back over here, man. I want to, yikes.
China. Do you believe that they can continue to sustain high economic growth rates without some semblance of democracy, without beginning to open up political freedoms? Can they?
I think they are doing some of that, and particularly as you get larger and larger numbers of people who are successful in the private marketplace and who then begin to have influence, and as the old guard dies out, I think, but it'll be a very slow process. I mean, I wouldn't hold a stopwatch on it.
All right. From China to Europe. Here in the United States, nobody would start talking about the threat to the dollar as a currency if Texas experiences a high growth rate and Michigan experiences high unemployment and manufacturing decline. Nobody talks about that as a threat. But in Europe, we see that the troubles in Greece and Ireland and now Spain and Portugal are being talked about as a threat to the euro. Why?
Because they're trying to create something that a country would create in a situation where you have sovereign states. And so you can't have a common currency and then have each government go off on its own little tangent, because they'll end up in situations where that common currency is threatened because of what someone did in Greece or Spain.
So do you consider the euro untenable over the longer term?
I don't know, but because people can always change their policies, and Personally, I never thought it was such a great idea.
What would you have done instead? Just permit
What they've done for centuries.
all right.
Have each, have
Deutschmark, Lira.
That's it.
All right.
This
Uh-oh. Like, we're going to have the conversation. We're going to have the 5% conversation where we talk about the currency war. Right now, we're looking at it from a market war, a GDP war, and all the rest of this shit. But the last battlefield is going to be a currency war. And that conversation, man, people not even... Only a few of us ready for that conversation. You have to slow walk people into. You got to slow walk people into that. You know. You got to slow walk people into that. You know. He did. He said the Deutsche Mark and all the rest of that shit. Yeah. He said the EU is about to have bail-ins using unused savings and retirement funds for the Ukrainian war bonds. Uh-oh. No, Django, I know. That's what I'm saying, man. I know y'all keep saying that, dog. And I purposely moved the conversation away from that because before we get to that conversation, we have to see this fail first. You know what I'm saying? And then we can get in and, you know, but we got to see this fail first. And in the meantime, I want to see people explain it. But yeah, man, as we proceed, man. Yeah. As we proceed. But that's what I'm saying, Django. The plan is for everybody to be allies amongst each other. As the reset happens, they can all agree on a new world situation. It doesn't happen whenever, you know, we say, let me get out of here. We already had that conversation. We already had that conversation. Let's go.
carries over to the.
We got Milton Friedman.
All right.
This carries over to the terminology we use. I've already referred to the misleading terminology of protection. But when people talk about a favorable balance of trade, what is that term taken to mean? It's taken to mean that we export more than we import. But from the point of view of our well-being, that's an unfavorable balance. That means we're sending out more goods and getting fewer in. Each of you in your private household would know better than that. You don't regard it as a favorable balance when you have to send out more goods to get less coming in.
The China model, the manufacturing model.
It's favorable when you can get more by sending out less. This tendency to concentrate on the productive side of our lives and to neglect the side of consumption is reinforced by the fact that even for the productive side of our lives, the visible effects of tariffs are good. The invisible effects of tariffs are bad, even on the productive side. I have already referred to the steel case.
Man, what year was this? This had to be like, this shit old as fuck.
It's perfectly clear that if you restrict the imports of steel, there are some workers in the steel industry who will have jobs they otherwise would not have. The beneficial effects for them of a tariff is perfectly clear. But if we import less steel, foreigners earn fewer dollars. They have fewer dollars to spend in this country. There are people around the country who will not have jobs, not have productive jobs, because exports do not develop. Here, I should not have to spell this out in great detail here in Kansas. This is a great agricultural state. Agriculture is one of our main, agricultural products are one of our main exports. The harmful effects of steel imports are to reduce jobs in agriculture. But that's invisible. The people who might have been producing goods to sell abroad don't know they might have had that job. So, Out of sight, out of mind. And as a result, on both the side of consumption and the side of producers, you have the concentrated special interest versus the diffuse general interest.
So anyways, let me drop the link. Let me drop the link, man. Hold on. Let me drop the link, man. Let me drop the link, man. SB said capitalism is a zero-sum game. I highly disagree with that. I highly disagree with that. I highly disagree with that. Everybody relax. Yes. Welcome to the Tariff Terror Dome. All right. While everybody get in here, let me see what I got in here. Hold on. Let me see what I got in here. Hold on. Oh man. Oh man. I dropped the link too early, man. Oh, we got General David. What's up?
Put me in the back if it's too early, boy. Put me in the back.
No. We can get to it. I'm gonna run.
I'll mute. Go do what you got to do, man.
All right. Let me run this out the way real quick. All right. Hold on. Man, I knew it was gonna be a long live stream. Man. I knew it. I knew it. I gotta make a whole little list. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get over here to the, let me see. Let me run this real quick for you. Let me run this real quick. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me run this real quick. Man. They acting stupid on here. Hold on. Let me get this out the way real quick. Hold on. Yeah, everybody relax. Let's get this out the way real quick while I go look for something else.
Hello, everyone. This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news about a bigly new product from my amazingly huge brain. This beautiful necklace made of real 9-karat gold featuring Jesus on one side and me on the other. The Donald Trump double cross. No one has been crucified more than Jesus and me. We were both crucified like you wouldn't believe. Many are saying I was even more crucified than him. I was crucified through the roof. Religion and Christianity are the biggest things missing from this country. And now you can celebrate God and me wherever you go. Wear us to church, pin us to your favorite hat, or hang us on the rearview mirror of your exploding Cybertruck. Show on. Everyone loves the Trump double cross, but don't just take it from me. Take it from my good friend, Jesus himself.
You gotta buy this necklace. You gotta.
Thank you, Jesus. The Donald Trump double cross, available for only $99,999. And if you don't buy one, you will go to hell. There you have it. Let's make America pray again. God bless you, and God bless the USA.
Hold on. I see y'all coming in here, but I gotta clean out. Yeah. Oh, somebody said it's blasphemy. Hey man, it is what it is, man. It's funny until you realize it's not funny, man. Like it's funny till you realize it's not funny. Get to my email. Now everybody pulling up. Shout out to AZ Tech for the cash app, man. I appreciate that, bro. Hold on, let me get over here real quick. This it? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Everybody relax. Somebody said the Todd Nightly News. No, it's not the Nightly News. We just gotta run through some stuff real quick, man. We just gotta run through some stuff real quick.
Tesla is not the enemy. Tesla is an American company. Praying peace, prosperity, and protection in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, God's Son. Satan is the enemy, seeking to kill, steal, and destroy our country. Praying wisdom, peace, and protection in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, God's Son. Yes, Jesus loves me.
Oh, man.
Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so. Tesla is not the enemy. Tesla is an American company.
There's not a cult. This is not a cult. This is not a cult. You know. Where do I find it, bro? Y'all know I be in the streets, man. Come on, man. Y'all know I be in the streets. Y'all know I be in the streets. Y'all know I be in the streets. Y'all know I be outside. I mean, I'm outside, bro. Uh-oh, we got Django. We got Easy. We got Complex, Dave. Uh-oh, we got the other Django. Here we go. Here we go.
Everybody pull up. The fuck going on?
You got
everybody pulling up. What the fuck going on?
Is the Red Sea still open? You got to start it with that.
We finna get into that. I was gonna run it by myself, but if everybody could control themselves, man.
All right.
I gotta get to Donald Trump on Air Force One talking about Russia, talking about, why they don't have a deal yet. Hey, y'all was generous giving him to the 11th. I think the people already putting that pressure on him, bro. He already getting that pressure. They asking him on the airplane, like, hey, what's going on? They're like, hey, what's going on? Everybody hit the like button as we proceed. Let me pull this up.
Because I put 50 on him saying, oh man, he's stupid. It was such a great deal. I don't know what the hell. I put 50 on that response.
Nah, not yet. He ain't got there yet. Hold on, let me see. Is this gonna be the one? All right, here we go.
Yeah, that sounds.
I'm sorry about the noise, but it's the airplane. You know what I'm saying? They on the plane with it. Here we go. All right, here we go. Oh, the goal, what's up? The goal says some cult dog shit, y'all. She had the Crusader. She had the Crusader shields and swords and shit too. Yeah. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second.
The Bible tells me so. Yes, Elon loves me. Yes, Trump, he loves me.
That shit is crazy, man. These motherfuckers. I'm telling you, politics is a religion for these white folks, man.
Nah, this shit it get kind of get to that. But that's what I'm saying though. Whenever Trump, y'all don't understand, man. I try to tell people, it's deeper with Trump, man. Like, Biden got his sycophants, you know what I'm saying? The left got but the way motherfuckers like this a savior, bro.
Bro, you said this before in the other stream that he's like Obama to these niggas, and I've been saying this for years. He is the first white president to these niggas, man. He is the first white president, okay?
Yep.
He's the white Obama.
It make me relook at how I even supported any past presidents. Like, was I like that?
Yeah. All right, here we go. All right,
Yeah,
everybody
I'm
relax.
sorry.
Mute up.
Hello, everybody.
After every issue, I'll bring in the comments, but let it rock.
Mr. President, good. Any questions?
How was the golf tournament?
Very good. Because I won. It's good to win. You heard I won, right? Did you hear I won? Just to back it up. Over there, I won.
What's your
I
handicap
like
these
to win
days?
very low. I have a very low handicap. Okay, let's go.
Sir, the Chinese foreign
Back up a little bit.
the Chinese foreign ministry said that the market has spoken when asked about the tariffs. What do you make of
The
that?
market has spoken when they look at the fact that we have $1 billion trade deficit. When you look at the trade deficit that we have with certain countries, way over $1 billion per country. But with China, it's $1 trillion. And we have to solve our trade deficit with China. We have $1 trillion trade deficit with China. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year we lose with China. And unless we solve that problem, I'm not going to make a deal. Now, I'm willing to deal with China, but they have to solve their surplus. We have a tremendous deficit problem with China. They have a surplus of at least $1 trillion a year. I think it's like $1.1 trillion. And I want that solved. And no other president's taken it on. I had to take it on the last time. And then we had a rigged election. No other president's taken it on. And so China is, they say the market's spoken. China is right now taking a big hit because everyone knows we're right.
Now, what y'all think about that? That the Chinese the Chinese ministry said, "Hey, man, the market has spoken." All right, that's why the trade. One at a time.
You let off with this, because I just looked on Yahoo Finance. I clicked on the markets.
Yep.
And I went to world indices. And the Nikkei is damn near 7% down.
Yep.
No. I agree. Everybody going down. I agree. You don't have no argument from me on that.
We're sitting at over 1,000 down on the Dow.
No, the future's gonna be crazy. The future's already going crazy. The future's already going crazy.
It's crazy. And I'm gonna wrap it up with this on the whole China thing. What he is saying, the translation is him saying, y'all was supposed to deposit $400 billion back into the U.S. economy. That's what he's saying. That whole euro dollar market offshore, you're not depositing this shit back into the U.S. so that we can keep this shit perking. But
why do they? But okay, so just to be like friends with us, or like what's the incentive? Like just because he asked?
Well, that's the implied thing. As we run these deficits,
economics don't work like that.
It kind of, to a certain degree, you're right. But when we start getting into long run scenarios, at some point in time, that built up capital has to come back in. That's why you see him rushing to get investments.
So who's building up more capital with the trade? American corporations or Chinese corporations?
That's hard to say, man.
Oh man, come on, man. All right, so who next?
Who's growing faster on the percentage?
I would argue it's Chinese.
China. But we're already so big that our growth is
China's economy is not a threat to, like, come on, man.
It's not it's not a threat to us, like, hey, you can destroy us. It's simply a threat to a unipolar world.
No,
that's not true.
But that's the whole point of this reset thing. But that's the whole point of the reset.
Man, you gotta go to the 5%.
And again, Ty, I've said this a couple live streams. Yeah, well, that's what this ultimately, when you reduce all of this, that's what it leads to.
We never gonna get
that was
shit. We just go have the 5% conversation right now, like.
But these tariffs are horrible.
But what I'm saying is that you have U.S. capital intrinsically tied up into Chinese operations. For example, Berkshire Hathaway at one point owned 10% of BYD.
Yeah, that's how.
You know what I mean?
Tesla's largest
It's like
factories
you got
in
American
China.
capital.
Okay,
Tesla's largest factories in China.
Who made the decision? Who made the decision for BYD not to expand to North America? Was that Berkshire Hathaway or was that the government?
We did. The U.S.
government. Yes,
the government. Okay, so I mean, so is that
that was the government, and as a result of that, Berkshire sold off half of their holdings.
No, and the tariffs is the reason why he sold off.
Exactly, the trade war is the reason why.
Right. So again, like Thomas Sowell
because the government, because the government hindered it.
Yes.
Man, because the way what Thomas Sowell said is people hold on to their money whenever tariffs get talked about and shit.
Yes, and when people hold on to their money, you cannot run a consumer economy on all four cylinders.
Yes.
Correct. That is correct.
Again, like I said, the reason why, American interests or American money in China is not really coming back is because the government is preventing that shit. That BYD investment from Berkshire Hathaway is an excellent example.
No, it's bigger than the American. I'm saying.
Do you think Berkshire
Chinese economy standpoint? Like,
do you think Berkshire Hathaway, right? Do you think Berkshire Hathaway would benefit from BYD expanding to America? And again, hold on, listen. This goes to the trade deficit. What if they start sending that? Then they say they don't sell us our they you know what I'm saying? They don't take our cars. We don't take. Wouldn't that offset this deficit if they was importing Chinese cars, right?
But you have to deal with that type of consumer.
No, I asked a yes or no question.
In the perfect world,
no.
If there wasn't animosity,
in the world that they make these policies based off of, we give them stuff.
Yeah, if they were all into doing this shit.
All right. So in their perfect world, they should be accepting Chinese vehicles, right?
Yes, in the perfect world.
Okay, so in the world that they trying to set up was the trade deficit is so lopsided because they don't do business on the other side, right?
Yeah, they're ripping us off. They're very unfair.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, bro. This is again, man. Like,
you are correct. However, here's the thing.
I can't be correct. However,
trade deals deal with multiple industries, and what we said before is our number one industry is money. What we are looking for is for them to park their money in the U.S. dollar, and when all of this military shit and all of this, hey, we battling at the top shit, that fucked everything up to where that cycle couldn't keep going.
All right. So again, like I said, right back to what I said is that the government is prohibiting Chinese industries from offsetting the balance like they said they trying to do.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. So, I mean.
Yeah, China basically said if you're not going to open up your markets and let us compete in these different type of things, we can't come up with agreement on all these different standards. We can't get into the baskets of currencies we want to. And you add us militarily, then no, we can't keep depositing money in. You are correct.
Like 5 minutes ago. Next, who's next? Who's next? Go ahead, Django. No, wait. Complex pop. No. Okay, yeah, we got General Dave. Complex was the second.
You got y'all go ahead, rock.
All right, so after that we got Django.
I'm trying to get American man in here to talk about the black conservatism. I'm trying to get him to speak his mind on that shit because he came here giving me all the talking points on black conservatism.
He said he's not hitting the link. He already said he not hitting the link.
He said he was gonna hit the link. What the fuck?
You know how that shit go.
Hey, man.
Okay, so let me get to the other Django. What's up, bro? Let me get to Shango.
I put in the back chat why I said capitalism is a zero-sum game, because the gentleman's been an economist from different countries' perspectives, worked with different people, so he's a better speaker than me, but that's why I said it.
I'll check it out.
Check it out when you get the chance, but I really want to get on this black conservative shit too, I'm not gonna lie, because the tariff shit.
Let me get through these
go ahead.
Yeah, if anybody else ain't got nothing economic to say, I got just one more quick thing.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. God damn it. I'm going on mute. I got to remember it in 5 seconds. I'll be right back with it.
All right.
Just remember
Hey, well, let me just say this thing while he remembers, because I did have one other thing. I want to say that was financially related. Let's understand this too, y'all. On the Chinese side, look, companies they'll skirt around Chinese government regulation as well. I put a comment in the chat. I'm like, a lot of those factories and stuff, they bank offshore in Hong Kong. You see, so if you're dealing with them directly, a lot of times they'll tell you send payment to Hong Kong to get around certain shit, right? That the government will hit them for if they take payment directly from you. If you go through Hong Kong and then from Hong Kong to them, it works better in their favor. You see, so when it comes to the B2B side of things too, listen, they're not exactly 100% on board with everything the government over there says. There is some nuance to it, just like how it is on our end as well. But what we're talking about is government policy versus government policy in terms of what they're negotiating in terms of trade. But then there's the businesses. That's a whole other conversation. Y'all got it.
I remember it. And this is all you got to remember from here on out. And the world gonna carry on with what was going on, because you had JD Vance literally do a whole economic speech that literally said, we had this capitalism, we went to globalism, it worked out so well that China lifted everybody out of goddamn poverty while we was just trying to use people for cheap labor. Now we have to cut this whole system off because we couldn't keep everybody down and it lifted too many people out of poverty. That's literally the speech that they had. They had a speech and he said, look, we were addicted to cheap labor and everything like this. And the problem is while we were addicted to cheap labor, they went and boomed and did all of this type of stuff and became competitive and lifted all these people out of poverty. Well, that wasn't the plan, so we got to stop that. Everybody else in the world is listening to that shit and saying, why the fuck would we stop that? That's all I want to say.
Yeah, and it's true. And when JD gave that speech, you saw how everybody was they didn't take the bait. Like they're calling his bluff. They're trying to set up these trade networks. They're trying to bypass the United States. To General Dave's point, it's the same thing that they was doing in the first Trump term when he slapped them tariffs on China. China just used different states, Japan, and these other Southeast Asian countries as intermediaries, and they would just send to them as middlemen just to get back into the U.S. market. So even if this shit goes through, Donald Trump waging trade war, world war trade with the rest of the world and shit, I see to your point, Ty, I think you were the one that mentioned that Vietnam backpedaled on their tariffs. But you're gonna see it's gonna separate the sheep from the goats. Like you're gonna have the motherfuckers who actually want to maintain that U.S. market, and they'll be accepted with these.
Man, fuck all that. Here come American Man, bro. Fuck all that.
Oh, let's go. I mean, yeah, American Man is the only way. Yeah. Is the only way to not be is the only way to be a free-thinking black man, to be a conservative. Is that what you telling me? Man, God. Is that what you telling me? Is that that's my first question? Is the only way to be a free-thinking black man is to be a conservative? That's my first question.
Thank you for having me up. First off, let's be polite before we start knifing each other.
Have you been to this channel before?
No, it was introduced to me today, but now I know why. Seeing General Dave and you mentioning all these other names, now I know why it was introduced to me.
Okay. The algorithm is working.
I got haters across everywhere. Trust me, I know all of
General Dave.
Talk about. Okay, so Django, why would you bring up the conservative angle?
That's what he said. Every single talking point that he was saying.
Calm down.
All right. Okay. I'll use my indoor voice. Okay.
Yes. You got
every single talking point he came in here saying, black people think that black people are anti-capitalist. Black people think this. Black people think that. And he said that the only that if you're not basically on the Democratic if you're not basically on the Democratic plantation, then you're going to be naturally a Republican or a partisan conservative. That's what I was picking up.
See, Negroes have a comprehension problem.
Okay.
Negroes, right?
Okay.
I'll cut you, nigga.
Okay.
No. It's just something about like just nigga. If I want to hear the replay of this live stream, I do not want to hear back and forth screaming and shit on some fucking. I asked the question.
I'm trolling. My bad. Let me stop.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. So what I'm saying is Django or Negroes? The American Man.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying Django or Negroes.
Well, okay. So I mean Django, but mostly Negroes do have a comprehension problem, right? Because all I said, because someone in your chat immediately said I was a conservative, and all I said was just because I don't go with the group think of Democrat blacks, all of a sudden that means I'm a conservative. And he's coming up saying something totally different than what I said, accusing me of something, which is what typically Negroes will do because they have a comprehension problem.
So did you not say that if you are not a Democrat, if a black person is not on basically the Democratic plantation, you well, first of all, the first thing that you came here saying was that 95% of black people voting, or 95% of black people, without the caveat of voting, 95% of black people vote Democrat. I came in and said, well, the majority of black people don't even vote.
And what was my response?
You said that I was being obtuse because obviously you were talking about black people who are voting. And I said,
those black people who vote, do they or do they not vote 95% Democrat? Let's be honest about it.
Yes, disproportionately black people who vote for Democrat. But the point that I was making,
talking about those that vote.
Of course, you need to make a separation. Because when you're talking about black people, and in fact, when you're making the statement of black people without the caveat, of course, anybody who's, especially in this chat, who doesn't participate in these partisan politics is going to call you on that, because we have the sense to say, well, I'm part of the minority. I'm identifying with the minority. Why would I? I'm part of the majority, because it's only the minority of black people who even have the lack of common sense enough to participate in partisan politics. Of course, I'm going to be representing the majority and advocating for the majority of black people who don't succumb to that bullshit. So when you come in here and start talking about black people in the general, I got to call you on it, because black people in the general do not participate in partisan politics like that.
Okay, so
well, he also said that black people. What was it about racism and capitalism? What did you say? What was that shit?
He said black people are anti-capitalist. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
It was some real goofball shit. What did you say?
Is that not what we hear from black people, though?
No, that's what you hear from black Democrats. Shit you said about capitalism and racism.
I don't think so. I think black people love capitalism.
They actually do. Bro.
Why is Bitcoin almost down 7?
No, that's why I'm trying to get clarification from him. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, let him rock. I want to hear talking points.
Listen, right? I can listen. I can clarify any question you guys have.
All right, just go ahead and answer that shit, because I want to hear. I want to hear, like, so I ain't trying to talk over you.
Most blacks, right, whether they vote or don't vote, everything is racism and the white boogeyman. Notice I said most blacks, not all blacks. Most blacks, right? And So my entire thing is
I don't think so.
Huh?
I don't think so. If it's a white boogeyman, like you wouldn't have black people working right next to white people, sending their kids to white schools. I think that that's just a bunch of like, Rush Limbaugh type talking points and stuff. Most black people don't fear a white boogeyman. You have a group, you have a group of what you would probably consider the pro blacks who do run with a victimhood narrative. But most black people live day to day, not on some white boogeyman stuff.
Okay, so to say that's Rush Limbaugh talking points, I'm not even sure why that is even entering.
I say Rush Limbaugh talking points
thing, right?
Right.
Let's point out black people: Al Sharpton, Don Lemon,
okay,
all these people, Roland Martin, all these black people, they all spout the white boogeyman.
That's not all these black. That's not all these black people.
And black people hail them as the blacks that are moving blacks forward.
Black people don't live in fear of white people. They don't.
I think you're missing the point of what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm not missing the point of what you're saying because I'm speaking towards reality, not talking heads. This is why I call them Rush Limbaugh talking points, because they're just being regurgitated. It's not necessarily Rush Limbaugh. It's just that when I wake up in the morning, I don't see black people cowering in fear. They drop their kids off. They trust white people a lot. Most black people, the majority of black people.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
That's the truth. Okay, not that most black people are white on some white boogeyman shit. That's not true.
Right, I wouldn't disagree with that, right? But ultimately, I think the reality is that even though they trust white people and they even take jobs watching white children and all of that, when they go home, they still turn on Roland Martin and Don Lemon and Joy Reid and all these people, right? And they believe that nonsense. I don't like two things can be true at once.
No, only one can be the reality. I don't believe most people are watching those people. Most black people are not sitting down and just consuming liberal content and liberal news 24/7. In fact, it's probably most black people, they probably into being entertained more than they are into being like on some liberal stuff.
I'm going to disagree with that, but that's your opinion. And so if that's how you feel, okay.
No, it's not how I feel. Is that most black people, if I even brought up a lot of the stuff that we talking about on this channel, they wouldn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, but you're not. Here's the thing, right? You have an audience of 200. There are what, 30 million blacks or something like that, 40 million,
and they live and they cohabit and they live amongst white people mixed together in this country without a problem. Majority of black people don't have problems with white people like that.
I mean, look, I don't again, right? I don't disagree with you, bro. Like I know the reality, but black people do a lot of passive aggressive things with white people.
White
like,
people do a lot of passive aggressive things with black people. White people do a lot of, okay, so I mean, like,
go ahead, bro. I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying we live in majority harmony amongst each other here in the United States, black people and white people.
Well, I mean, I don't know if black people are truly willing to live in harmony with white people. I think that if they had, I think I'll let you finish. You have to let me finish, bro. And then,
okay, go ahead.
Right. I think that if blacks had their way, they would be doing some wild shit like they do now. Right. But there are a large segment of blacks that sort of get on about their life and, move around in circles.
Is that most black people?
Is that most black people that what? Get on about their life around white people?
Yeah, like the majority of black people.
Yeah. I would say yes, but the problem is a lot of them harbor resentment.
A lot of people who just go about their lives, not in fear, they go about their lives with resentment. Then they go and have white coworkers, and then they go and they drop their kids off to white people at white schools.
And they still have resentment, bro. It's just like
but where does this? What I'm saying is, this resentment. Like, go ahead, give me the resentment that you're seeing from most black people that don't have any ill will towards white people. They have this resentment, though.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, right? When you mostly hear black people speak, right? Do you hear them speaking like yourself? I'm not going to say you and I'm going to say like yourself. Do you hear how many family members around you? If you gathered 50 family members around you, right, of your family members, and had this conversation, how many of them would agree with you? And be real.
I'm being real. I'm gonna be very real.
Say 49, I'm clicking off, bro.
What do you mean?
If you say 49 of your 49 out of 50 of your family members think like you, I'm clicking off, bro, because you know that's a cap.
Well, listen, I'm telling you right now that my family, they don't even think about this type of stuff. If I try to bring up, in fact, my son is half Russian. His mom is from Russia. Like, I don't come from a family where people just have no. Listen, but if again, like I said, if my family had all this resentment, they would probably be toxic towards me and my son, right?
That's not necessarily true, bro. That's not necessarily true.
It's not.
They can love. Hold on, right? They can love you and love your son and still have resentment to white people, bro. Like they don't have to all of a sudden hate you and hate your child and not harbor resentment to white people.
But I'm just telling you, like, how
that's crazy.
I'm telling you, I'm just bringing that as an example of how much my family is not on some resentment with white people type shit.
Okay. I mean, if you choose to say so, then if that actually, let me put it this way: if you say that, then I'll believe it because I don't know your family. So, okay, I believe it.
So again,
but I think the reality is when we turn on the TV and
when we turn on the TV,
talk, it's a very different sentiment.
When we turn on the TV,
the internet, everything, and you listen,
we see the most extreme views.
It's a very different sentiment.
We see the most extreme views boosted to the algorithm, and then that becomes majority black people, even though it doesn't reflect reality.
I mean, if you say it doesn't reflect reality, right? I
don't get to determine what's reality.
Huh?
I don't get to determine what's reality.
Well, I mean, none of us, right? The thing is, reality gets to determine it, and the reality is that when every time you see black people, right, and every time you hear them, there's an anti-white sentiment. So at some point, you have to accept that may be the reality of a lot of blacks. Not all, but most.
So every time you hear black people, they on some anti-white stuff?
Most of the time. Not all, but most.
Where do you live around like a plantation or something?
Yeah, yes. I pick cotton for a living.
Okay, that explains it. No, but welcome to the channel, man.
How are you, sir? How are you?
I'm fine, man. I'm glad to see new people around here, man. You can have fun over here. We don't get triggered. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's not that type of party over here. But let everybody.
No.
Did you have anything to add about the economy with the tariffs and whatnot?
Say it again.
Do you have anything to add about the tariffs and whatnot?
I think some of what Trump is doing, because obviously we're going to a AI base and robotics, right? I think that a lot of his vision and a lot of other Americans' vision is we can't let China and all these other places advance far beyond us in robotics, and we're just buying everything from them. Things need to be done here in this country. The one thing that's talked about is how a lot of our metals to make our weapons come from overseas, and that's what he's deeming the national security threats.
I understand that. I understand that the shipbuilding and the heavy industrial stuff. I agree with that.
Right. The medications that Americans need. Right. A lot of it comes from overseas, and it's a problem. Those things need to be made here so that if things ever go sour, we can sustain. That's why I don't.
Is it a problem? Is it a problem that they can produce the medicine way cheaper than we can? So shouldn't medicine be cheaper here?
Of course, medicine should be cheaper here, but I don't know, right? So I don't know that it's a fact of they're producing it cheaper. I mean, it is, but how much cheaper is it really? I don't think it's like, here they would have to do it for $80, and they're doing it for 8 cents. It's not.
No, it's cheap.
Like, that's not real.
It's cheap. Like whenever I took my son to the pediatrician, they gave me the medicine. They gave me I paid for the real deal because my insurance covered it, but the generic version was way cheaper. Way cheaper.
Well, the generic version is always cheaper.
Yeah, but I think the generic version is cheaper because it's probably foreign.
I think it's all, I think it's
we could
all.
fix that with collective bargaining on the Medicaid subscription, the drug coverage, buying in bulk.
You don't even need that. You just need Keisha. That's all you need, bro.
I think it's all probably. I mean, they're all coming out the same factories, right? It's like your food, right? You got Ragu sauce, and then you got Walmart brand sauce. It's all coming out the same factory. You're just getting a cheaper version of it, but like there's not 60 different sauce factories for each brand.
Nah, but we could get it cheaper if we collectively bargain, like what they was talking about with the prescription drugs with Medicare, Medicaid, whatever the fuck that was.
Yeah. All right. So we got that out the way, right? Everybody good?
Nah, they still want to knife me.
Oh, we good.
You got everybody got the knife out. All right.
Why is Bitcoin down six? Did they have to
because Bitcoin is basically just a leveraged S&P 500.
No, because the Bitcoin ETFs that everybody thought was a good idea is the first thing to go when the traditional stock market crashes. They're going to dump the Bitcoin to cover that's all that's happening. In fact,
that's what I thought was going on as I'm looking at this shit.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it on the Bitcoin outflows. So everybody begged for, oh man, Bitcoin ETFs. This is going to send Bitcoin to the moon, but it's not. It actually gave them a cushion point to get in and out of the stock market, like a safety net. But so now that the stock market crashing, they get to bring the capital that they had in Bitcoin to cover the losses on. But now what's crazy is Michael Saylor and Cathie Woods, they have points where they have to sell. They have to sell. Yeah. And so I believe, man, them points finna get hit either today or tomorrow. We're going to see Bitcoin take a hit, and I wonder how they're gonna blame it
on Tuesday. I can't take this shit on Tuesday.
The stop losses are all fucked up. Yeah.
I think
Don't
it's
be the
around
last person holding
64,000.
Bitcoin.
When Bitcoin hit around 64,000, I think is when some of that starts triggering.
Yeah, 64,000 is where, but not only that, but it's gonna hit a death cross at the same time. Was gonna trigger a whole bunch of people out. So,
yeah, it's gonna be crazy. That's why I said, man,
I'm fucking with it. I'm fucking with it, but I do want to get to the point where I got to tell everybody that the amount of cushion that's in this market goes back.
It does.
Way back.
To like
way
20,
back.
28 grand, man. I don't even want to talk about it. That's scary, man, because I took a look at that goddamn chart. It was an exponential ride, bro. And we on that cliff.
Hey, but it goes back to what you were saying about Michael Saylor when I was talking in the comments about when he was doing stuff in the .com bubble. Whenever they do that Forbes cover where they got that single person like they did with SBF, that's literally right around the top of the market. And like I told people when they dropped that Forbes cover of Michael Saylor to go ahead and sell. People thought we was actually gonna go to 250,000.
No, but this is what's up.
One of your followers asked me about Pearly. I've been trying to marry Pearly ever since she came on the scene.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
Oh man,
I send her 3/4 of my check every stream.
You what?
You gotta be joking. He playing.
Nah, he triggered. That's like
Listen, Dave should tell y'all. Listen, I troll like a motherfucker.
We
play into them.
Yeah. You got to have a high level troll game to get it off over here. Like this whole chat box is trolling. This a whole trolling atmosphere over here. Like,
oh, so I should right in. I've been trying to get Pearly to marry me since she's been on the scene.
Well, you have to get in line because these motherfuckers, you talking about somebody trying to knife you like that. Just Pearly King, man. Like they love them some Pearly over here.
Yeah, Smurgo in the chat right now. He gonna have to fight you for Pearly things, bro.
Yeah.
Let me
get past this because I want to get through this because he get to Russia, he get to all the hot topics real quick.
They have to pay tariffs because otherwise we have a surplus and they have a surplus with us that is not sustainable.
Mr. President.
And we're talking about $1 trillion. You know that, right? We're not going to lose $1 trillion for the privilege of buying pencils from China.
On the idea of crash.
All right. How long do you think they could get off with this saying that we lose $1 trillion? China is getting us for $1 trillion
for as long as it takes.
You think
for as long as it takes?
People really are buying that though. Like
it works. Yeah, as long as it takes.
Man. And this creates the artificial savior complex from a problem that don't even exist.
See, he's the big lie. It was the end when he said when we're buying pencils. That's not the issue. The issue is, and JD was saying it, and the whole world is looking like, well, fuck, we got to keep doing what we're doing. But he said the problem wasn't when we were buying pencils from them. It was when they were moving up that value chain to these high-end products. That's what they mad about is that with these high-end products to where we're dealing with large capital purchases and stuff like that, that's what this whole thing is about. It's like, oh man, we're losing in that area. Now you asking me how to solve it? I honestly do not know.
Bro, you can't go around supply and demand, dog.
Yeah. They ain't rip us off. Like, goddamn it, we've been getting this shit good for like fucking.
Man, we've been whipping the work since the 80s, man.
Hey, but Ty, let me ask you this. Because, like you said before, you see how there are certain countries that are going to respond to these tariffs by saying, okay, so if you're going to do these really high tariffs or zero reciprocal tariffs, then let's just put the joints at zero. You feel me? And even Ramil was in here the other day saying, well, free trade, the closest thing to free trade and free market capitalism that you're going to get with these tariffs is either going to be 0% or equal. So for the I don't know if it's going to be the majority, but for all the countries that's actually going to take the zero for the reciprocals, how many you think that's going to be? You think like,
but that's
going to be maintained how it was before?
Point. But that's my point, though. We can't go to zero tariffs, otherwise they won't have no tariffs to use for this whole replacement of income taxes.
See, I agree with Ty on that. I don't, Trump actually came out and said that too, because they asked him. It was either him or either Lutnick. They grilled them on that about it's some countries where it's already they not tariffing anything. I think it was those little islands that they was talking about. Yeah, so they already.
Even if they said they could use those islands for arbitrage, like logistics wise, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but I think that the promise.
Wait. How wouldn't it make sense logistics wise?
Okay, because if you was to produce something in the middle of nowhere, if you produce stuff in China, then send it to the middle of nowhere and then send it to America to go around sanctions or whatever, like that would cost more than that. You'd be doubling the tariff that you would have paid just straight to America.
That's the entire point.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
That happened in the first term.
They did that with Mexico.
No, I'm not.
Right next to us.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. China was moving stuff through Mexico to go around the sanctions.
Right.
Let me cut in with this. I'm gonna give it a real life example that I've seen. So I've worked for a pharmaceutical company where we literally manufacture the glass for the vials for vaccines. We put the sterile diluent inside of the vials, inspected them, shipped them to China to get the vaccine put inside of them, then shipped them back.
Oh heavens!
That's what I'm saying. It don't necessarily like the when it comes down to because the cost when you're talking about getting around tariffs, see, they can offset it because let's just say they got a shipping container shipping stuff over, right? They could levy like a 25% tariff, but when they break that down between all those cargo containers, it's only gonna add like $25 to each container as far as expenses. So they can get around it through like shipping it all to the middle of nowhere, doing it, shipping it back and forth and stuff.
But I think what you just said is some of the problems that Americans don't understand, right? We're making the vials, shipping it to them, they're filling it, and then to send it back.
Tariff.
Right? Tariff.
Globalized economy. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what they was talking about with the car parts. Some of those
problem.
Yeah, some of those parts going back and forth get tariffed 2 or 3 times before they end up on that.
Right.
So I mean,
you know what's gonna happen?
I want to see it, man. I want to see it, man.
There's a fractured market where it's 0-0 dealing with the United States, but everybody else gonna keep going the same way like it was.
Man, I want to see it, man. What a time to be alive.
It's because they're hitting us coming and going. I think that's the problem. They're hitting us coming and going, and Trump is like, yo, y'all can't be hitting us coming and going.
Nah.
That also does kind of, if you think about it, incentivizes just that last leg. If the tariffs is going beyond
last leg,
it just exactly the last leg of the supply chain to be the one that actually crosses the border. So any company that actually this could have the opposite effect. Any company that Trump was actually trying to get to repatriate might actually be incentivized to even send more manufacturing overseas, so they don't have to cross the U.S. border for the just-in-time deliveries and shit. Like it actually has the opposite impact. I don't see it. I don't really see it.
I just know the rest of the world is not going to change because America said it worked too good for everybody else.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think this is geared to I don't think this is geared to small countries. I think this is mostly like where we do most of our trade, and they're banging us coming and going. I think that's what this is geared towards. I think what's happening is that most people listen to the liberal media and everything's hyperbolic with them. If Trump sneezes, they'll say it was a Nazi salute, and most people will believe it. But
do you think Elon did the Nazi salute?
But I think, no, because there's plenty of pictures of everyone doing that hand thing.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, on both sides. So like that's just basically.
There's fine.
They're very fine Nazis on both sides. Yes, I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
But yeah, I think it's not made for us to have a tariff war with Zimbabwe because we get whatever little bit we get from them. It's made for the bigger countries where we're doing majority of the trade and they're banging us coming and going. But of course, again, the liberal media is so hyped up that everything, oh my God, Trump did this, and everyone runs around waving their arms and screaming.
Yeah, like Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with. I don't really watch Ben Shapiro, so I haven't heard anything that he's saying.
What about Ted Cruz? Have you heard what Ted Cruz had to say?
No. What did Ted Cruz say?
He's against the tariffs as well. This not a liberal, like this is what I'm saying. Like this has reached outside of like the did you hear what Ron Paul had to say about it?
Oh, I already know what Ron Paul said.
Well, Ron Paul.
But
it's Ron Paul.
Yeah, so it's just not liberals who are like
No. I get that, right? I get that point, right? The point that I'm making is that these guys, right, between Ron Paul and Ted Cruz, right, will speak against it. The liberal media they won't just come out and speak against it. They'll make it end of the world.
Yes, that's what they're doing on the other side too as well.
No, I don't.
Yes, Ben
I know
Shapiro.
that Ted Cruz is not like, if we do tariffs, it's the end of the world. Oh my God,
Yes.
The main reason why
if we don't give hundreds of billions of dollars to Israel, it's the end of the world.
No, what?
Yeah.
That's
we're
what.
never going to get around.
Yeah.
We're never going to get around.
All I know is this.
We not going to get past the whole. I just wanted to be known, bro, that it's silly to say that only the liberal media is talking. Everybody talking about this is going to be catastrophic.
Defending Western civilization, y'all never heard that?
Holy fucking moly, man!
If China would just let their currency free float,
I just can't finish what I'm saying, man. What I was saying was, it's silly to say that this is just liberals. This is just a liberal media. The right is saying that this is going to be catastrophic as well. Even Thomas Sowell saying that this is going to be catastrophic.
I could clean it up with the Thomas Sowell part.
I heard what Thomas Sowell said, right? What I'm saying is, okay, let me say it this way. Everyone has a different approach, right? So you and I had a conversation, right? And we agreed to disagree and moved on. Now, another person might have been like, nigga, I'm gonna gun you down and kill you and all of that. It's the different approach that the left and the right is taking. That's the point that I'm speaking to.
Yeah, see, I somewhat agree with American Man. I think that it's being conflated as a liberal point, or it's seeming like it's just a liberal point because it's, you got the examples of Nancy Pelosi and stuff like that in times past, or with the previous tariff. But the thing is like he said, it's a difference between the way that they're coming at it. Thomas Sowell is saying what he's saying about it being detrimental, and he's taking that stance, in my opinion, because one, he's not taking a MAGA stance, he's taking a conservative or economic
principled stance.
Yeah, but he's taking it in the sense of, when he's looking at it, he's trying to see, he's comparing it to what's going to be the best way that it's not going to cause economic harm.
No, he pretty much said it's going to be unavoidable, or if you're going to do it, it's got to be short term, not over the span of 4 years.
Right, but that's why he's saying it's bad, though. That's why he's giving it a negative connotation, because he's from the perspective of that the way you should do it is if it's a short, or it's just going to destroy everything.
He's not advocating for it at all. Not even he didn't even say it was a good way to do it.
But no, that's what I'm saying. He's saying it's not a good way to do it because that's not how he would do it.
He's saying that one. Okay, I'll run the clip back where he says when you try something and you have to admit that it did not work.
No, when he's saying it didn't work, he's saying it didn't work because he's looking at it. It's supposed to have an outcome of America isn't harmed in it. Trump and the way Trump's doing the tariffs, that's why I said it's a difference between the conservative and the MAGA and the liberal. MAGA, the real true MAGA, that's why Howard Lutnick and all the other people are part of the gang. They're for this because they know that it's the example of you're shooting the ship as it's sinking with everybody on it. They know it's going to destroy portions of the American economy and have all this negative effect going both ways, but that's what they want because they know that it's to get to a certain point. Thomas Sowell is explaining it to where if he's an economist, this is why economists like where Mill and them say they're wrong most of the time because they're talking about economics through the lens of, well, this is how we can get this to change with America not suffering so much. Trump is saying this is how we're going to get it to change, and America is going to suffer, and we just going to rip the Band-Aid off, and the chips going to fall where they may until we reach the goal that we're trying to reach.
All right, now, I like that, but is Thomas Sowell wrong most of the time?
I don't really agree with most of Thomas Sowell talking points.
That was like a yes or no question.
I would say no.
Yeah. Join the club.
I don't even follow Thomas Sowell like that.
Me either, really. But the most times that I hear about Thomas Sowell is somebody is really leaning on Thomas Sowell on some, this is law. Like Thomas Sowell told us about this. Thomas Sowell this. Thomas Sowell that. Like now nobody want to talk about Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, they use Thomas Sowell to talk about black culture in a derisive way.
Yeah. I also have a thing. I mean, if you pay attention, though, most economists get into cultural things. They don't strictly stay on talking about the numbers. Like most of them get into social things. If you look at most of the economists and the books they write and all of that, it ain't all just economy. Most of them talk about social things.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the Black Rednecks book. Go ahead, General Dave.
I just want to say that we have to remember that all of this, with the fuss between the United States and China and the subsequent tariffs, stems from the fact that the United States wants them to have a free-floating currency. And what's it called, where you don't have capital controls, where money can flow in and out, and to be able to invest in. That's ultimately the main goal. Like all these tariffs will go away if China tomorrow said, "Hey, we're gonna free float our currency, and we're removing capital restrictions, and the money free flows in and out, however the fuck it needs to go for investment purposes." All this shit will go away. That's really what's going on. Everything else is a battle to get to that point.
Well, I think that's a part of it, Dave. I think that's a part of it, but I think a large part of it is there are certain things that we do need moved back to America.
Yeah.
And this is also him putting pressure on these companies to move back to America, because there is no reason that anything that any weapon that we need to defend this country, we should not be getting majority of the parts from another
that ain't
country.
The majority.
It's both. It's both. It's both. And
listen. Why does the public sector have to be like
knocked out? Yeah, that's a good question.
Why? Like, why is it like this? This is a problem that I'm having with the, with the right was supposed to be against the government telling the private sector what to do. Like, why?
It's only ever really
finish what I'm saying. Why is the private sector need to make adjustments for the public sector, for the government?
Yes, to answer your question, like it's really only ever the Republican administrations that have the clout with the free marketers and the libertarians to actually get their votes to get through these regulations that actually give them more power over the economy. Whenever a liberal like Obama or fucking Biden tries to flex executive power over the markets, everybody on the right wing, there's a whole media apparatus and institutions set up, Heritage Foundation, all these think tanks.
Can't say that because Obama did TARP.
Obama did do TARP, but what I'm saying is that for the majority, like Reagan ushered in the era of neoliberalism along with Margaret Thatcher during the 70s. They were able to get Republicans and conservatives to vote for deindustrialization and sell it to them under the brand of freedom and market economics and like all of this free market fundamentalism. They sold it to the conservatives when really it set us down this whole path that we're on right now. Which is the best path ever when you have control of the world's reserve currency. Correct. Yeah. And what I was saying originally was that when General Dave was talking about floating the currency for China, and the other person chimed in about how also it's a security consideration to get manufacturing back for essential products and military strategy and considerations. Like it's both. And I said this 2 streams ago. It's put in the plan. These people in Trump's Economic Advisory Committee have put it out in their white papers. They're trying to use the threat of a trade war to leverage these other countries and coerce them to avoid having to go to the next approach and use these other tools in their kit. And the biggest tool in their kit is the currency war. It's like in Dragon Ball Z, they don't flex their maximum power level from the very beginning. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, like I want to have the trade war conversations before we get to the currency war.
Yeah. I know you said that earlier in the stream, but it's like we keep on bumping up into that.
We got to lead the trade war because it's almost like we
gotta see. We haven't even seen the negotiations start yet with the trade war. Like we still at the beginning. Like I want to see the trade. I want to see the negotiations break down. That's what I want to see. Then we'll start seeing who's going to use whose money. But if we keep trying to jump the gun, then we kind of miss out on all of this. Trust me, I'd love to have those conversations, and we do have them, but we can't go off into the weeds just yet. You know what I'm saying?
Because they ain't even got to the fighting table. They ain't even got to the ring yet. Yeah.
Well, I think it go back to what Thomas Sowell said when he was talking about it's going to end up in trade wars and it's going to be a disaster. Me and him actually agree on that. It's just that he sees the disaster as a negative. I see the disaster as a positive.
Well, it's a positive. Think about this. It's going to be.
No, let me explain. It's a negative for him because he's still operating under the morality piece. I'm saying it's a positive because what's going to happen is once the trade war starts to, because see, y'all think that I'm saying that the current system that we have isn't good. I'm saying that the current system that we have is good, but what's going on right now is that even though this system's good, America wants more. And by America getting more, not only are we going to have slave labor overseas, they're going to pay us for having slave labor overseas. That's what I think it's going to. That's why I said it's going to end up in a war, but it's just going to be whoever's going to whoever's going to be able to negotiate.
A lot like imperialism.
They're not going to charge us for taking advantage of their cheap labor, bro.
That's why they're bucking up against the tariffs. Like, I'm not saying that the tariffs make sense number wise. I've never argued that.
And here's the other thing. This is why I say that there is no leverage on the other side of crashing the whole thing. Everybody would love for the U.S. dollar to just get zapped.
Yeah,
they would love that shit, bro.
They'd all sign up for that.
And then at the same time, whoever got the most allies at that point gets to start over faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes down to that, they're gonna have to start over faster. Means they're gonna have to have a consumer base.
No, they don't. The money going to be.
Easy was talking about that in the comment section on the last couple videos.
That's what I'm saying. Whenever if the dollar implodes, nobody, the consumer base, all the rest of that, the economics changes at that point.
Yeah.
It's not the same. You know what I'm saying? So if the US dollar get obliterated, then everybody's at the same level.
Yeah, but in that scenario, what are we talking about economic wise? Like, what does economics look like in the scenario?
Whoever got the most allies are gonna get the head start.
Dollar dominance again.
And the people who started the whole shit might be the last people to work with and deal with.
I think we have to be realistic, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not realistic. No, I agree. Thank you for saying that. I agree. That's why I want to have this conversation in order.
So let me just say this, right? I think we need to understand that most of the world's economy, aside from a few countries, depend on the dollar.
Right.
Yes, we agree.
So no one currently in this moment is in a position to just obliterate the US dollar and everyone's going to go on about their life.
Correct.
Right. The US dollar is so entangled in the world's economy that just to think we're going to obliterate it is not going to happen.
That's why we're doing the trade war now.
Hold on, right? Well, and I don't think we're going to get into a trade war because of that, right? Because everyone's economy is entangled and a lot of it's dependent on the US dollar. And as a side note, that's why I laugh when people say we're going to war with China. It's never going to happen. America and China are too entangled with one another to have a war. Nobody wins in that. So yeah. So that was just a sidebar. But yeah, like
we agree about how our economy is so large that these other countries are not taking advantage of us. Like that.
No, they are. You could be a large economy and still be taken advantage of.
No, not the way the dollar works and the dollar circulates. Like for somebody to take advantage of us to where it's like we're totally losing type shit. Like,
yeah, we gotta explain. We gotta explain.
Nobody else's economy is even in the same universe.
Right.
It's not even close.
We got to explain what we even mean by taking advantage of when we're talking about exchanging actual tangible goods and services for fiat currency.
Right.
Like, how do you even talking about who's getting over on who?
Right. But if you make it as simple as the deficit means that we're losing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're defining.
The deficit is literally the measuring stick for whose economy is doing what.
Exactly.
It is.
And that's the fucked up game that they play, because
people are so stupid that you can sell it as we spend more money with them, and it's like
correct.
That money that we spend with them comes back like hundreds of times fold through profits that they make by bringing it back here. American corporations.
Yep.
Well, let me explain to you how they're looking at being taken advantage of, right? Here's
who
what
is
it
they?
looks like.
Trump.
Okay. Yes, Trump, right? And so I give you a job, right, to build my house, and I pay you to build my house, and you tell me it's $3 $150,000 to build my house. And after you finish building a house, you say, oh, by the way, for me to turn over this house to you, you have to give me another $150,000. I already paid you to build the house. Now you're telling me to turn the house over, I have to give you another $150,000. That's essentially what's going on with the tariffs. We've already paid you to do the job, and now for you to ship it over here, you're telling me that I have to pay you another fee. For you to get it back over.
So American man, listen, American man, listen. That is paid. Do you understand that that it's so minuscule still? And again, this is not country to country. This is put on corporations, not America.
By the way, that's the price that you set for yourself.
And not only that, if they had a problem, they have the freedom to move to another country. If the market would have decided that they didn't want to do that.
Yeah, like in your example, American man, the reason why that person is charging you that extra $100,000 on top of that is because you put that $100,000 tariff on yourself because you actually wanted yourself to hire your brother to sell you that house, who didn't have to export it to you. Because the only reason why that $100 would have even been taken place is because it would have been exporting that house. We don't import houses into the United States. That market is different. But using that example, that's the analogy it would be, because you would want to buy that house from somebody else more local to you.
It's like if you said it's going to cost you $5 million to come over here and do business, and here's the card. People going to pay it. Trump does the same thing. Like it's the same principle. Like if you want to come over here and do business or whatever, it's going to cost $5 million. Here's the gold card that you're going to need.
Now, what I would say, you
guys realize that where we are now with tariffs, that's not where it originally begun. It began to get more and more unfair for America over the years. When you look back into how it all started to where we are now,
the market would have decided what was fair and unfair.
Right. Like the
argument. Let him try.
When you're talking about tariffs, you can't say the market is going to decide that. That's not what that means in regards to tariffs.
Okay, so you think that they would stay in an unfavorable situation?
No. What I'm saying is to say the markets determine, like the markets don't determine tariffs, right?
No,
the markets
that's what I'm saying.
What the people want and what the people don't want and what the value of something is.
Right.
That's what the markets determine.
Right.
But
And if you pass down the cost of the tariffs, the market will tell you this is too high. And you will make the adjustments, either leave and relocate or do whatever you have to do to make sure the market is still choosing your product.
That is kind of true. But I want to hear, I don't think I'm not, okay, let me rephrase it. American man, do you remember what it took for China to even get into the favorable nation status to where this started? Because the reason why certain tariffs are in place is because they're saying, hey, we're using you for cheap labor. And China was like, well, if you use us for cheap labor to make your TVs and then ship it to you and then ship it back to us to sell in my market, we're killing ourselves. So they put up a tariff on certain goods so that they can have any semblance of a chance of actually even be able to make a transistor. Let's just say simple things, right? Because it first started with stuff like textile. Now, if I'm working all this money as an individual Chinese person doing this textile, and then eventually you just get to sell me all the TVs, I'm just working to buy a TV because it's a higher end product. So these trade deals, which a tariff technically covers, is a multitude of industries where some may win, some may lose, this, that, and the other. But add it all up, both sides are winning. That's what a trade deal is. where both sides are winning. They're just adding up a lot of different industries. So if your industry is winning like 100%, the government might come to you and like, look, dog, we got to help out our other industries here. So you can't be winning at 100%. You got to be winning at 95. That's how that shit went.
And again, like, you know, when the liberals and the left on the was pushing for tariffs, they were citing the environmental issues, the child labor issues. Like, they was actually citing the disadvantages of having the manufacturing base that China had at the time.
And I'm gonna just add this to that exact same point. Complex put something in the chat. China isn't buying a lot of American products. What they do buy is American financial products, American stocks, American bonds,
commercial properties.
And deindustrialization went hand in hand with financialization. So, like you said, we export our dollars. That is our good to the world. Our stock market, that is our good to the world. So we American companies, American capitalism made a conscientious decision. We will trade China our industrial capacity for financial gains in the form of capital gains in the stock market and, you know, the value of our dollar
Capital
and
investment
our bond
in our
market. Exactly.
Yeah. Grandpa sold the country a long time ago.
Right.
Grandpa sold the country. Yes.
Same thing we did with Japan. Same thing that happened with Japan.
Yeah.
Markets on purpose. There's been some.
Here we go. They talk about crashing the markets on purpose. Let's go.
On the idea of crashing the markets on purpose, there's been some speculation, partly because of the video that was posted on Truth Social.
Oh, this is about that video he posted. Remember where he said he crashing the market on purpose to take from the rich and give to the poor on some leftist ass social. Let me get out of there.
That there was some sort of deliberate effort on your part to have the market sell off. Can you talk about that?
No, that's not so. But I do want to solve the deficit problem that we have with China.
The deficit problem. He's selling it, man.
He totally ignored their question, bro.
No, absolutely. I would be more interested in wondering why he still got that post up after he lied about Warren Buffett. Like, are you aware that Warren Buffett put out a memo saying that he had nothing to do with what you said about him co-signing this shit?
I would have ignored the question too, man.
Yeah, I would too. I ain't gonna lie. I would too.
With the European Union and other nations, and they're going to have to do that. And if they want to talk about that, I'm open to talking. But otherwise, why would I want to talk? And as you know, because of the tariffs, we have $7 trillion already committed to be invested in the United States.
$7 trillion, man. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that.
That's $2 trillion more than a few days ago, ain't it?
Yo, put $7 trillion. Put a 1 in the chat if you put a 2 in the chat if you know.
I told y'all, man, the numbers not
deals and shit, man. What the fuck? $7 trillion? Where?
From the Federal Reserve, they're gonna fuck around and do a QE4.
Yo, you know what? Hey, me and Ramil was having a conversation, right? And we was talking about how they could actually take, if they really want to print up a whole lot of money, they'll say, all right, we're gonna give reparations and just fucking flood the market with money.
Hell yeah.
And I said that only the right will be crazy enough to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they had to, like, all
right, just to blame black folk, yeah.
All right, we put $7 trillion back into the economy, and they know who's gonna spend. This is why I was telling you about us loving capitalism, because we would have just straight up and fucking put that money right in the market.
Man, we'd have an aircraft carrier.
Hold on, no. Hold on, no.
6 months, boy, we'd have a fucking Navy.
Hold on, no.
Yeah.
How are black people going to put that money back in the market?
I don't know, but whoever won to buy
no, Dave. I'm actually tired.
I'm telling you right now, like, what? No, if anybody likes spending money, we love spending money.
Okay, so being a consumer is not correlated with liking capitalism.
Yes, it is.
There's no way you can put those two things together.
What part of the aircraft carrier is not capitalism? Because that's what I want to get up on.
No, what I'm saying,
1,000 motherfuckers or 2,000 people. We all.
What I'm saying is that if somebody, if you like, let's say you like, let's say if you buy Jordans, you don't give a fuck if it's marked up. You don't care. Like we don't really care about that shit.
Oh, so you're saying we like capitalism in the sense that we can be mass consumers. Oh, okay, I get that.
Can you have capitalism without consumerism?
But hold on.
I'm just asking the question.
If we all said we wanted to chip in on aircraft carrier, is that mass consumer?
No, General J, come on. Can you have capitalism without consumerism? Like
it's like that.
American capitalism.
No, you can't.
It's like that everywhere. Nobody's complaining about the cost of a Lamborghini. Like whether even wealthy people love capitalism.
Right.
Yeah. I get it. The thing is, right? I like consumer though. Like the general consumer is not actually like involving themselves in capitalism. They're involving themselves in consumerism, right? The reason why black people say they don't mess with capitalism is because they say that they're not able to build businesses and all that. Being a consumer is very different than being the person that builds business and actually benefits from capitalism. When you're a consumer, you just benefit from useless things.
I thought we solved this shit with a.
You definitely benefit from capital.
American man, if capitalism and consumerism are like not really like intrinsically tied together.
No, they definitely correlated.
Then
I agree that they're correlated, but it's not like the consumer is a capitalist.
Yes, they are. Their home is
well, let me put it. Let me ask you. Let me ask you this:
in the stock market, literally through their 401k every 2 weeks. What the fuck?
Let me ask you, because every anti-capitalist I've ever talked to has been like a critic of consumerist culture in America. I don't really hear too many black people like critiquing consumerist culture, like in American capitalism. Like anti-capitalists always are critiquing consumerism. So
I don't hear people say, "Man, this shoe only costs $20 to make." I don't hear that shit.
Now, if you let this guy keep talking, he gonna tell you hip hop and the degeneracy. But hip hop is literally capitalism. You made something out of fucking nothing and sold it for a lot of goddamn. How you gonna say black people
and bragged about all the money you made? Like it's we love capitalism. Hey, listen, we love capitalism.
Yeah, like the Black American like come up story, get rich or die trying. Like that's capitalism.
If you let him talk, he's gonna say all the drug culture, these drug dealers.
Capitalism. Don't let these white folks tell you what Black Americans think about capitalism.
Yeah, starting from the bottom, getting it out the mud. These are capitalist sayings.
All I want to know is if black people figured out a way to buy an aircraft carrier, is that consumerism?
He said, all right, let me get on with this. Let me get on with this.
Building auto plants, building chip companies.
Oh yeah, I didn't even check. Let me see. Do we believe $7 trillion coming in? So if we got $7 trillion in 2 months, that means if we continue on with this, then how many more trillions can we get by the end of the year?
As much as the Fed has to print up to backstop this economy with QE4. This is sounding like QE4, man.
Dude, we going straight to hyper inflation. We do some shit like that. We got a bunch of twos. So nobody believes we got $7 trillion in pinky promise money.
So I think when he says $7 trillion, he's probably what he's not telling you is what they project over a long period of time.
Well, all of these people that make these pinky promises, they all say that it's going to be 5 to 8 years or 4 to 8 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't even believe $7 trillion over his president.
But again, it's still what they project over a long period of time. It's not like $7 trillion and by the time this month end we're going to be 7 trillion up. It's what they project over a long period of time.
I don't think
it's them hoping that they can outlast him and be in the office.
You agree with us. You agree with us. He inflating the shit. You agree with us.
But wait a minute, Ty. So how is he if it's all just pinky promise and they're biding time? How you think something's gonna happen during his presidency or something, or like you thinking that the investment's not gonna go through at all? Like what are you saying?
I'm thinking that it's gonna be, we're working on it, we're building, we broke ground, and it's gonna be slow motion while they wait until like either a new administration come in or something else happens. Yeah.
Permits and clearances. Yeah, man.
Or they could, get the, say, the judges are slowing us down and the leftist judges are preventing us from making, it's gonna be some bullshit.
Bureaucracy, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be some bullshit, but I'm fucking with it, man. Y'all know I fuck with the gang, man.
All sorts of companies are coming into our country at levels that we've never seen before. Biden had nothing coming in. He was
Hey, we gave him till next year to stop bringing up Biden, right?
Yeah, he get a whole
Yeah.
All right. So we can just
wait. What? Until when?
Next year.
He got a cool
January 1st. All right, he's gonna
January 1st. He got to,
let him get his licks. Yeah.
Yeah, he got to start claiming some progress for himself. He can't. You know what I'm saying?
A dead company this was a dead country with Biden. He didn't know what he was doing.
Again, they all bringing up the stock market for the last 5 years. This was a dead country when Biden was in office. The left-right paradigm funny as hell, man.
And that's now been proven at least.
Trump, this weekend, you talked to a lot of leaders this weekend. Can you tell us, sir, were there any deals made?
I spoke to a lot of leaders, European, Asian, from all over the world. They're dying to make a deal. But I said,
wait, what did he say?
They're trying to make deals.
But what?
Yo.
But we're not going to have deficits.
Dude is funny.
Hold on.
He don't give a fuck, bro. He's selling it.
From all over the world.
He got calls from all over the world. Hold on, let me see. Here we go.
I spoke to a lot of leaders, European, Asian, from all over the world. They're dying to make a deal. But I said, we're not going to have deficits with your country. We're not going to do that because to me, a deficit is a loss.
Bro, literally, that just means they're gonna stop selling us shit, bro. Like,
but my
businesses are not coming back. That is so crazy to me.
How do you not have a deficit if our economy is so much bigger and stronger than everybody?
Thank you.
How do you not have a deficit?
So they supposed to buy the same amount of shit they sell?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They have to either stop selling.
Finally.
No, they're not gonna have to buy it.
Yeah, you're right, Ty. This is an epiphany.
Finally.
I always knew it. I always knew what you were saying, but when it really hit me and I put myself in that situation,
finally.
So I'm supposed to buy exactly what the fuck I sell you?
Oh, I knew I wasn't wasting my time. 4 hours later. Actually, 80 hours later with you niggas.
We can't do that. Yeah, you're right. Okay, you win on that, bro. What's the point? What's the fucking point?
No,
What's the point?
Hold on,
bro.
guys.
That's like saying, bro. Do you know, bro? Do you know that you run a trade deficit with your fucking grocery store? Like, do you believe that everything that you buy from the grocery store you have to sell to the grocery store? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's like it's the same. It's the same logic,
dude. There is no way to not have deficits. We have
to take some American products to actually have real trade. Take some American products. I think
they don't have the same economy to buy equally as us.
It's not Trump's plan.
They don't listen. They don't have the economy to buy equally as us. They don't have it.
They don't
Again,
have that.
I like you guys are doing this thing where it's like he's saying they must do 100%.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
That's the definition of the word reciprocal.
Right.
What I'm saying is that you have to take something from us. I don't think he's saying If we buy 50 million worth from you, you got to buy 50 million worth from us.
That's the definition of the word reciprocal. What the fuck did I just say?
Literally what he's saying,
That's
bro.
the definition of the word reciprocal.
Yes.
Hold
on. Is that if I buy 50 million worth of goods from you?
He said deficit. What else is if you don't have a deficit?
Now Django fucking it up. Don't even bring up reciprocal, because most of the time when people bring up reciprocal, it means equal. But the way they use reciprocal means you have something, so we put something. But what he says is we're not going to have a deficit, which means that it has to be equal trade back and forth.
Yep.
That's the only way you can have no deficit.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt where we are ever going to get to equal trade back and forth with these countries.
Agreed. We're not. It's never going to happen.
You gotta tell Trump that shit.
You gotta tell Trump. He the one said we.
It finally hit me, man.
I think he knows that. I'm sure the people around him has already told him that. Because again, I'm not hinging all this on Trump. I doubt this is all Trump's doing.
Oh man, come on, don't do that.
Who's fucking doing this?
Don't do that.
Here we go. Yes, make excuses.
No, chill out.
It's not about making excuses. This is how it goes for every president.
Yeah, even Biden, the auto king.
Dislike Trump does not mean that there's no one around him that are laying plans out for what the administration is doing. Every administration works that way.
Yes, Howard Lutnick. I understand this. I bring up the people in his administration that's putting this together. Like I'll make sure that, trust me, over here it's not like a whole not like a we don't like this guy. Well, I fuck with Trump. I fuck with the gang. I think that radical transformation gonna take some wild shit. And I'm not beyond saying that other people are saying, but the thing about this is Trump is a businessman who's gonna run the country like a business. And no, listen, it's on him. Like this what I'm saying. Like this is Trump is what got sold to people.
But he bankrupted two casinos.
Not Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick didn't get sold to people. Elon Musk didn't get sold to people. It was Trump. Trump got sold to people as a businessman who wants equal trade with other countries.
Holy shit, man! That's
Hey, we got it. We can't let Elon off like that. They did sell Elon a little bit during the campaign.
No, they didn't. I didn't know Elon was there. It was just
because the press secretary even said it when like a few weeks ago when they kept saying, "Well, this is what the American people voted for."
Well, Elon is against it. Elon is against tariffs, especially with Europe, which is funny with him saying we need equal. He pretty much put an impossible situation out there for Europe, knowing damn well Elon just put a statement out like, we would like to get down to zero tariffs with Europe, like because that. Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, man, listen, this shit wilding out, man. Let's go.
We going to war, man.
Let's go.
I mean,
these people Europe already said they're going to dedicate their manufacturing to they militarizing their manufacturing base. They not finna bump their manufacturing up to go back and forth equal trade type shit. They already said that.
Well, oil can't go no. Oil can't keep going. Every time oil tank like this, somebody going to war.
Oh, go ahead, American man.
Well, I also think that's some of the problem, right? It's sort of Europe. Europe has kind of been raw dogging America for a while now.
In what way?
In the sense that like they're making all these deals with all these other countries and doing their thing. They're not building up their military, and then they're just relying on us to keep protecting them while they're making all these deals of goods with other country, sort of raw dogging us. Hey, we don't really want your stuff, and then they're taking stuff from other country, but then saying, but you also have to protect us militarily.
What don't they take from us?
You want me to get into specifics?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Stop it.
I already know what the answer is.
Give one specific, just one.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, stop it. No. But hold on. Here's the reality, though. Is that not going on? Is that like is there fair dealing? Is there fair dealings with Europe right now?
Okay, so yes.
I just want one example, just one. Before we get into it, let's not talk in the abstract. Let's just not talk in the abstract.
Relax.
So if I can't give you one example, then it's not true, is what you're alluding to.
No. I'm not saying that it's not.
I'm asking.
We're not saying that they don't accept our goods, but you know why, right?
Tell me.
No. Because to get into it, that's getting into it. That's getting into it, Ty.
No.
That's getting into it.
Y'all don't want him to even talk. Let's get back to the clip. We can't even get it out because Well, the reason why Europe doesn't accept especially our automotive products, is because they have different emission standards,
and they roll small as fuck,
and they have different safety standards as well. Yes,
they roll small as fuck.
Their economies are not the same.
Agreed.
And so they cannot. That's the same. It's the same premise as why we cannot have these reciprocal tariffs or whatever. In the sense that it doesn't make sense because the economies are just structurally not the same. America's population is not the same. We're a bigger country. We produce more shit. There's no way that they will be able to consume the same amount of shit as we consume. It's not the same. We get off by sending them more dollars than we send them stuff. It keeps the wealth, the actual stuff in our country more than it has theirs. Yeah. Their GDP, their economy, their growth rate is not the same as ours. It's like 1/3 of us. They're suffering from stagflation way more than we are.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because they do not have the amounts of consumptive consumer economy base to produce a growth that we have. It's
not only that, but the things they would buy from us, they can get it cheaper from other people in closer regions.
It's just structurally it's just different.
Like Complex said, they don't accept our GMO pesticide laden ass foods and shit. Anyways, moving right along. Let's go.
Oh. But I said we're not going to have deficits with your country. We're not going to do that because to me a deficit is a loss.
Damn, man. Ooh, we cooked that. Hey, you know what?
It's just I'm gonna
tell y'all what happened after this same interview right here. The markets went stupid. As soon as because the smart people hear this shit and they not looking at it like the sheep. The smart money said, futures, let's go ahead and short this market because
I love it.
If he think we losing from trade deficit, because again, the stock market works off of us being able to have a large deficit. That's especially with the labor, they was like, nah, fuck that shit, man. They're gonna have to go ahead and take this shit down, man. Let me get in cash reserves real quick. Everybody hit the like button.
Everybody moving the cash.
Yeah, everybody getting the cash.
What do we get from Europe that benefits us?
What do we get from Europe that benefits us? What do we need from Europe?
Do you know what the
hold on. God, damn, man, I can't get one. What do we need from Europe? I'll tell you what we get from Europe. Okay, we get gearboxes from Europe. All right, we get Meritor, Bosch electronics come from Europe.
Yeah, Bosch does, yes.
Yes, Bosch is German. We get
just like Festool. Yeah.
We got
getting that stuff for free.
What do you mean?
What do we give them in exchange? What do we give them in exchange? No. That's a good question. That's a good question. What do we give them in exchange? What do we give them in exchange? If we're not getting it for free, what do we give them in exchange?
First of all, before we go there, those things are in demand here.
No, Bosch is really good products.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Those things are in demand here. So we buy what we need. This is supply and demand. We get what we need. And we buy and we pay for what we need. There's no weird thing about something else added. It's nothing personal. We just get what we need.
Right.
Yeah, Siemens, Getrag, Bosch, Merit, all these German companies, ZF transmissions, all that stuff is German. Yeah, TRW. This is all German stuff, all in our heavy equipment.
Okay, yeah, we can't get. We need some of this shit.
No, we
just on Bosch alone, man. We need the measurements, dog.
Bosch is damn near replaced all the fucking electrical and stuff in I want to say in some of the appliances, and General Motors uses Bosch stuff too. They use Bosch injectors.
But wait, Ty, wouldn't they be able to buy it for cheaper in China or Vietnam if they manufactured those components?
Yeah, but we talking about precision, dog.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They specialize.
I'm cutting my wood. I can't have that much air.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they specialize in those markets. It's like Italy. Italy does pumps, water pumps, hydraulic pumps.
Yeah.
That's their thing. Like, and that's the thing about this global economy is.
Speak on it.
People, this shit has been like perfected almost.
Hey,
we need to start using these pumps. They're like, no, all the lowriders got Italian pumps in them. Like, people know the quality speaks for itself. You know, right. The water pumps that they use in water wells and stuff like that, all from Italy and shit. Like,
I might crash out if we can't get Ferrero Rocher. I'm just saying.
I mean, listen, man. Hey, listen, man. I just
if hoes can't get shit from Italy, boy, the panties gonna dry up, bro. I mean, anywhere in Europe, man. If you tell hoes we can't buy shit from Europe, man, it's over, bro. Birth rate down.
Man, listen. So yeah, Germany is like, we get a lot of stuff that we want from Germany. You know, it's not like a, you know, that's why it's be like, yo, these people, they just taking advantage of us. They just take. It's like, man. We run trade deficits because we have a bigger economy. We buy, like, yo, the fact that people are going around supply and demand
was built off of China, man.
But supply and demand is econ 101, dog. All right, anyways, move right along.
We're gonna have surpluses, or we're at worst gonna be breaking even. But China would be the worst in the group because the deficit is so big and it's not sustainable. And, you know, I was elected on this. This was one of the biggest reasons I...
Oh, well, yeah, blame the voters. Hell yeah. That's the fuck I'm talking about.
What?
Yeah, I got elected on this.
Wait a minute. Did he tell the people that this is what he was going to do? I thought he was talking about he was going to bring down the price of eggs and inflation. This motherfucker kicked off a huge war.
Nah, he did tell the people this is what he was going to do. He did talk about this.
He said he was going to crash the stock market? What rally was that?
I don't remember him talking about tariffs and shit.
Nah, he been heavy on.
Remember him talking about tariffs?
Yeah, he was on this tariff shit even in the first term. I don't think he had like to go this way, you know. Yeah, he got a mandate from the small hats.
he had to go this way though. It ties into what they said about when he did it the first time. China started going around the tariffs, going through different routes.
Through Mexico.
So this time he did it on everybody.
Don't just skip past that. What happened when he did that? What happened
when he went around the route?
We had a supply chain issues.
It went to Mexico and we boomed.
No, you're saying we had supply chain issues, or?
Yes, the first trade war we had supply chain issues. Yes.
Oh yeah.
No, that was you talking about when his first term, at the end of his first term.
Yeah, we know what that was about.
Supply chain issues.
That bug.
The jab.
That was COVID though.
No. I'm talking about the trade war. He started a trade war with China, and the supply chain had some issues.
Yeah, that was the same time with the bug.
I'm about to say I don't remember that. I remember
it was with the bug. From he blamed them for the bug, and everybody got all heated because we couldn't get our PPE and all our goddamn essentials and shit.
Think about it.
Okay, go ahead.
That was the time that people should have known there was a problem, right? when we had a bug and we have to rely on another country to get PPE. That's a little scary for a country, for any country.
Well, what y'all mean PPE? What y'all talking about?
No, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Tyvek suits and all of that.
Oh, okay. No. We should have had that shit stocked up over here.
Right. We got to do a strategic reserve.
Well, we should just be producing it so we have it.
That too.
No. We just need them to produce it. We need to be stocked up. That's what.
We need to be stocked up. 60 days.
We don't need that shit, man.
Okay.
Because I ain't picking no cotton.
Because when the shit went down, we didn't need to make it. We need to use it.
Right.
Yeah. So
we just need a motherfucker who's gonna sell it to us.
Yeah.
But if we were making it, wouldn't that have?
But I'm not picking no cotton, bro. Like that shit been gone, bro.
It's like when shit break out. Are you you going to go buy a gun? Or do you need it? Do you need to buy a gun? You need it. That's on us. It's called. And you know what's crazy? I believe the funny part about this is that Trump got rid of the emergency response to they had a pandemic. They had a pandemic department or some shit. And they got rid of the pandemic department. But that's a whole nother live stream. Y'all ain't ready for that shit. Y'all ain't ready for that shit, man. Y'all don't want Trump to. Y'all don't want us to show y'all how responsible Trump was for the vaccine. We out of there. We out of there. That's a different live stream. You got motherfuckers saying he didn't mandate it.
Nah, that motherfucker was like, I love him. I think I just took this one, Operation Warp Speed. I can't tell you which one because the market will go crazy.
But they love rewriting history with that
this
shit.
This is Operation Warp Speed.
Right. It was Warp Speed.
Nobody has brought a vaccine to the public as fast as I have.
And if you remember, right?
Yeah, I admit.
And it's weird how people just are playing dumb. Like Republicans don't want to accept he rolled out the vaccine. And no one wants to accept that Democrats was saying they're not going to take the vaccine because Trump called for it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. I got to keep it G. I remember that. And then he said, you can take hydrochloride or some shit. He was saying some shit. He was like, nigga, I don't give a fuck. You got solutions to your fucking vaccine problem.
That's when he first started doing them big, stupid charts, too. Him and Pence was out there with them charts.
Man, I know Pence was ready. I see why Pence didn't want to overturn the government.
Out of there.
Yeah. The MAGA people was that was another split. That was another split where you had motherfuckers like it's the jab, he's doing something, I was like, damn. Yeah. I never forget seeing somebody in the car by themselves with a mask on. That's when I was like, yo, we are fucked.
Well, everyone needed toilet paper, remember?
And those people, the same people that believe a deficit is bad. Like these dumb people didn't go away. They still with us.
Deficit basically just mean we got more shit than we paid for.
Why did everyone go for toilet paper when the pandemic happened?
We make paper goods here
because
in the
they were told
American,
to. Because they were told to.
We know we're gonna have to take a shit.
Oh, yeah, you gotta take a shit, yeah.
Hell yeah, when the pandemic come, you inside, goddammit. Nah, we gotta have extra toilet paper, man. Fuck that.
If you ain't eating, you ain't cheating.
Look. Say, yep, Obama had a pandemic department. See? They don't want to go down that. They don't want to go down that. No, they don't want to go down that road, man. They don't want to go down that road.
One thing I do give him credit with is he was the one that said shut all these goddamn flights down. And that was a good call. I give him credit on that when he was like, shut this. Y'all motherfuckers can't give me no clarity. Shut them all down. Everything in the air. If you're already in America, land. But if you ain't made it here, turn your ass back. That was the one thing I said, you know what? Yeah. That was the best. That was a good decision.
Yeah.
But what did they say when he did that?
They hated him for it. They hated him for, it's so racist. But I was with him on that.
Then they turned around and said he never shut it down, and he was part of the problem.
Right. I remember that, and I specifically was like, how? When he was the ones that shut this shit down, and y'all was fighting him. Yep.
Yeah. And that's what happened. And then when Biden came, it was the liberal cities just got obliterated. Like they killed small businesses.
Yeah.
Oh, they killed small businesses, bro.
Yeah. But let me get back to this real quick.
It's exactly because of this. And we're going to put tariffs, and we've already put them on. It's not a question of we will. We're going to put them on.
Man, the market reacted to this shit. He's like, ain't no backing down.
And those tariffs next year will make us $1 trillion. In addition to the $1 trillion, thousands of companies are going to relocate back into the United States.
Thousands of companies.
That's not how it works, man.
I want to see it.
We're fucked, man.
I want to see it. Just wait and see. You want to know
what's weird about this, though? He could get away with it because here's the thing, right? Most people are just going to blame the next Democrat president for what Trump didn't do.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
It's gonna be a while, then.
But if thousands of companies don't come back, they're gonna say the judges prevented it, or it's gonna be something,
Yeah.
And I'm hoping he get a third term, so he can really see all of this out.
Let's stop. Come on, bro. Let's stop that.
No, I'm not. I'm dead serious. I love this movie, dog. I can go every day. I know I'm gonna have to come back. I'm gonna have to go live tomorrow to talk about what
he said. I know I have to go live.
Whoa.
If he get a third term,
just to make sure,
positive he gonna die in office.
I gotta clarify. American man, did you vote for Kamala Harris? The way that you talking about Trump, I can't tell if you
No.
Harris.
Come on. I can tell he didn't vote for Kamala, man. Don't be silly, man. But thousands of companies.
Right? I could like Trump or dislike Trump, right? I could be a Trump sycophant. It doesn't mean that I want the man to serve a lifetime.
No, not a lifetime. Just a third term. Just a
little three-peat.
I want him to do his second term and get the fuck up out of there at 2028. I gotta see all of these pinky promise companies finish their projects and shit. Like, I want them to do a third term. I want to see this plan all the way through, bro. Because what will happen to this country if there was even a possibility that Trump could do a third term?
Nothing,
dude. You see how these people are acting? They got white liberal women singing Negro spirituals on the side of the road.
I see everybody waking up and going to work in the morning.
American man, let me tell you something. They already ignoring judges and shit. They don't give a fuck. The judge put an order out to bring back one of the some immigrant or whatever.
Yeah, so did Biden. I mean, they're all doing it, bro.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So it's not like we following the Constitution and all the rest of this shit. Like, we don't give a fuck about the Constitution.
Fuck the
Constitution. Fuck the Bill of Rights. Fuck civil rights.
I mean, I hear all that, and it sounded kind of dem of you, but mostly
it's not them. It's not them. We
doing no third term, bro.
It's them, but it's happening.
He who saves the country did not break any laws.
Oh my God.
This is where we get.
What about me who tried to say
into the kindergarten politics?
Hey, relax. Everybody relax. I'm just saying, man. Don't be upset with me.
Play some more of this footage, man. I want to see what this motherfucker say next. This guy's crazy.
Somebody said a third term is illegal. Bullshit. I'm gonna go and vote. If he end up on the ballot for third term, I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna do a IRL stream of me voting for Trump for a third time.
North Carolina, already furniture companies are going to relocate back into the United States. In North Carolina,
I gotta hear that again. Thousands of
dollars. In addition to the $1 trillion, thousands of companies are going to relocate
back into the United States. In North Carolina, already furniture people are starting to move back in. In Detroit and Michigan, which I won, because of what I said, what I'm telling you, car companies are starting to open up. In Indiana, a big one is under construction, as an example, Honda. But they're
Well, thousands of companies, man. That's gonna be good, man. That's gonna be good, man.
Yeah.
I just wanna put up some numbers real quick because
We don't need your numbers. We got thousands of companies.
Yeah, thousands is enough, man.
Because I showed you
7 trillion.
Because I showed you.
We got 7 trillion coming in and thousands of companies, man.
No. The numbers don't work. The numbers don't.
Hold on, man. Go ahead, keep it taking.
Y'all probably know why I'm up here. What you said? You gonna vote for Trump?
Yeah, nigga. Well, you think I'm playing? You think I'm joking,
man?
Lawrence, what up? Hey, you think I'm not bullshitting, bro? If these pinky promise contracts that's bringing in trillions of dollars, saying that it's gonna be 4 to 8 years span, I want to see. I want Trump to be in office to see all his dreams come true. I want to see it. I want Trump to be where he can't say nothing about Biden. I want this big plan of, no deficits. I want to see all of this shit, man.
Well, see, my problem with it is, and you know what I'm gonna go to, the Project 2025 shit. That's tied into all this.
Nigga, they better hurry up with whatever they doing in Project.
Speak on it. Speak on it, Techie.
Market left.
Speak on it, Techie. Speak on it, Techie.
That's my only problem with it. Like, I get what you're saying to see all this whole trade war stuff go through, but it's just the back end stuff that's happening, which I can't 100% point everything out, but it's there in your face on what they're trying to do to black and brown people in this country. And it ain't no bipartisan stuff.
Black and brown. I'm talking about the green first.
I mean, yeah, obviously, but we are chasing the green. But I'm just saying.
But Techie, how you think about how you feel about thousands of companies coming back? You're optimistic about thousands of companies coming back?
Well, that's just gonna raise prices. That's what y'all been saying all night. That's gonna raise prices at the end of the day because
all right, that was a trick question, bro. Ain't no fucking 1,000 companies coming back, man.
Oh yeah, I know it was a trick question. I just answered it just to fucking answer it.
Techie, I think you ran old boy off with the black and brown, bro.
Hey, that's fine. I don't care.
Oh, we lost American man.
Yeah, I think he
probably got to go to sleep, man. He
left because of me.
Nah, he part of a high trust society. They don't stay up. All right, let me go. Hold on, here we go.
Moving in like nobody's ever seen this before. So it's unsustainable for us to allow China to have surpluses of $1 trillion. We will be taking in over $1 trillion over the next short period of time.
How long is the next short period of time? Somebody got
a quarter, 3 months. Put it at that, man. Like shit. This trillion, that shit got to clear. That's a lot of clearing, man. 3 months, we got it.
Everybody hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. As we proceed, man, we got 1,000 companies coming back to the United States. We getting
$1 trillion every 3 months. Fuck it.
In a near short period of time. Hey, Big J, go ahead and talk, man. You breathing into the mic, dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was on the panel. I was researching. Go ahead. I was just saying though that part of the problem, I think Trump was dumb because if he keep talking about China, he's the one that got rid of the Trans-Pacific trade treaty in 2017. So he's stupid. So why you want to talk about China now when that Trans-Pacific trade treaty was anti-China?
Now, here's the other part: is that what he replaced it with? This is another thing about this. Another instance of him disagreeing with his own terms from this first administration.
Right.
Yeah. Let me get back to this.
With the tariffs that I've already instituted, they're already in place. Now, what's going to happen with...
See, he just admitted right there the tariffs that he already got in place. See, his own terms. He going against his own terms right here too, just like he did with the UMXC or whatever he replaced NAFTA with. He disagreed with his own terms there too.
Period of time with the tariffs that I've already instituted, they're already in place. Now, what's going to happen with the market, I can't tell you, but I can tell you our country has gotten a lot stronger.
Yeah. Let's go, Trump.
And eventually, it'll be a country like no other. It'll be the most dominant country economically in the world.
Like it is now?
Will be? What?
I mean, like Jesus Christ. I thought we were there already.
What the fuck?
No, this is no.
We going more?
Fucking love this shit, man.
America not great,
this shit, bro. This the movie, bro. Yo, what a time to be alive, bro.
2 times better than this shit. Let's go.
Oh, the movie so good, dog. It's like, oh, you think we not the number one? Yo, like I said, nobody's economy is even in the same universe as ours. Nobody's currency is floating on countries. Nobody.
About everything we buy from them, they gonna buy the same amount of shit from us, man. We gonna
people try to trade oil and other currencies, but they can't even float the value of the oil.
Right. The whole world is our fucking washing machine, bro. Like,
yeah, bro. Like that. Like, you know what? Maybe that's probably part of the plan to get rid of the Department of Education, so you never understand this shit.
Yeah.
Let me get out of there.
I wish it was to get rid of student loans, boy. But
hey, shout out to Free Zone paid the tariff, man. I appreciate you, bro. He said a tariff
in the dream.
Yeah, man. I appreciate that, man. For everybody else, man, tariffs could be paid. Make the tariffs payable to the link in the description in the chat box. So as we proceed, man, we over here. We got thousands of companies coming back. We about to have what do you say? $1 trillion?
$1 trillion in 3 months.
And did he say 3? He didn't say 3 months.
It's very fast.
Well, that's a short amount of time. Anything is a short amount of time, but that's the open promise. That's the open end promise.
$1 trillion coming in, man.
Art of the deal. Let's go.
Stronger. And eventually, it'll be a country like no other. It'll be the most dominant country economically in the world, which is what it should be.
Is there a Trump put though? Is there pain in the market? At some point, you're unwilling to tolerate this idea of a...
Damn, she says, is there any pain in the market that you're not willing to tolerate?
Man, what is this nigga answer?
Yeah, I think he sidestepped her the next question. Watch this. Is there a threshold?
I think your question is so stupid.
I think your question... Wow. Let's go. And that's why, after this interview, the market tanked, bro. Yo, let me hear this question. This probably
we gotta clip this. Yeah.
This one for history. This is George Bush reading a book when they came and tell him that the towers fell. This this shit right here. Wait, oh man, these words right here is gonna live on.
Quill and potato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hold on.
Which is what it should be.
Is there a Trump put though? Is there pain in the market? At some point, you're unwilling to tolerate this idea of a Trump put. Is there a threshold?
I think your question is so stupid. I mean, I think I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something.
Oof, that's another non-answer.
And we have such a horrible. We have been treated so badly by other countries.
Oh my God, man! Just sell it, man. Sell it.
Trump doing a perfect job selling it, man. I love it, man.
He is.
If it's gonna work like how I think it's gonna work, he doing the exact same thing I would do. I ain't about to answer that question, man.
You mean if it don't work like it's not supposed to work?
No, I think it's gonna work in the way that they're thinking it's gonna work, not the way
this works is war.
The
only way this works is war.
Thousands of jobs. That's how you see this playing out? Thousands of jobs?
You mean thousands of jobs or companies coming back?
Thousands of companies coming back.
I don't know about thousands. It'll probably be a lot though.
So not 1,000.
I think
it's definitely gonna be 1,000. How big?
Well, I'm just saying he said thousands.
Yeah, I think he just exaggerating a little bit.
Oh man, just called it. Y'all scared to say Trump lying?
Roscoe said millions of jobs and thousands of companies.
Man, y'all scared to say he lying? Come on, man, join the movie, man. Come on, man, y'all.
I ain't scared to say he lied.
He lied.
Hey, I'm a part of the game, bro. I think it's going to change out exactly.
I ain't no snitch. I'm the same way, but we got to be like, all right, man, he lying. You know,
a thousand could be.
This the conversation that we seen. Okay, look.
I don't know. Give me one more question in this answer. I'll be able to determine.
Hold on. Listen. So this is the perspective that we got to have. All right, is that we with the game. All right. One of our partners went out there and did a deal and swindled somebody, and then they come back and we all talk about it. We be like, man, you a fool for that, Trump. Hey, you a fool for that, Trump. You out
this side, this can't get this ain't outside talk.
Yeah, that's how I be looking at it. Like, yeah, man, you straight up lying like a motherfucker, man.
You lying. You know what? I'm gonna do one even worse. I'm gonna hold Trump down right now.
But I'm
gonna say that if I'm understanding from what I've looked at with the numbers, since we started all of this of export and manufacturing to China, it's been at least about 50,000 companies, I think. Last time I looked at it over the years that have gone from here. So if at least just 1,000 come back, I'm gonna say Trump. I'm gonna say I believe him. Fuck it.
Yeah. But how many rooms have you? How many households have you started with $1,000 for a furniture budget?
Not only that, but if Trump is saying that all these tariffs is supposed to just bring in $1 trillion, like. And if these tariffs are supposed to replace the income tax,
nah, fuck that. You went too far down the street. If the deficits are equal, where the fucking tariffs going to come from,
bro? Exactly. There's the
tariffs. Okay, that's it. You don't have to go down the street. If the objective is equal deficit, where's the tariffs going to come from?
Right.
It can't.
Well, that's what he said. I see how y'all.
I can see a couple.
Y'all leaving me here, man. Y'all leaving me.
No, because even with what he said about the
I can see a couple thousand coming, and the only reason I can say that because of
companies.
Yeah, I think
not a couple thousand companies, but a couple.
That's what he said. Jobs. He said we got 1,000 companies, not jobs. He said companies.
Oh, but never mind.
All right, yeah, get out of there, Techie.
Man, I'm just looking at the money that he said.
Let Easy do it.
I'm gonna take the hit for the game, yeah. Hey, give me a year. Give me a year.
Man, he might have.
My thing was, I thought y'all was talking about jobs. I thought y'all was talking about jobs because I mean they just fired 85,000 from the VA. So man, we don't give a jobs ain't gonna do shit. We don't give I'm just saying though. I'm just saying though, 1,000 jobs ain't really gonna help shit.
Bro, I'm just saying, just for reference, all the money that the income tax brings in every year, just in individual withholdings, is $3 trillion. So he's gonna have to triple what he just said. There's no way that he's even going to get the one that he just said he was going to get the $1 trillion that he said.
Oh, that's coming.
Wait, whoa! You talking about the federal income tax?
We ain't talking about that. That's supposed to be that don't count.
No, he said that.
Trump
said that he was trying to replace the income tax with tariffs, individual withholding, just on FICA alone.
Yes,
3.2 trillion every year. I am looking at the Treasury.
And hold on, and he created a whole new government department called what? What do they call the department that was supposed to do it?
ERS, the External Revenue Service.
Services was created so the tariff plan can collect and replace income tax. Come on, y'all, hey man, listen.
Oh, well, I'm down. If he can replace income tax,
see, that's the
that's what I just said. He can't. He can't do it. The math don't work.
Come on, Dan. What are you talking about? It don't work, man.
The math don't work.
Look, man,
it won't work.
There's no income.
Listen, this is the carrot that they dangling in front of the sheet to fucking do this shit. I fucking love it, man. I love it.
Are we talking about the 150K or less? Or are we talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. We talk about the External Revenue Service, which was going to replace The income tax.
The whole entire income tax.
Yes, the whole entire.
I don't think they said to replace the whole thing. Y'all got to pull the clip.
Oh man, dog.
Then you agree with me. It can't happen. Then you agree with me. It cannot happen. The math don't work.
Hey, Django. That happened. I don't give a fuck what happened.
See, this
I'll figure it out from there.
Now we got to pretend like things wasn't said in the plan, ain't the plan, and like this. This what they did with Biden and shit, man.
No, I'm not denying it. I'm just saying I want to be correct in like if we're saying the entire income.
Yes, he literally said we're gonna replace income tax with tariffs, and we're gonna use a new department called the
let me drop the link.
Revenue Service to collect the tariffs.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
That's what he said.
Go.
Yeah, but
you dropping the link.
Yeah, but the problem is tariffs.
Ain't no problem with that. Whatever
the problem is tariffs starts. Yeah, but the problem is tariff starts wars.
Okay.
But tariff starts wars. Like if you go back to if you go back to 1836, right? Okay, never mind.
Big J, we bombing the fuck out of people right now. We don't give a fuck about no fucking war, dog. Like,
man, for this income tax, bro.
It don't fucking matter, dog. Like that's just
Shit, I can deal with some shit.
Yeah, we bombing people.
Yeah, but a tariff starts. But historically, tariff starts wars.
It is. It's literally called a trade war. Yes.
Okay, and I'm willing to go to war for no tax.
I'm not going to war for fucking made up fantasy tax replacement.
Over a whole bunch of dumb shit. Can we can I get one thing out of this shit? We don't go to war sometime anyway.
Black Simon said the founding fathers didn't have an IRA. Standing on constitutional business. Standing on business.
Oh, the whiskey rebellion
I'll take whiskey get my no taxes too. Yeah, this sounds like a perfect part.
Let me finish.
Yeah, keep it rolling. All I had to do was say that.
Yeah.
We had stupid leadership that allowed this to happen.
Yep.
They took our businesses, they took our money, they took our jobs. They moved it to Mexico, they moved it to Canada, they moved a lot of it to China.
They took our money? Did he say they took our money? Let me see.
I think he was talking about the IRS. He right.
Nah, he wasn't talking about the IRS.
Leadership that allowed.
We had my bad. It's loading upstairs. Okay, here we go.
We have such a horrible. We have been treated so badly by other countries because we had stupid leadership that allowed this to happen. They took our businesses, they took our money, they took our jobs, they moved it to Mexico, they moved it to Canada, they moved a lot of it to China, and it's not sustainable. We're not going to do it. Now we have hundreds of billions of dollars that's pouring into our country on a monthly basis. It's pouring. It's already started.
What?
Damn. So
wait
we
a
are
minute.
rolling.
I thought it was.
I just dropped the link. I just dropped the link in the back chat.
Wait a minute. Now, man, this motherfucker said we was going to have a period very soon. Now it's hundreds of millions.
Yeah, coming in already. Yeah.
We need
this
more than
this
that.
is easy. If you try to check that joint out, it's at the right timestamp. So you ain't got to change the timestamp. I got the right timestamp.
All right, here we go.
For Trump.
Yeah, that's the income tax. Yeah.
All right.
They put tariffs on, and eventually it's going to straighten out, and our country will be solid and strong again.
Elon Musk has said he hopes for zero tariffs.
Oh yeah, Elon Musk said zero tariffs. Let's go. These reporters on the plane acting up.
And our country will be solid and strong again.
Elon Musk has said he hopes for zero tariffs between the U.S. and Europe. Is that a place you'd like to also get to?
Well, the problem is that Europe has made a fortune with us. Europe also has had a tremendous surplus with the United States. Europe has treated us, it's a little smaller, but they've treated us very, very badly. China has, but Europe has also. Europe has been very, very bad to us. Europe has taken our leaders for a ride. They don't take our cars. They don't take our food products.
Damn, man.
Uh-oh.
Woo, shit. And I don't know if you're still listening, American man, but that's why you was for to get toasted. Cause this talking point, again, like we talked about earlier, there are reasons for that. All right. It's the same way we don't take toys with lead paint from China, you know. Boy, I know people eating this up though. People eating this up.
They don't take anything. And we take their cars, Mercedes, Volkswagen, BMW. You know, we take their millions of cars. They take no cars.
They manufacture a lot of cars here. What's up?
No, I was asking what was wrong with my Benz. Like, damn, dog.
No, but that's the thing, though. Chrysler owned Mercedes at one time. So American companies buy into those companies too. Opel is Buick.
What?
Buick owns Opel. In fact, Buick don't even manufacture cars. They just rebrand Opels and sell them.
Damn.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like we buy the whole goddamn company and shit. Americans buy European car companies. And not only that, but Tesla's been like top selling EV in Europe.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, but people don't care. Like if Trump says the shit, like they don't give a fuck. Yeah, they doing us dirty. Fuck it.
They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. Europe's treated us very badly. We put a big tariff on Europe. They are coming to the table. They want to talk, but there's no talk unless they pay us a lot of money on a yearly basis.
Nigga.
Jesus.
Oh man. This shit the futures market went stupid with this.
Number one for present, but also for past.
Damn, back pay?
Reparations.
Crazy, man. Hey, man. Oh, there go American man. I know you was up. You know. Hey, man. Hey, listen. Back pay?
Oh like man, child support.
Elon somewhere thinking of a master plan right now. I already know he is. Elon somewhere thinking of a master plan.
Because they've taken a lot of our wealth away, and we're not going to allow it to happen.
Sir, have you talked to any tech leaders over the weekend about the tariffs?
Yeah, I talked to the biggest in the world.
they're like you know he's lying when he said that. He didn't name no names.
He didn't even have to give a name. He could have gave the tech company. I talked to the head of this company, that company, you know.
It's like, you know, I talked to Eli.
I said Trump sounded like Big U, yeah. Hulk, just saying anything. I talked to the biggest one. Oh, that shit wild. I'm fucking with it, man. Let's do it.
Talked to the biggest of them all. Many of them, but I've talked to
the most important.
I would say 4 or 5 that are considered the biggest.
Yeah.
They don't. You know what they said? We don't blame you.
Who did you talk to?
I don't want to say.
He's like the nerdy, you bitch. Like, hold up, you know, I don't want to say this shit.
Hey man,
just look at his face. He's like,
I know they mad to the motherfucker because the head of the tech companies, their money is in stock. Yeah. They're not cash rich, they're stock rich. I promise you that they say, yes, please, you know, we don't blame you for that's just yo, people are buying this shit, but that's why the movie, what genre would you classify this movie? Like, would this be like
suspense?
Politicom. Comic, political. It's gotta have politicom.
It's kind of like that TV show. No, it's kind of like that movie Dave or
what was that shit? Scandal. Them hoes.
Scandal or something. No, I can't say.
You say it gotta be satire,
horror comedy. Yeah, I'm leaning towards that. This shit is scary, bro.
I talked to the top tech people, and they said they can't blame me for that shit. Crazy, man. Boy, I tell you, let's go.
I'll put it out. I may give it to you.
NVIDIA CEO?
I have to find out if they mind. You know, I don't know if that was a confidential call or not, but
a confidential call.
Wait,
he backtracked. He said, I don't know if they was with it or not. Let me see.
NVIDIA CEO?
I have to find out if they mind. I don't know if that was
I have to find out if they mind. You just said they did. They said, oh my God.
See?
That nigga, oh my God.
No, he was saying he got to find out if they mind about him like naming who they were or talking about the conversation. But I want to ask this about the.
Okay. Let me run it back.
Yeah.
I think it was a break in the loading. Okay, here we go.
I don't want to say. I'll put it out. I may give it to you.
NVIDIA CEO?
I have to find out if they mind. I don't know if that was a confidential call or not, but we had 5 or 6. I've spoken to many countries. They all want to do, just so you understand the power of what I'm doing. Every country is calling and being very solicitous of us. Very, very nice. They're being very nice. And we have to be able to justify. This is not sustainable. The United States.
Wow.
Hey,
Go ahead.
I wanted to touch on that part about the tech CEOs. Let me ask you this question for a little bit of pushback. Do you think that them having those paper gains or the paper valuation of their net worth, let's just say it dropped what it's already dropped, and let's say it drops the same percentage of over the course of the next week or 2 or month.
Okay.
If it does drop, are any of them going to lose their houses or any of the actual assets that they actually own because of those devaluations?
Okay, so what happened last week was it triggered Elon to sell X to his other company, because what they do is they already have loans out based on the valuation, a higher valuation of the company. See what I'm saying?
Right.
So the people who they take them loans out, they still got to cover that.
Right.
So
do you think that they got to? But I would think that by them being like the top execs and having so much money, I don't think that they're so over leveraged. It's a different story if you're talking about like with MicroStrategies or something like that. But with them, I don't think that they're so over leveraged that they're gonna be able to have to liquidate assets and stuff like that to cover the loans that they have. Like their actual assets, like homes, cars, planes, whatever.
I think it might. They might cash out. Some of them gonna cash out. Some of them gonna cash out, bro. Because you got to understand, like a lot of them too, is that they got their main stuff, but they got they in like the startups and the venture capitalists and shit, bro. They
all recycle their money.
Yeah, they got to recoup. So they stay leveraging different assets that they have.
I got you.
But this shit crazy, man. I'm fucking with it though.
Lose $1.9 trillion on trade. We can't do that and also spend a lot of money on NATO in order to protect European nations. We cover them with military, then we lose money on trade. The whole thing is crazy, and I got elected on that basis.
And see, my problem with that is that we're talking about the public sector and the private sector.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, and it's almost like they be like, we protect them, and then no. The corporations in the private sector, they do business with them. That's not a country thing.
Right.
The corporations have nothing to do with the country protecting them. And man, people don't give a fuck, man. People don't give a fuck, man. They just gonna be like,
the defense industries are pissed.
Hell yeah.
They got to be pissed.
We explained it. The American people understand it a lot better than the media, but the media understands it, and much of the media writes correctly about it, I must say.
Sir,
okay.
Sir, when are the next set of talks with Russia, and who will participate, and where are we?
They acted up on this plane, man. What up, they what? Yeah, they want to know. Hey, I bet he was like, fuck, man.
The nerve of this motherfucker asking that.
Oh man, shout out to Unshifted Plane, man. I appreciate the cash app, man. Thank you for paying the tariff, man. As we proceed, man. Yeah, he that was actually quite generous too, man. Thank you, fam. I never see your name in the chat. I don't know who it is. You can say who you is in the chat, but I don't know who that is. So you have him doing the behind the back pass to the NBC chick on some, you know, it's like, yo, you know, Putin is pissing me off, blah, blah, go tell him. I don't think he was supposed to make a public statement about Putin right now. And they threw that motherfucker in there real quick, man.
See his face? He wasn't supposed to say that.
Yeah, he ain't feeling that shit. Like,
jeez.
Yeah.
The thing is crazy, and I got elected on that basis. We explained it. You know, the American people understand it a lot better than the media, but the media understands it, and much of the media writes correctly about it, I must say.
Sir,
okay.
Sir, when are the next set of talks with Russia, and who will participate, and where are we in terms of making progress in terms of peace?
We're talking to Russia. We'd like them to stop. I don't like the bombing. The bombing goes on, and every week thousands of young people are being killed. And it's a horrible thing that should have never started, would have never started if I were president, 100%.
Nah, that's not good enough.
Whoa, what happened to this great fucking...
Where y'all at, man? Where y'all at, man? Hey, man, hey, where y'all at, man? Hey, where y'all at, man? Hey, listen, ever since Zelensky, I said, that's not good enough.
Damn.
That's not good. I even said, that's not good enough. And motherfuckers like, man, what you talking about? I said, bro, nah.
They gonna press him on this next question about that same shit.
Right.
What they asked after this.
Yeah, but it was just like, you know.
That's not convincing, dog.
No, I'm telling you right now, they keep bombing and bombing and bombing. You know,
like nigga, stop them then.
Yeah, I mean, we just sent Marco Rubio and Waltz over there to talk to him. You done had the phone call with him. You know what's going on, man. He gonna have to come out and tell the red hats that, man, I ain't got the juice for Putin, man. I'm sorry to tell everybody, man.
Shit,
you know, yeah.
How many points you think that's gonna cost us on the Dow?
I don't know. That's gonna. You know, if he just stopped talking about it, that's what I learned about the MAGA people is that you could just pretend like he didn't say he was gonna, you know.
Right. You could do that, yeah.
Then we'll get to it's Biden. That was Biden's problem. Anyway, you know, then
What Ukraine? Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
At least to the first trillion get in 3 months.
Man, chill out, man. Look, she asked about the tariffs again. I know he hates that bitch.
This is killing
me. He don't like that bitch.
And it's a horrible thing that should have never started, would have never started if I were president, 100%.
On the tariffs, is it a negotiation now?
He don't want to hear from us.
Is it a negotiation or rules of the road?
Go ahead, another question, please.
He don't want to hear from us.
Skip that bitch. Go ahead, another question. I need to talk about the stock market right now.
She asked too many questions.
She asked too many questions. I told you.
This motherfucker don't be playing.
Go ahead, another question, please.
Sir, about TikTok.
She asked too many questions.
Sir, about TikTok, there was a report that there was about to be a deal, but China changed its mind because of the tariffs.
I'd say it was largely true. The report is that we had a deal pretty much with TikTok. Not a deal, but pretty close.
Yeah, TikTok. The deal fell through because these tariffs and shit. That's interesting. Yeah, so everybody coming to the table, everybody want to do business, everybody's being nice, and then for some reason, you know, TikTok, TikTok said, man, fuck that shit, man, fuck them. Like we running TikTok. You know, I believe was it Jeff Bezos was trying to buy TikTok. I think they was trying to do a partnership. Somebody was trying to do a partnership with TikTok, but they finna shut that shit off. I'm letting everybody know right now, like TikTok finna get shut off. Like, you know.
Damn, he just drying up the panties nationwide.
And you know what though? I think TikTok kind of made him like a little liberal hero for, you know, Biden then was trying to shut it down, even though he tried to shut it down first. But he came back and said, "Nah, we're gonna keep TikTok open." Remember, said, "Thank you, Trump. Thanks to Trump, we're gonna get to keep TikTok." Now he's like, "Man, I'm in office. Fuck that TikTok shit."
Yeah, he said he got popular on TikTok shit. Helped him win the election.
Yep. Yeah, he did. He had the TikTok people was at the inauguration and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This shit bogus.
Man, I'm fucking with it, man.
I gotta
Hey, didn't China block the BlackRock purchase of the Panama Canal stuff too?
Wait, we're not talking about that yet. We ain't talking about that yet. Because that's a whole nother situation, bro. Because I don't know what the fuck made them think they was gonna buy the Panama Canal when China built infrastructure on that motherfucker. They think they was gonna take the Panama Canal. That's another thing that's heating up. That's another thing that's heating up. Like, and China said, if you're gonna do that, you need to pay us. Yeah. That's a whole nother situation. And I think that's probably why they surrounding Taiwan with the. Let me get out of there. That's a whole nother live stream.
Yeah, that's another one, man.
Yeah.
They doing that shit.
Yeah.
And then China changed the deal because of tariffs. If I gave a little cut in tariffs, they'd approve that deal in 15 minutes.
So why don't you just do the deal first and then the tariffs?
Yeah, why not? I mean, if it,
shit.
Why not just shut it off then if it ain't gonna be no deal?
Yeah.
Wow, see?
What the fuck? They breaking them down, man. Look at his face, man. He's like, geez.
Yeah, he didn't want these questions.
These questions, man, this is disrespectful at this point.
Nah, yeah.
Shows you the power of tariffs, right, President?
That shows you the power of tariffs. That they didn't do the deal. That shows you the power of tariffs.
Yeah, man, the only way he's making it through these interviews is he knows he's talking to the stupidest motherfuckers that'll believe every word he say.
Nah, they didn't budge. That shows you the power of tariffs.
Holy shit.
I'm fucking with it.
Power of tariffs, right,
President? Former New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu is saying that he'll win the open Senate seat in New Hampshire and that he has no doubt you'll support him if he runs. Is that true?
True. I told him. He came to my office, came to the Oval Office, and met with Chris Sununu.
He getting jumped into the game, man. That's proper, man. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I support him fully. I hope he runs. He's been very nice to me over the last year.
Yeah. I told y'all this not no fucking meritocracy shit. This buddy handshake gang shit.
Real talk.
But no, I hope he runs. I think he'll win that seat.
Sir, when we get into late summer, early fall, and people are doing their back to school shopping, do you think they'll have inflation to worry about at that point?
Folks are gonna be goddamn it.
Yeah, back to school.
Goddamn it, school come back.
What the price is gonna be like for back to school, Mr. Trump? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Hopefully they can still fit that shit they was wearing last year. Yeah. Talk to him, Trump.
It's not going to be. I don't think inflation's going to be a big deal because if you look at me, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. This is not new to me. I took in during my 4 years hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and we also took in a lot of money from other countries, but in particular China, because it was just getting started, and we had no inflation. Who had inflation was Biden. Biden had the worst.
Yeah.
Enough with Biden already. God damn.
Biden did have that inflation.
Hey man, I'm fucking with it, man.
That is true.
So what about school clothes, man? Fuck the Biden shit, man. Like,
fuck that shit, man. We just gonna throw some shit up.
We gonna blame Biden for the school clothes?
Ain't no school, man. It's homeschool, dog. What you think, man? Department of Education gone.
Yeah, what school? They still going to school?
You don't see this shit, boy? That's why he laughing like school. By the summer, that shit over. This is the last fucking summer you gonna get.
There you go.
Country. I had no inflation. We had a perfect country. We had no wars. I ended them all. I defeated ISIS. Everything was good. And then when this numbskull got in, as they really call themselves now, numbskulls. But when he got in, bad things happened to our country, including our open border. And now we're doing very well with, we have the best numbers on the border that we've ever had.
Speaking of the border, have you talked to Attorney General Pam Bondi recently about the cases going on with the deportations?
Yeah, sure. It's really sad when you think that Biden allowed millions of people to come in.
Damn, he just didn't even answer.
Now, I will tell you, the one.
Bro, he in rare form.
No, he didn't. No, he answered. Watch him work. Watch him work.
Oh, okay.
MS-13, not trend I will tell you, the one, somebody said he's a member of MS-13, not Tren de Aragua. He's a member of MS-13, and therefore he should immediately be brought back. Well, MS-13 is just as bad as Tren de Aragua. So they say, oh, we made a mistake because he's not with them, he's with MS-13. Bring him back, bring him back. MS-13 is a very bad group.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's not my fight. I'm not an illegal immigrant, so I mean that's on them.
Bro, he not even an illegal immigrant. The person he's talking about, bro. This a whole.
All right, here you go, man. Nigga. Yo, you gotta chill out with that shit, Django. You be having all kind of like bleeding hearts for these people, man. Let these people let these people deal with these people, man. Like I said, man.
Oh my God.
I promise you, if I get in trouble with the law, it ain't gonna be no Tren de Aragua, MS-13, Mexican, South Africa. I ain't gonna be no immigrant talking about, hey, his rights. I don't give a fuck.
Let's not let the facts get in the way of the talking points.
Man,
right?
yeah. The fact of the matter is they don't give a fuck about me. I don't give a fuck about them. So I don't give a shit, man. I'm rocking with the game. All right. And these fucking judges trying to be cute and shit, trying to fucking stop the game. Fuck them. All right. We don't make mistakes. All right. We get them out of here. Anybody we don't want here is out. That's it.
Maybe as bad, actually.
How concerned are you about the measles outbreak? There was another fatality today, and what else would you like to see in terms of the response?
Well, I think they're doing reports on it. It's so far a fairly small number of people relative to what we're talking about. It's something that people have known about for many, many years. I mean, measles has been, this is not something new. And we'll see what happens. But certainly, if it progresses, we'll have to take action very strongly.
El Salvador's president said on X that he'd been invited to the White House on April 14th for a working visit to discuss Tren de Aragua and MS-13 and other ways we can support each other, the U.S. and El Salvador. I was curious if you could expand more on what some of these other ideas you have for El Salvador.
Well, I think, you're in the way of that camera, by the way. You should at least say that the camera operator should probably say that she's shooting the back of your head.
What the fuck is going on?
Well, that's important because the camera got to be on him, dog. You know what time it is, man.
I don't know why she doesn't say it. I have to say it.
He just, the all-seeing eye.
They come in the back.
Oh,
goddamn, Besson in the back. Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, the overseers. Yeah. Hey, Howard Lutnick back there somewhere too.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, bro. The overseers making sure
this nigga look like a fucking ghost, man. What the fuck?
Hey, man, it is what it is, man.
I have great respect for him. I know him. I've known him for a long time. He's a young leader, and he's very tough on crime. Very, very tough on crime. And in their system, their prison system, they spend a tiny fraction of the money that this country spends. So, but he is coming in. I don't know when, but he is coming in sometime over the next couple of weeks.
What are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu going to speak about tomorrow?
He meeting with Netanyahu tomorrow?
Whoa, look at his face. Like, hey, I didn't put that on. He's like, whoa, who put that out?
Yeah, you already know what time. Bro, so to catch everybody up, Benjamin Netanyahu said we finishing off Gaza, pretty much.
Yep.
That was his words, yesterday or today?
What?
Yeah. Netanyahu came out, he did a speech pretty much saying, like, we just go ahead and finish off Gaza. Like, we just gonna finish it up,
Before this stock market crash take effect, real hard.
Man, listen, man.
They like, look, man, we gotta do this shit before the money gone, man.
Yeah, reality. He gotta have a sit down with Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben said, hey, man, what's happening?
Damn.
We're going to talk about trade, and we're going to talk about the obvious subject.
We talk about trade and the obvious subject. All right.
Yeah, you already know.
We're going to talk about them bombing the fuck out of fucking Palestinians. We're going to talk about them using our fucking weapons that we sold them to fucking bomb Palestinians.
What are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu going to speak about tomorrow?
We're going to talk about trade, and we're going to talk about the obvious subject. You know what the obvious subject is.
Do you have any news?
You know what the obvious genocide.
God damn, bro.
Get out of there, man. Get out of there.
Yeah, bro. He too cold with it, man.
Genocide. You know, we're going to talk about killing you already know what we're talking about. Yeah. We're going to spin the block on the Palestinians. You already know what we're talking about. Yeah, absolutely, man. You already know we're going to talk about the obvious, you know. You already know we're going to get the Palestinians the fuck up out of here. You already know what time it is, man.
This ain't no political. This is an action flick, man.
No, I told you. Yeah, hell yeah. This the movie, man. This the movie, man.
Shit.
Look at that smile on his face.
Yeah,
man.
you already know, man.
You already know. You already know. That end of the question. Next question.
Look, he thinking that casino he finna get. Boy, he's smiling like a mother.
There's a lot of things going on with the Middle East right now that have to be silenced. You know, we had no problem with the silence. We had no problem with Iran. We had no problem with
Iran under the Obama nuclear deal.
Yeah.
Then you come in, rip up the nuclear deal, and tell these people they're not allowed to do what they want to do with their own. Now we have a problem with Iran. All right. You know, this is not he can't put that on Biden. He can't put that on Biden.
You can't.
Yeah.
with anybody. And then you had October 7th. And that was all because Iran, as you know, was not giving money to anybody because they had no money. Now they have a lot of money. So we'll see what happens.
El Salvador, the president there said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of the ideas they're going to be discussing?
Well, I love that. If we could take some of our...
American citizens, y'all fucking...
What the fuck did I tell you, Negroes? What did I tell you, Negroes? Oh my God, bro.
Yeah.
Say that shit again. Reverse that.
I told you. I told you.
Okay.
See y'all niggas in El Salvador, man. Listen, all this protesting and shit, man. Round their asses up, man. We ain't got
time. There we go. There we go. See, that's what I've been saying.
Thank you, Techie. Techie was the only one with the foresight to see what they was telling you in front of your face. What the fuck, bro?
Listen, man. Y'all think y'all
know my words and shit.
Yeah. Y'all heard the man. Yeah. There we go. Talk to him. Tell him about what we're gonna do with American citizens in El Salvador, shipping their asses off.
It's not giving money to anybody because they had no money. Now they have a lot of money. So we'll see what happens.
El Salvador, the president there said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of the ideas they're going to be discussing?
Well, I love that. If we could take some of our 20-time wise guys that push people into subways and that hit people over the back of the head and that purposely run people over in cars. If you would take them, I'd be honored to give them. I don't know what the law says on that, but I can't imagine the law would say.
Yeah. Just that check already cut. Just so y'all know.
Yeah, that check is cut.
That check already cut.
He already violated the 14th Amendment.
I love it, man.
He already violated it.
I'm fucking with it, man. Fuck the Constitution.
Man, fuck the Constitution.
Fuck the Bill of Rights.
Bill of Rights.
You know what I'm saying?
Judges.
Yeah. Fuck habeas corpus. Fuck all that shit, man. Yeah. Hey, man, it is what it is, man. Like I said, you know, if you violated Tesla, we're working on making that, you know what I'm saying, a federal crime. All right. You know, I'm fucking with it.
Right. Everybody got to buy a Tesla now.
Gonna be an international crime. They're gonna send your ass to fucking.
Yeah, that's where Hillary Clinton going. Let's get Hillary Clinton going.
Oh.
Hey, he the one said lock her up. You don't remember that shit?
Yeah,
lock her up.
Right.
Lock her up. You know?
Right. He said she's going to jail. That nigga ain't did nothing about it.
Roscoe said imprisoning American citizens in a foreign country. Yes.
Jeez.
Yes. The G way. We saving tax money too. Don't be
out there being no Ray, man.
Yeah, it's cheaper, right?
Yeah, it is. You know, I'm pretty sure Doge approve of this shit. You know,
the price of the brick just went up.
Yeah,
anything different. If they can house these horrible criminals for a lot less money than it costs us, I'm all for it. But
yeah. Capitalism trumps nationalism, trumps racism. If they can do it for the low, Listen, the cheapest labor. I keep telling niggas this shit, man. Even in the prison industrial complex, which is finna go international, you know what I'm saying? It matters.
I only do according to the law, but I have suggested that.
What happened to America first?
Nah, chill out.
Man, America first went out the window the moment y'all was putting on them H-1Bs and selling off American infrastructure to the UAE.
Get out of there.
Okay?
Get out of there.
With fucking Project Stargate and all that other bullshit, man. Come on, man. Y'all know what the fuck it is.
Damn, it ain't even American.
I think it's bigger than labor, though, man.
That didn't survive 3 weeks
America
in Trump administration.
He said it was cost effective. He definitely said it was cost effective.
What's that gonna do to rural America, man?
No, it's to get rid of you Negroes and you brown people.
All right, man. All right, man. I just, all right, man.
I don't think it's just that. I think it's. I think it's
BJ, he let me get away with it for one time.
That is niggas, man. Come on, man. They ain't shipping niggas off like that.
That's what I'm saying. They're not going to ship. I mean, they're going to probably ship a good little bit of hardened criminals off, but I think it's bigger than.
I can't put no. It might start like that, but nah.
I'm not saying that they're going to be shipping a bunch of black people off. I think that this is just opening up. This is just opening up the door because, like I said, I think they're trying to get rid of some of them sleeper cell people too that they got over here.
Now, will Keisha go see Ray in El Salvador?
All right, bro.
Not just the people that cross the border illegally. We have some horrible criminals, American grown and born. And if we have somebody that bops an old woman over the head, if we have somebody that is in jail 20 times and goes back and shoots people all over the place and then has a bad judge or a bad prosecutor that do nothing about him, all they worry about is politics and don't worry about that. I think if we could get El Salvador or somebody to take them, I'd be very happy with it, but I have to see what the law says. Okay, what else?
Can you say, did you agree to lowering tariffs for any of the countries that you spoke to today? So
What you understand, Jennifer, you have to understand it. We have massive surplus countries that we're dealing with. We have massive deficits. We've got to straighten that out because you can't continue to be that way. It's been that way for years now, and it can't go on any longer. And we're the piggy bank. We have all the advantages. Forget markets for a second. We have all the advantages. We're going to straighten out. We're going to become a wealthy nation again, wealthy like never before. And we're not going to let other nations that have been ripping us off, whether it's China or the European Union, with all of the European nations that have just made it's been like a feast. Look, the European Union was formed for one reason. You know what that was? To rip off the United States. So
Dang.
I said that 20 years ago, and it cost me a job interview with one of the biggest investment banks.
Yeah, but that's just not true. That's not why the EU was put together.
Well,
wow.
Put that in your bonnet. I hope you had a good flight.
And then after this, the markets went zoop, straight down.
Jesus.
I'm over here hurting too, though. I'm hurting because the market's going down.
Hey, man, if you didn't get into cash and buy puts, I don't know what to tell you.
Boy, he got that
Hey, man, I've been telling y'all motherfuckers for like 2-3 months, man.
Nigga sold his house and put it all on a put.
Hey, listen, I told motherfuckers for years, man. Yo, use that 401k. Use the 401k.
Yes,
I've been telling motherfuckers like use the 401k. I hit my 401k every other year. You know, and man, I'm so glad too, man.
Because when
so glad, man.
Because when you pull out on your 401k, it's basically the equivalent of a fucking withdrawal. So all that shit, you took that capital out the market. It does not go down when the rest of the market goes down. And then you can pay it back, and then you can pay it back when the market goes down and double up on the shit that you took out.
But I told
clean money.
I told motherfuckers, I said, go do it. I showed motherfuckers, I really gave niggas the game, like, yo, use it to buy land, use it to use property. I'm so glad because the hit that you would have took out your 401k is not bigger than the hit that you would take if you was in it right now.
You can take 50%,
You
bro.
don't take out shit.
You could take
Well,
50%.
But my thing too is, even when the pandemic hit, I hit my 401k and they wasn't penalizing at the time for 401k.
Right.
I told motherfucker, I said, bro,
You
y'all.
got qualified distribution, or you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But it is what it is, man. Listen, dog.
My shit is stuck, man.
Yeah, a lot of motherfuckers, they can't move now. They take a big loss. They got to take the hit and the tax hit.
Yo.
But like I said, man, in my belief, this just the beginning, bro, because we got so much fluff in this market, dog. Tons of for years, dog.
I'm gonna just ride it out.
Well,
bro.
let me tell you what they think it is right now. We're down 1,500 points on the futures of the Dow.
Damn, it was 1,000 last.
Yeah, it was. Bitcoin
it's
is now
dropping
down.
more, man.
Bitcoin is now down 8,200.
Wait. Let me check the market on it.
So like
Man.
y'all think
Damn,
it's gonna crash
Bitcoin less
Monday?
than 75 right now. God damn.
So like y'all think things gonna crash when Wall Street opens?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's gonna gap down. Yes.
Yeah, because Japan, let me look at the Nikkei, because they should be.
Oh man, I got to get in my Telegram group, man.
Nikkei, okay, the FTSE ain't open yet.
S&P 500 is down 6% right now.
Japan is down 8%.
What the fuck?
Hong Kong is down 12%.
God damn.
Mainland is down 7%. We're definitely Europe, which is already open, right? Yeah.
Hey, Todd, what's the email for the channel, bro?
It's through my Patreon. I got it on if you go to my Patreon, I don't really promote it that much, but my Patreon got a $20 tier on a monthly, and that's where it's a link in there to the group, and that's where everybody be at. All we talk about is crypto and digital assets and shit.
The euro is rallying. The Japanese yen is going down, which is a good thing. Well, it depends if they want to be export led.
The euro is getting stronger with this shit because
it's definitely getting stronger.
And because they already said what they plan was with their markets already.
Yep.
You know, they already said we don't even plan on, that's why it's funny where, Elon is like, I would like to get to no tariffs. Like, bro, you can hang that shit up, man.
Now here's a poor man's bet.
Yeah, we done bet.
Look like silver might go because it's at 29.9.
Somebody share the screen. Share the screen, Dave.
Just go up in. Just go to Yahoo Finance.
All right, let me see. Hold on.
Yahoo Finance, right at the top, click on markets, and you world market.
Let me see.
God damn, the 2-year yield is down fucking 5% overnight. God damn, what the fuck?
Okay, here we go. Let me see.
Yahoo Finance. I do markets, and just go to the world markets. You can check out currencies.
Hey, we might get an emergency rate cut. We might get an emergency rate cut.
Nah. This ain't enough. I'm finna tell you something too, bro, because it's a lot of triggers that's gonna get hit.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna get halted in the morning for sure.
Nah, it gotta go down 10% to be halted. Japan was about to be halted.
Yeah, they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna do like emergency rate cuts until we start hitting like the 6,000, 8,000 range. When it's damn near close to like the.
If it go, put anything under 30, I'm buying all day. But I don't think it's gonna go down that low. I think we got another at most. I can't see it going under 30, bro.
Are you talking about Bitcoin?
Man. No, I'm talking about Dow.
Oh.
What you talking about, Bitcoin?
No, like I said, I think Bitcoin that's gonna start free falling if it hits 64,000.
Yeah,
it's going down to 64,000. I'm telling y'all right now.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I think it's gonna probably hit back to like whatever it was in like 2018, 2019, something like that.
But I will tell y'all this. Because, man, I hate doing this because
Jesus, Tesla's
people because people was man. I don't like talking about crypto, man. Niggas do a whole live stream calling me a scammer and shit, and I don't like that shit, man. But that's why I do everything in the Telegram group because it ain't people acting stupid and shit. But I do believe that this is like the last black swan before they kick off the next part of this conversation. I'll say that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's that time because they don't perfected the technology. They don't have enough people using it, enough time to like go through like the scams and all of that stuff to see exactly the exploits of it and all that. It's gonna be in about 10 years. So
it's still gonna be a trust situation that we're gonna have to be on with everybody though. Like shout out to Lamar. Lamar said have $1 million bet on who will lose their Virgin card first, the 40-year-old Big J, Jalen, or Sean James. Should Big J get with Jalen? What the fuck? Y'all niggas wild. I appreciate the tariff, man. These niggas wild. Yeah, Roscoe said it's too late to be trolling like this, man. Absolutely, man. I gave y'all 5.5 hours, man. As we proceed, listen. I know I'm gonna have to go live tomorrow.
Yeah.
I already know I'm gonna have to go live tomorrow, man. If I get enough tariffs, then I will. But other than that, man, I might take a break, man, because
Jesus Christ.
all right,
But you know
later,
what?
bro.
But you know
All
what?
right, bro.
What happened to that CIA thing?
What do you
have
think?
at the CIA building
Nah.
a couple of weeks ago?
Oh yeah. You know what? I don't know. I gotta go re-up on that.
Because I was it happened on the news, and then all of a sudden I saw you reporting on it, and I'm like, where happened to the rest of that?
Oh, that thing outside the CIA? Yeah.
Yeah, I just had to get
that was like a 30-minute and don't talk about it again.
Yeah, I had to get that. I just had to get that that nigga hating nigga out here. That's why I came up here. I'm just playing, bro.
American man.
Yeah, man, that nigga ran as soon as I said Project 2025. I was just joking.
Yeah, I picked that too, Techie, bro.
I like them around, man. I
ran off.
Like man. Y'all, hey, don't scare off the don't scare
I'm
off
joking.
I'm talking to everybody though. Don't scare people off. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of people who've been, they've been watching, Brandon Tatum and Candace Owens.
And I know you've been looking for somebody to go back and forth with, like SKC.
Yeah, because they usually don't. They usually don't. Yeah.
SKC hibernating.
SKC do got to pop out, but I already know. That's why I'm saying they hop on the panel, they say something, and everybody go crazy, and that is the fuel that they need to not have the real conversation. You know what I'm saying? They get to just talk about how
kind of stay on the surface level.
Yeah, you never get to like, okay, why do you think most black people are have like a white boogeyman? We can't talk about reality because people just be like, man, you know what I'm saying? They just be like, but I like talking to them and wondering why they think
I'll be over there, man. That's how you knew me, man. I'll be over there, boy.
SKC shit, man, SKC got to come back, man. SKC got to come back, man. I be getting on SKC nerves sometimes. I get on SKC nerves sometimes.
He's probably over there hiding.
He ain't no problem with
He's probably hiding.
See, them conservatives, look, on my last thing, they got to understand that the conservative have a new playbook. It went from blame these Negroes to outreach these Negroes. And it's only because if you blame them for everything, then you're giving them too much power when you're trying to reach out to get all the rest of the white people. And then you can't blame Negroes no more for crack and all of that because you're trying not to lock up your people with this fentanyl. So you got to outreach. But they so locked in to blame that they can't see the new conservative playbook.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know, bro. They have no idea, man. They really don't. I again, this whole situation with Thomas Sowell, and they not giving Thomas Sowell his time in the sun, man. Like, it's really disrespectful, man, to not give his viewpoint any kind of play, even if you disagree. Nobody else give OG Thomas a shout out, man, or nobody gonna reach out and have hey, man, let's talk to Thomas Sowell about these tariffs real quick. You know,
Man,
we know he's been advocating against this for years and decades. You know, like why not use Thomas Sowell as a source like you do at any other time?
Yeah, he about to get his nigga wake up call.
Keisha, this one.
He done had it too good for too long.
But that should be funny though. Like you'll listen to like a Matt Walsh video or one of these other white conservative videos, and then like about an hour later, you start seeing Jason Whitlock with the same talking points from a white conservative.
They not at the forerun. They don't forerun the talking.
They gotta wait. They gotta wait until the white people tell them what to say.
And then they get it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
exactly.
Once Charlie Kirk said black pilots, DEI became black people. You know, and they ran with that. They ran with it, but that's the black conservative thing. Like they don't front run any talking points, any rhetoric. They just don't like. And it's not a problem. It's not a problem. All right. American man, all right. The only problems you're allowed to talk about is problems of white folks. I'm sorry to tell you that, but it is what it is, all right. And you have to accept white victimhood narratives and rhetoric about the Jews is taking everything, and they're systematically oppressing white people. And at the same time, you gotta act, and at the same time, you gotta tell black people that everything is about race with them. At the same time, y'all in a real fucked up place, man. And I'm trying to bring everybody towards, away from that, man.
I just be hanging around so that, if anything, if they just break down, I'm there for them. Like, man, I know you tried. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody hates you, man, but you'll be able to pass from it.
Yeah, but anyways, man, listen. As we proceed, y'all got 5 hours and 45 minutes, man. I might not go live tomorrow. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, you're right, spiritual though. Like that's why I try to stay a little bit more centered. I do follow both sides. Like I see both sides.
I watch everything.
I just come up with my own perspective on it.
And you can tell when you're having a conversation with somebody who is stuck in a right algorithm or a left algorithm.
Yeah.
Because you bring up stuff. It's like earlier you brought up something that should be known by everybody, and he had never heard of it. You see what I'm saying? Like whatever that statement was, I can't remember what it was.
No, it was why Europe don't accept our cars and food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't come up with a single reason.
And he already knew he was going to repeat. He already knew he was going to repeat the flashcards. He already know he was finna repeat the flashcards. But it's different over here, man. I kind of like this say it is not well, first of all, y'all know we never have like a real echo chamber like that. It is, but it's not. Like you're allowed to disagree over here.
But after witnessing what happened to Brandon Tatum at that UC Davis, and after seeing what happened to old girl in New York, she got popped in the face, got 2 pieces of the biscuit. Yeah, there was this black conservative. I shared to Todd though on my community tab, but
I might have to. I gotta go look. I gotta go look through that. I did see. Officer Tatum being an old junkyard dog at the Turning Point USA thing.
Yeah,
I did see that.
Yeah, but I must say it's like black conservatives. I wanted to, if they're ready for the backlash. I wanted they're ready for it because niggas out there.
Candace Owens, she pivoted. So Candace Owens, she pivoted.
Yeah. Like she did. Yeah. She's on that.
I got Anthony Brian Logan right on the thumbnail. I thought it was funny that he had a 1776 hat on.
fuck.
Yeah, funny.
Yeah, why not 1864? Motherfuckers, slaves we were still slaves and shit.
Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Hold on.
You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win some.
No, the crypto people mad to the motherfucker on the X right now. Good Lord, they going off.
I bet they would be.
Hey, look,
yeah, got this shit in the background looking at their red portfolio. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I can't wait. All the McDonald's memes finna start going crazy. You know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is.
All right, I'm out of here, man. I'm gonna wake up to this shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home and drop off.
All right, y'all.
Great stream, man.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you for having me on, though.
Hey, you got it, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Ready to win? Damn, man. They said Trump like an angry dad. Yeah, Candace Owens, she pivoted. She got good foresight. I give that to Candace Owens. She got good foresight. You know, the rest of these guys, you know, they just gonna, you know, try to hang around. You know. But yeah, X going crazy right now, man. X going crazy. We had fun. We had a blast. We did 5 some hours. Oh man! Shout out to all the super chats. Shout out to all the cash apps, man. So, damn, Bitcoin's still going down. I appreciate all the support, man. As we proceed, yeah, man, we rocking. So, yeah. Bro. Peace.